to the black community, and I guarantee there's nothing. And this is what I'm saying. Show me a person who got something negative to say right now. If you got something negative to say it right now. And let us go to your page and let's see how you contribute to your people. Let's see how much people have you captivated. You know you on a page right now where I got over 150,000 people following me. Over 150,000 people follow me on this page. And it's a guaranteed fact I'm gonna have over 100,000 people inside of the first hour when this thing is done. It's a fact. That's power. And instead of you saying, let me see if I can incorporate myself into that power, become a power myself, and then let's get together so we can be powerful as a unit so we can get this information to massively be propagated and promulgated into our consciousness. No, you know what you do? You want to take the time out of your day instead of building or minding your business, you want to mind minds and try to shut me down. You want to mind my business and shut me down, but you don't want to mind your own business. After you destroy me, what do you have to offer to the black community? Nothing. You just go back and you find another black person to terrorize. Y'all people say y'all hate the white man, but you hate black people more. All these cats that say they hate the white man got way more videos disrespecting their own people, disrespecting black families, disrespecting black children, disrespecting black women. You got more videos disrespecting your own people and trying to shut them down in the name of you hate the white man. Do me a favor, y'all. Anybody that contends that the white man is the devil, go on their channel and watch how many times they tear down their own people, but they will not tear down the same cracker that they say they against. They tell you all the time, kill the cracker, hate the cracker. They tell you this all the time. But when you go on their channel, all they do is blaspheme, disrespect, undermine, circumvent, and usurp the work and productivity of other black nationalists. Absolute fact. Look at the brother Sinetta. He been doing what he do for years. You ain't gotta like him. In fact, if you don't like him, build your own platform and move forward. But you know what they do? They build a platform talking about him. They don't build a platform to uplift you. They build a platform to take him down. This is what they do. And y'all falling for it for years. But then if you look at side channel, you can see he has economic programs up there, religious doctrine and dogma and debates for you to kind of make discernment about which one is for you. You don't got to pick either side. You can like things from either one of the two sides. You have the freedom to do so. Some people are not into it. Good, but that's not the only thing he does on his channel. He does politics, he does economics, he does religion, he does a whole bunch of things. But guess what people do? They complain. They complain about the one thing they don't like, but they don't see the diversity of material he gives for absolutely free. Salute to the brother Sinetta, to the House of Consciousness. So yeah, I have my mentorship program, and the reason why I did the mentorship program because I felt it sufficed to start teaching people individually, because sometimes the lecture halls feel like overcrowded classrooms. We complain about classrooms being overcrowded. Well, you know what? My lecture halls are becoming overcrowded because I'm pulling now 1,000 people at a time whenever I come out to teach. And that's dope. The energy amongst all those people focusing on the same idea at the same time is very powerful. But then at the end of the day, we also have to make sure that we can individually teach people, because even when people go to school, they need a tutor, they need a mentor, they need a guidance counselor. You box, you need a trainer. You play ball, you need a coach. Well, when it comes to wealth building stratagems that we can employ, who do we have in our corner? Absolutely nobody. You go to school from pre-K to 12th grade, that's 14 years of school, and they didn't teach you nothing about credit nor real estate in the 14 years that you've been going to school. And they said if you want some kind of real information, now you're going to have to go into debt. You're going to have to owe us $20,000. You're going to have to owe us $40,000 in the name of student loan, and you cannot get a refund for the student loan. You can't get a refund for student loan. So Bank of America, Wells Fargo, you know they steal millions of dollars at a time from one year to the next. Every year they get caught. You could go online right now and see how many fake accounts they created, stealing money from people with real accounts. You could do this. Our people still go online and set up accounts with them. I show you One United Bank, the black bank. And people, I don't know, you know, will they give me this? Will they give it? The other bank's been stealing from you. And they got a record of it, of them doing it. It's on the news, it's online. They've stolen from more people than any one of us could ever do in our community. But members of our community will disdain me, but still go online and open up an account or maintain having an account with Wells Fargo, maintain having an account with Bank of America, but then they will question their own people. And they've been stealing from people by the millions for years. But you ain't mad at them, and you ain't trying to shut them down, and you ain't doing no videos on them either. And they ain't going to educate you about the programs or processes. They are going to teach you how to be manipulated when you go to them for advice. That's a fact. It's a fact. Now tell me that ain't slavery. A people rape, rob, and pillage you, destroy your libraries, and the only thing that you can conceive of doing is sending your children to their public school system to be taught by the same people that oppress you. But you mad at me. You mad at me. But you can send your children, your posterity, to the progeny of those who have enslaved you and stolen your language. You think a people in position of power is going to fairly educate your people to get in position of power? Do you think that? Do you think a people in position and power will fairly educate the people that they spent so many years to set back? You think they're going to turn around and say, well, let's empower the children? You think the children that benefited from slavery, that's in power, is going to create a system that's going to empower the children that were disempowered or taken or stripped from a thorough knowledge of self? You think that they are going to be empowered? You think the benefactors of slavery are going to say, let's even the playing field and let's give the other children an opportunity to compete with our children? No. They inherited our wealth. They're not going to just dispose of it like that. You think they're just going to turn around and give it back to you? You're going to have to take it back with force.
Yeah, so when I look at the school system, for real, now some black allergy shit, I try to think, like, what can it be improved in the school systems that can benefit black folks tremendously? And for one, it is the overcrowding in the classrooms. That's one. That's a huge problem for anybody. Two, outdated equipment. Public schools that has a lot of black children attending them have outdated books, outdated electronics. They get it late, all that type of stuff. And then third, which is very important, is the teachers got to believe in the kids, right? The teachers got to teach the kids as though that's their kid. They got to want to see every kid, be successful, learn from their class, whatever subject it may be. And if they feel like the kid isn't learning or keeping up with the class, they should talk to the board, obviously, and or whatever staff they need to talk to, and with the parents, and try to find a way to get that kid a class that best suits that kid's learning abilities, okay? That can be done in public schools. That's why I say I don't agree with the whole school thing, but if you're gonna get a school, if you're gonna do it, then I say those three things should be guaranteed. The hell with some fake black allergy history, all right? You don't need that. What we do really need is to ensure that the classes are not crowded like public schools. The teachers are qualified, of course, and bona fide meaning that they really want these black kids to learn and be successful. And third, it's going to take some money, sponsors, donations, whatever. It's going to take some money. You want the kids to have the best equipment for whatever, math, best books, best calculators, best laptops, for whatever you need it for. You dig? Those are some three main things I could come up with. You guys pitch in some other stuff. Dig? Wells Fargo and Bank of America scamming makes it right. I don't even know why would you mention Wells Fargo scamming issues. What's that got to do with you, my boy? And that's exactly how I took it, Paul. Like, so that makes your scamming okay too. Like, but that's how people talk to black people. Right? We're just the dumbest people in the country. Okay. Now, Malika Andrews. Okay, so I decided to do some digging up on this chick, because when she never heard of her, for one, she's irrelevant in the whole sports arena, okay? Meaning that she will not be missed. Her voice, her looks, nothing about her will be missed if she's canceled, fired, or she quits and do something marry a billionaire man, right? Or woman, whatever her choice may be. She will not be missed. Okay. So when you're in sports, when you're that, and when you're in that business and you're speaking on sports and players, okay, it has nothing to do with being a woman, okay? It has everything to do with respecting the business that you're involved in, all right? Just like anything else, your opinions can get your ass canceled or blackballed. Okay, ask Skip Bayless. Like what football great in his prime, what basketball player in their prime, black preferably, will look Skip out with inside info? You dig? Will invite him to something. Stop it. Like Max Kellerman got more pull than Skip. It's because of his opinions on players. Okay? Your opinions in that business, sports for sure, you got to live with your opinion. There's politics and everything, as you know. So if you critique the wrong people, you'll find yourself looking stupid on a debate show. While Shannon Sharp has the privy to talk to everybody, you dig? He bigs up LeBron. I guarantee you he can talk to LeBron. Stephen A bigs up KD, but can't talk to KD. KD ain't talking to that fool. You dig? So it's all about relationships, which Malika Andrew is going to admit at first. All right, her own words. So we talk about informants, agents, implants, people, tokens. We talk about tokens, and y'all have these fake connected dots. Okay. Well, Malika Andrews, you're going to hear from her own mouth trying to give the game up, how to get her position, right? And she talked about it's all about networking, people who you know. Well, if that's the case, why are you burning bridges with the athletes? Yeah, it's going to be a nasty history check, history revelation on Malika Andrews. Like, where did she come from? Like, I never heard of her day in my life. None of you guys have either, until like recently. I'm saying a recent, right? Who knew who she was in 2019? Like, let's stop it. You had no idea who this woman was in 2019. And then to become on big dog shows and Max Kellerman couldn't even overtalk Stephen A. Smith. He had to go. Stephen A. like, I can do this by myself, man. You go ahead and stop leeching off me and do your own thing. And Max Kellerman pretty cool. He's pretty cool. I dislike Max Kellerman when it comes to boxing because he's part of the ESPN brand and they have to cap on Bob Arum boxers who showcase their talent on ESPN. And they find themselves hating on other boxers who are not signed with Bob Arum. Definitely Al Heyman boxers, you dig? But everybody else as well. They have an agenda. Like they had Mayweather and Gervonta Tank Davis on ESPN, and they was like critiquing Gervonta Tank Davis, Stephen A. Smith, and I think Max, and Mayweather had to step in and say, "Oh, like let's stop the games, dude. Like we know what you're doing. Like you're biased. Like, dude, you're with ESPN, who showcases Bob Arum's boxing talents. Like we're ops to you. We're Showtime. We're PBC. We're ops to you. So let's stop acting like you're asking legit questions. Maybe you trying to tear down my fighter." And that's how Mayweather stepped in. Like, let's stop this. Like, y'all just fair journalists. Nigga, y'all ain't trying to big up us over y'all fighters. Stop it. If you think about it, that's how it was with Pacquiao. Pacquiao was with Bob Arum. So every time he got on before the Pacquiao fight, leading to the buildups, when they talked to Mayweather, it was always he's ducking and dodging Pacquiao. And to be truthful, like boxers don't duck and dodge each other. Like, come on. Like we gotta stop that dumb shit. Like boxers don't duck and dodge. Boxers do want to be in a favorable position. Okay. And some boxers feel like right now, it ain't the fight. I got this other shit on my plate. You dig? But when they talked to Pacquiao, it was always like Pacquiao was the guy ready to fight. When Pacquiao, not to go backwards, but he had his issues. Like, Mayweather had his issues, Pacquiao had his issues, but it was somehow all Mayweather's fault. why the fight didn't get made. But anyway, my point was ESPN would favor Pacquiao because of the disinterest, right? The conflict interest in Al Heyman fighters, okay? And Mayweather, like they don't fight for Al, they don't fight for Arum. And Arum is promoted by ESPN, and he does his promotions on ESPN. So like that was just right, thirsty. Canelo, I don't look. Boxers don't duck each other. Like they're warriors. That's why they're in the sport. Like boxers are not cowards. Like these dudes want smoke in bars. You know, that's why a lot of them be fighting in bars. You know, like these dudes are like pit bulls. Like don't forget, like they are trained at very young ages to attack and fight. That's why a lot of them be abusive towards women. You dig? And their friends. You know, like they are like, listen, we gotta get out of that notion. They're ducking. Like there are dogs in that sense, but they're trained to fight. It's all they know, just to punch. So Canelo, YouTube, can you tell me who he's ducking? We could have a small little debate on that because although I'm not the biggest Canelo fan, I don't want to be the reverse of a Mayweather fan because the Mayweather fan, I'm sorry, of a Mayweather hater. Mayweather haters hate on no matter what. It's nothing he can do to satisfy their silly thirst. But Canelo, it seems like the same thing. Like people hate on Canelo, and there's nothing he can do to satisfy the thirst. Okay, Canelo resume is better. Here go an argument. Canelo's resume is better than everybody in boxing right now. Nah. Charlo's ducking Boo Boo. Okay. No. No. Benavidez is the man where he's at. Canelo would definitely need some tune-ups at that weight class before you fight Benavidez. He's looking at a rematch with Bivol, and if Canelo can get Bivol out of there, I believe that can be a good, fight leading up to Benavidez if you want to fight him. But let's not make Canelo fight Tyson Fury now. Like let's not do him like the haters did Mayweather. Like he got to fight giants all of a sudden. Canelo's resume is 1,000 times better than Charlo. Charlo don't want to fight Boo Boo. Charlo was going to fight. What about Charlo and Benavidez? Benavidez called Charlo's out by name. And Charlo was talking trash to him. No, there's no fight there. There's no fight there. So Charlo, he should be doing what Canelo's doing. See, these people, Mayweather always told you guys, and I hate to be sidetracked, but Mayweather always told you, one fight doesn't make or break you. So these guys waiting on Canelo because they know he's the golden egg, the golden goose. Dude, go fight talent likewise. Why don't you go fight? Like these guys will fight you. Callum Smith, these guys will fight Charles, a big name. They'll fight him, especially him moving up. They look at him as like little boy. If he moves up, he'll catch him, he'll find those fights. These guys waiting on the Canelo, and their career is going to the side, going to the waste. You don't do that. Mayweather ain't wait on Pacquiao. He decided to do what he had to do. Andre Ward did not wait on Triple G. He said, fuck Triple G. I'm going to fight somebody supposed to be better than him. He fought Kovalev. And he ain't fight Kovalev his first fight. He had a tune-up. He had one tune-up guarantee. I don't know about the second one, but one you call a tune-up. The dude was dumb nice. And Andre Ward dropped him early. But yeah, Canelo has many options. Charlo does not. Charlo. So who is Charlo going to fight in between times? He's not moving up. Like at least Canelo did what all greats are supposed to do. The goal is to move up to heavyweight, really. But you move up as much as your body can handle, then you max out wherever that may be. So if you're Pacquiao size, of course you won't max out on goddamn heavyweight. You dig? So it all depends on what weight class you came in and what's your size. You max out to whatever it be. But people move up to eventually be heavyweight because the heavyweight is the real champions. You dig? Ain't no dodging in heavyweight. You got to fight everybody. Ain't nobody can move down, move up. Nah, once you're in heavyweight, you got to fight everybody. But so Charlo should move up. If you can't get the fights you want in your division, you're supposed to move up like everybody else. He and Triple G will not do it. Canelo Canelo could fight Bivol again. He can fight Boo Boo. He got a whole bunch of options that he got on his table. Anyway, big salute, peace. Let's get back on track. Let's get to the clout chaser. Oh, yo, check this out right here, yo. Straight out of breath. Yeah, this dude sung himself to sleep, yo, literally. Look at this dude. Still singing. Oh shit, he can sing for real. Oh shit. You know, who gonna restock that shelf though? Like, seriously, come on, man. All right, here we go. Anyway, some black dude, somebody called the cops on the black dude who's acting strange and shit like that, like he's psychotic. So he got, you know, they locked him up. Not locked him up, they brought him to the hospital because that mama took him out. So my man, you know, he took him to the hospital, police presence, to check him out. He's acting weird. So now they are, and he was acting, you know, like he wanted to smoke a cigarette before he got into the ambulance. They wouldn't let him do it. I thought the ambulance crew probably was being a little petty at that point, but old boy was definitely a super predator that they had, and he was going to go out in a violent way, period. Okay, so maybe they knew, don't let him start reaching his pockets for lighters because he's already suspect. So let's keep his hands where we could see him. So that's probably why they did that, because they would not let that dude smoke a cigarette for shit. He kept pleading with that. So I fast forward to now he's at the hospital. So they got, you know, like anybody in the hospital, you gotta take off your pants, basically. You know what I mean? So they got a plastic bag for his belongings and they're putting them in the bag.
Christine, who's Christine?
So he has all these debit or credit cards, some shit that look like Polite had. They did these X1 cars and black cars. And he said, "Who's Christine?" Check this out.
Oh my goodness, got different names on every single card you have on you.
So different names on every card you have on. So that clearly looked like, you know, it looked like, I don't know, like he's stealing people, you know, and people, I guess, apply for a new debit card. They lost it. Looked like he's going to people's mails and taking them. He can't do nothing with them, you know, without the passcode, the PIN to get it activated. So, but anyway, he shouldn't have all those cards. It looked like he took his program, his credit restoration program, because he got all the cards. You dig? So, matter of fact, there you go.
See, I talk my talk. You know, it's one thing you showing off cash, but I also show off metal.
He got 3 cards, and he had 3 cards.
My goodness.
Look.
Christine, who's Christine? Oh my goodness, got different names on every single card you have on you.
That's that credit restoration program. You dig?
Oh, no, that's my people stuff.
That's your people stuff?
Yeah.
You like the property guy? Hold on to everybody's stuff for him?
Yeah.
So now, he just said to the other officer, he got a gun in his back pocket. That's what he just said.
Get his arm behind his back right now. Oh, stop.
What is he
Stop.
doing?
Stop. Stop.
So, like how it always ends, okay? They go to put handcuffs back in payment. So they go to put handcuffs on these dudes, and they start to fight. Now, listen, when you fight, period, you're putting your life, when you fight police officers, period, you're resisting arrest by fight, you are a violent fight, right? You're putting your life at risk, okay? And it's even worse if you are spotted to have a weapon on you. Like, you can almost guarantee you're gonna die. And I can show you another white guy, well, not another, but he's black. I can show you a white guy who tried the same thing. He was shoplifting in Walmart. I meant to save it, and well, it's in my history. I'll find it. But same thing. Him and his wife got caught shoplifting, and they took them both. The police officers was getting them both out the store. The white guy's kind of big. He was kind of big, and he started to fight. Now they didn't know he had a weapon. They didn't even know he they just got him to the ground. And he's complaining, "Oh, you're choking me," all the little bullshit, so they can stop, or so people can like, "Hey, the cops." But then one of the cops spotted this nigga had his hand on a gun in Walmart. So again, when you got a gun on you, cops gonna react one way. So he yelled out, "Shoot him, shoot him." And the cop popped him in the head. And this crazy white dude survived that shit, and he was not a vegetable. Nigga got locked up, sentenced, and everything, and nigga living. Guys, that nigga was so crazy, he survived a gunshot. But check this nigga out. So he's fighting. Look, he's not giving the hands. Is that mine?
You grabbing my balls, son.
Grab my balls, son. Okay, because they trying to find a gun, you dumb nigga.
Get that arm. Yo, sir, you was grabbing my balls, man. Give me your arm now.
So he's not a threat, like a serious threat, or at least a violent threat right now, because his hands ain't near the gun. They got his hands. But once he falls to the ground, his hands, they can't see him. So you're gonna get those 3 bullets in your head, my boy.
Get out of there now!
Like they ain't killing him fast enough.
Man, you grabbing my balls, man. Oh, man. I can't. I'm giving it to you, man.
Yeah, let go!
He said, you heard him? I'm giving it to you, man. Why would you want to give the police officer the gun, you stupid? I'm giving you the gun, man. Look.
Now.
Get out of there now!
Man, you grabbing my balls, man. Oh, man. I can't. I'm giving it to you, man.
I'm giving it to you, man. Are you serious?
Let go!
You on my arms, man. Give me your hand now. Man, you on my arms, man. You really is on my arms.
He got one hand over here. The other hand, it's a Mexican. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, you seen it too. Wasn't that crazy? How the hell he survive a gunshot hit? A gunshot to the head.
Get security, man.
I'm going to comply, man.
I'm going to comply. Come on, boy.
Comply, bro. You just, oh, fuck, man.
Okay, so now once he fell under that bed, they can't see those hands any longer.
Let go!
Oh, man.
It's still in there, dude. It's still in there.
Good. So now this hand was the one they couldn't get a hold of, and this is down his pants. Now that was the suspect gun, by the way, because he's trying to get it out. So he let off a shot. He might even hit himself, but you see this officer backed off fast as hell. He got lucky as hell. This gun right here jammed. Okay. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit because all you're gonna hear is "get down," put your hands up all this time. So he's over here somewhere. This cop's out the corner looking, and he never made it out. So he's over here somewhere, and he will not come.
Push my arm, sir.
In your room 9, he's still got a gun.
Get your hand up. I got it.
So they're saying, "Get your hand up." I got it up. He's doing all this stuff, but he will not show his hand. Just go on for a little bit. I want y'all to catch this smoke.
Get your hand up! Go! Get your fucking hand up!
My hand
Get your hand up now! Get your hand up!
My hand is up.
But that went on for about 3-4 minutes.
Get your other hand up now! 9/11. I don't care!
Let go of it. Let go of it.
Get your hand! Put it on your head! Get your hand on your
If I move, you are going to shoot me.
And he's saying, if I move, y'all gonna shoot me. Dude, they gonna shoot you if you don't move, you stupid nigga. You're gonna die either way. So I would, not either way. You're gonna definitely die if you don't put your hands up. Okay, but if you got any chance of living, you might want to just comply and do what they said.
Be careful.
As you can tell, if he was hit, it was probably his own gun, because this officer missed and his gun jammed right away. The others ain't get a shot off.
I don't even know how I didn't get hit. Put your hands up now.
Yeah, exactly, Paul. But the hate police shit, that gotta be one-sided. I mean, like when I say one-sided, that's just a certain amount of, that's just certain black folks. Because I showed y'all the Morris videos with these cops out here in the north. Our cops are totally different than, you know, some of those race soldiers I got in the South.
Hand up, dude. Get your Andy's in the room, I think.
And this is Ohio. Isn't this like East Coast? You dig? So they tried to spare him. Yep.
Get your hand up, dude. You got about 4 guns on you.
My hand.
You make a wrong fucking move and you're gone. You understand that?
That's what I'm saying. My hand is up.
Get your other hand on your
I'm
head.
just sad this nigga ain't died quick enough. You dig? Because this shit pissed me off. They giving this nigga break after break after break. And he's playing around. Nigga, man, I ain't got time for that. Like, you know what I mean? I'm a police officer. Got a family. I got friends. I got loved ones. And this bum ass predator I'm over here playing with or playing with me. Nah.
Now.
I don't want to make. Get another hand up now.
Hand up. Don't do it.
I'm not going to do
Don't
nothing.
do it.
I'm not going to do nothing.
Get your right hand on your head now.
Now, they probably could have been shot him by this time. They did, because they keep saying don't do it. You can't see what he's doing. So I mean, if they wanted to, they could say, hey man, he made a move, you dig? Because the cameras can't, he's hidden. He buried, they can't see, the cameras can't catch anything. So the police officer, if they really wanted to be nasty, they could be like, yo, he's going for the gun. There's no camera to like disprove that, debunk that. He got a gun, they are showing dangerous levels. Yeah, exactly, man. This is a hospital. And his gun already jammed.
Put your other hand up.
Dude, my hand is on my head, sir.
No, get your right hand up. Put your hand. Put it on your head. Slow up now. Put your other hand up now. Go ahead.
Slowly put your
Mine's over there.
right hand up in the air. Slowly. I do, but
I'm putting the gun down and I'm getting.
Yeah, he said I'm putting the gun down, but earlier I might have fast forwarded. I put the link in the chat for black apologists. Earlier he said the gun was on the ground somewhere. Okay, but now he's putting the gun down.
Do not touch the
So
gun.
by saying you're putting the gun down, you admit it's in your possession. You're dangerous at this point.
Let go of the gun and put both of your hands up over your head. Over your head.
That's
Get
why.
your hand up now. Hand.
Here you go. I swear to God, dude, that was the last. You know, when somebody say, I swear to God, you know, that's it.
Get your hand
And
up.
we don't know if that's the suspect gun that went off first. We don't know. But all I know is this. That's all I know. That's all I know. I stopped it. I thought it was over, right? He heard him fuck. So, you know, this cop didn't want to be in that shit. He's like, fuck. Fuck.
He's down.
See?
He's down.
Suspect now.
Right here. He's talking.
Yeah,
Where's medics? Get a medic. Get medics in here.
medics.
86 radio suspect
Look.
is secure. Andy, are you good?
Get the damn medics in.
Oh, okay. That's a different angle.
Get your hand up, dude. Well, you got about 4 guns on you. You make a wrong fucking move and you're gone. You understand that?
Now look, you see one hand, you can't see the other hand. So now he can clearly, easily show his other hand. He didn't want to. Yeah, man. He should have been hit with 60 bullets. Now,
Other hand up now.
Playing around. He got one hand up and the other one hidden, and he's armed. He's playing around at this point.
Get your right hand up, dude.
Right hand up. Don't do it. Don't do it. your other hand up.
Dude.
Other hand.
Okay. Oh, they try to. Okay, that's that noise. They try to tase his
Yep.
goofy ass. He must have went for his gun.
Put your hand up now.
I'm not going to shoot you. It's my hand.
Put your other hand up now.
We want it up in the air. Slow. Right hand up.
Now.
Hell no, don't go
I
back there
do,
and
but
tase
I'm
this nigga.
watching
Gun
him.
hidden to his side. You gonna tase that motherfucker? You be the first one dead. Yeah, she ain't stupid.
Put the gun down.
Put it down. Get your hand down.
Davey.
Let go of the gun and put both of your hands up.
Davey.
Over your head.
Davey, if you take my spot, I'm gonna tase him.
These dudes will have you
your
killed.
hand up
You hang
now.
around these animals, these dudes will have you killed somewhere. Either by black people themselves because he done did somebody wrong, and they looking for him and they found you because that's your man's, or some situation like this.
Dana, quit waiting to do it. I got you.
Keep your hand up. I swear to God, dude. Taser.
Okay, so he clearly shot first. All right, so she went to tase him, and then old boy shot first.
Taser.
You good?
Man,
Yeah, I'm good.
embarrassing, shaming the race. Fuck out of here. All right, here we go. Let's go.
There's a huge debate. Is he a superstar? Is he not? I want to know where that came from. Like, did I tweet that? Did I ever say that I'm a superstar or, I'm on the verge? Like, that never came from me. But it has been a big deal this last year and a half or 2 years.
Allegedly, Malika Andrews say he was not a superstar. Now, I really, again, you have to have some knowledge of the sport to say who's a superstar or not. Because I won't be a fool to hop in a horse racing debate. You dig? Because I'm going to trust those who've been involved in it and know something about it, no more than me. So for Malika Andrews, because it's really a debate, because in my mind, he's right there for a superstar. Like, shit, he right there. Like, what? He outplayed Durant. You dig? Yeah, he right there. So I don't know how somebody could just with a straight face say he's not a superstar. It's one of those, I don't know, good question. But is he? You dig? He's definitely right there. They out here killing us, man. Man, I hate Pig. We don't need no police. Defund the right. He's a star, but fuck Malika. Exactly. So he's a superstar, but he's right there on stardom because he's better than most. Like, how many? Okay, if he's not a superstar, then he's probably better than all the stars. Okay, so stars will fall short of a superstar. He's probably first ballot star. When I say star, I mean superstar. Like, he got to be first ballot, first in line. So out of all the stars, if somebody's next to be a superstar, he has to be number one.
And I see it all the time. And there's always been a question in the back of my head. Like, I wonder who spoke on my behalf or said that, or why that was
He's
such
humble
a big
enough
deal.
to not even call himself a superstar.
But-
And this is after the finals. So or during the finals, something like that. So that's pretty much this year. But he's humble enough to say, I never said I was a superstar. So that's not even his argument. He's definitely top
if
tier.
you win the championship,
But
they
why
can
would that
debate
be
a lot of things.
even
They
a
can't
debate?
debate whether or
Like,
not.
this dude is thorough. Like, who would debate or try to take away from Tatum? Like, he get hella respect in the NBA and from fans. He got hella, like, who really shits on Tatum? Like, nobody. That's like goofy.
You're a champion.
Interesting. All right, some numbers real quick.
Now,
Even
look
though
Lucy
Tatum
pull up.
is
So now, can somebody pull up
knocking
LeBron stats versus Orlando in the playoffs? When Dwight and them beat the shit out of him? Was that Jameer Nelson? Yo, LeBron played like shit. Like, this doesn't mean anything. Like, Kobe Bryant against the Suns before he had Gasol. They ain't do shit. Well, Kobe stats was suspect as hell. Like, this what happens though. Like, yo, it's okay. Michael Jordan's stats of his last 3 years, his playoffs and final stats were not blowing out the candle. You dig? Your stats are going to drop because now look at the difficulty of shots, the degree of shots. So there's context to numbers. You just don't put numbers out when it comes to sports. You don't do that. You don't do that because it could be a double team. It's a whole bunch going on. How many minutes you played? He probably played every goddamn minute. You can't do that. Yeah,
On the door.
Doncic.
I'm not sure
See,
where
my
he left.
opinion, I thought Doncic is a superstar. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I don't. In my mind, Doncic is a superstar. Like, how many guys are better than Doncic? You dig? So we got to start listing the superstars. I want to know how many players that's quote unquote superstars that are better than Doncic and Tatum. That's crazy. Doncic led a booty team. And they went far in the playoffs. That team was booty. So I'm confused. But it says rest of the series. So he had a low, but he averaged 28. He had a low, but he averaged 27. He had a low, but who had better numbers than this in the playoffs besides Michael Jordan and Allen Iverson? You dig? Come on. Yo, this is like NBA best numbers right here.
Conversation, but he has had one outlier low-scoring game in every series this postseason. The good news, though,
10 and 12, that's low. 19 is not low when you got 4 of the teammates. Smarter.
For Boston is he got that out of the way in game 1. He scored almost 30 points per game for the playoffs in games besides his lowest scoring game each series. But I want to circle back because everyone's ears kind of perked up when he was talking about this. Oh yeah, we missed perk. About this superstar moniker, and we've had a bunch of conversations. I'm a stickler when it comes to the superstar. I don't think that I think that it's like very, very rare air, and so there's a whole bunch of players that are knocking on the door of superstardom.
You know basketball now?
To me, you have to check off the box of not only your play, which I think, by the way, Jason, that's where it comes from. That's when you started to get this sentiment. It's because you are playing, sir, like a superstar. So hats off to you. But it's butts and seats. It's casual fan appreciation. I think all of that goes into superstar, which for me is why
butts and seats. You got Atlanta lit. Buckets.
It's like Steph, LeBron, Kevin Durant, Giannis, and Nikola Jokic knocking on that door.
So the Joker's not a superstar? Are you fucking crazy? All right. Now, if the chat believes the Joker not a superstar, y'all lying. Y'all straight lying.
Embiid's not a superstar?
Embiid's a superstar.
Okay.
What do you think of this? What do you think of this Jason Tatum superstardom talk?
I agree with your phrasing.
Like, when you're a baller, I think your opinion should outweigh the non-ballers. Okay, that's just what it is, because you see things that other people can't see. Like, I bowl, and like bowling comes on TV, like prime time, and I can show you some things that you probably won't even could even appreciate until I point it out to you. And then you go try it, you see you can't do that shit at all. I'm talking about the certain spins. You're like, oh shit. Yeah, so I could point things out to you that you be like, oh, I didn't even know it was doing that. Like, yeah, my boy. Levels.
He is knocking on the door, and a lot of times superstardom is won in moments. And so if you're able to bring the Celtics to NBA Finals and win a championship, then people will probably say he has
That's what I'm talking about. And thank you. So she made more sense. Superstardom is moments, right? When you step up in big moments, now all eyes are on you.
Superstar. And by the way, Jason Tatum, JT, like, this is a great compliment.
Yes.
Your play has dictated you being in the same conversation as superstars, because we look to you as that next generation star by how you play. And that's why a lot of people really enjoy the comparisons also with Kobe, because it feels like that legacy is alive and thriving within the NBA. I know a lot of people look into game 2 and say, oh my goodness, if you look at the stats, he's minus 36, which, by the way, I'm glad you brought out those outlier games. He's minus 36 and plus minus, which, which, by the way, is the lowest we've ever seen in the past 25 years. I saw that floating around NBA Twitter. Like, don't panic so much. It's okay when
NBA Twitter equals panic.
Oh, yeah, it definitely does normally mean equal panic. But, like, you just pointed out, like, typically they're outlier games. And also, he was the only Celtic player on the floor in that entire third quarter where the Warriors went on that run. So, really, that minus 36 is probably more like minus 15 alongside the rest of this team. And there are good things to have confidence since we're in Beantown, right?
Yeah, but only, you know what I mean? It's like she got her stats together. She ain't just giving emotional opinions.
He was 6 for 9 from three. You know, his stroke is out there. The rest of the team was 9 for 28. Only 3 guys in double figures. So Ime Udoka is absolutely right. They have to share the ball. They have to get back to, you know, finishing shots. And honest, like, I'm not feeling bad. You split on the road, so this is not a problem.
Zach?
What are we doing here? Like, what's going on? Like, Jason Tatum was first team All-NBA. He's the best player on the finals team. He scored 47 points against the Milwaukee Bucks on the road.
Thank you.
With their season on the line. I don't know.
Shut up and let them talk. And that's Malika's Andrew's problem. Nobody's arguing that. Shut up. You talked already. Shut up.
All-NBA. He's the best player on the finals team. He scored 47 points against the Milwaukee Bucks on the road.
Thank you.
With their season on the line. I don't know what the rubric is for superstar. I need a spreadsheet for all your different categories.
I got you. You're this dog. I got you. Like she's an NBA guru now. What they be saying? Fuck you talking about. Fuck you talking about. I'm about to go Chris White on you. Fuck you. Fuck you talking about. I got you. You know shit about basketball.
Jason Tatum's a superstar. He's not knocking on the door. Knocking on the door?
Yeah, I'm taking his position. I'm like, yo, when is he not a superstar? Like, all right, whatever. You know, you say top tier, I go with that too. But from my point, yeah, she's always cutting people. She's nobody, and that's what pisses me off. There's nobody. You know, look, smiling, genuinely smiling, loving the conversation, loving the dialogue, has stats and everything. I love their argument. And she sided with her, but she had a better argument. Moments make you a superstar. Okay? Not just how many points you average. Because James Harden, he averaging all the damn points, but in the playoffs, he looked like Eric Snow.
Then they're like, oh, please let me in. Jason Tatum has the key to the door. He's a top 10 player in the NBA. He's a superstar. Done. He's in the finals, 1-1. What are we doing? What's happening here?
I'm with Zach.
Well, so here's my thing. The other thing
about. There you go again. I'm with Zach. So she got to give another argument. Look, you gave your argument, your little standards, whatever. She gave hers. I like hers better. He will fit my argument altogether. Like now, the chat would disagree with me because they say he's top tier, which I wouldn't even argue that. But what we have to look, top tier is high enough where you wouldn't even argue somebody if they say he's a superstar. You'd be like, all right, whatever. I see where you're getting at, but not to me. But I understand where you're coming from. You dig, and you move on. That's like when people say LeBron better than Mike. I'm not going to argue you. I don't think so, but I'm not going to argue them because I get what you're doing. There's enough evidence there to possibly conclude that. So I'm not going to argue LeBron ain't better than Mike, is better than Mike. If that's what you like to believe, there you go. I'm going to say Mike. You dig? And we're just talking. And I don't even know what the comparison is because LeBron is better than Mike in some things, right? Hands down. And Mike is clearly better than LeBron when it comes to scoring and winning. So I don't even know. The comparison itself is uneven. So I don't even know what we're comparing when we do LeBron and Mike. LeBron efficiency is better than Mike's. You dig? Mike is way more clutch and he's smarter with the ball in his hands than LeBron, right? So and he's better on defense. So I don't one-on-one defense and help defense. So I don't even know the argument between Mike and LeBron. Like if you think LeBron is better than Mike, in what way? If you think Mike is better than LeBron, in what way? Then the argument starts from there. But when I be in these conversations, I'd be like, yo, you're arguing LeBron is better than Mike. Well, then you win because your argument, everything favors LeBron. You won. And then the Mike fan who says Mike is better than LeBron, it's like, yo, you won. Who argued that shit? He got more rings, he scored more points, blah, 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 blah. So I would need to know different arguments before I can entertain that argument. Ricardo Peace, Chauncey Peace, she's been acting, yeah. But listen, she's going to be thoroughly exposed today, okay? Some of you will lose total respect for this woman. If you had anything hanging on, you're going to let go.
Superstar. I'm not gonna get my.
Did you hear that, Jason Tatum?
So here's my
finals 1-1. What are we doing? What's happening here?
I'm with Zach.
Well, so here's my thing. The other thing about Superstar, I'm not gonna get my.
Did you hear that, Jason Tatum? Did you hear that?
But my other thing about it is it's the longevity. It's doing it over time, and so there are people who are superstars in moments, and then there are other players who have earned the moniker. I'm thinking of a Kevin Durant.
Oh no! Wait, no, Malika Andrews, the chat. What superstar you ever known of during his career, and in the height of his career, he's no longer a superstar. And we're talking about Tatum is fairly young. What player ever was considered knocking on the door or right there as a superstar in Tatum's how many years in his youthness and just fell off the map? That doesn't happen unless they're injured. Like a serious injury. Gilbert Arenas got him out the NBA because of that gun shit. He was balling. Paul Pierce, age caught up with him. Like, so Penny Hardaway got hurt. Derrick Rose got hurt. Grant Hill got hurt. These were all people, either superstars or knocking on the door like Tatum. Francis got hurt. Steve Francis. So what superstar who just became superstar or is right there knocking on the door just all of a sudden falls off the mat? That doesn't happen, Malika, in basketball. What happens is that they get hurt or they continue to be great. That's it.
Example of superstar, kind of no matter what he does for the rest of his career, LeBron James, because of his play up until this point. Jason Tatum could and will get there. I'm not arguing that.
You made your argument. You don't got to repeat it, okay? You sound like Umar.
Like it's
Ricardo, someone should put a zip or a padlock on her mouth. She is using up all of the oxygen. Yeah, exactly. She about to fall out like, oh boy.
Complicated. I will get to the
It's not that complicated.
Okay.
It's not that complicated.
Richard and I rarely get to be on the same page like this. It's a good feeling.
What
I like
was actually in my notes before our ears perked up and we started talking about this was the inconsistency of Jason Tatum.
This must be her show because she's running her damn mouth, man.
I don't think, though, that superstars somehow are not allowed, or burgeoning superstars, however you want to say it, aren't allowed.
I don't know, man. Like, I think people need more experience in the sport before they can hop on. But like I said, ESPN, a lot of people don't respect ESPN. They had the racist email thing against black fighters some time ago. So, or was that Oscar? It's one of them clowns. But anyway, like a lot of people don't respect ESPN like that anyway. Like I'm more of a Skip Shannon Sharp guy myself.
Allowed to have inconsistent games.
So we're talking about the Jays. By the way, I hate the nickname the Jays for them.
Really?
And like how they haven't scored 25 together in one game and inconsistency.
Well, they actually did it in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Whatever it is, Janae. Okay. Can we just
look at her attitude? Cheerful, happy. I like that. It's not that subtle passive aggression. She's genuinely just who she is. Ex-baller. I like this right here. I do not like this right here. This is garbage.
What they've faced? The Bucks are the #1 defense in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
The Heat were the #4 defense in the regular season.
So we're talking about top defenses that he performed well against.
The Warriors were the #2 defense in the regular season. Like scoring 25 points in a game is hard. Being consistent against those teams is hard. Like the defense, this is like the hardest basketball gets right now. That's why fewer and fewer players can get on the floor.
Right.
That's why I don't think he's inconsistent. I don't think he's inconsistent. He had an off night, and to say he's inconsistent implies that the other team wasn't responsible for that.
Right.
And great players, what they typically do is they see how they were affected. Did they shoot too much from the perimeter? Did they not attack too much? Did they get in foul trouble? What was
the auto man?
my mentality. And so we've seen every single time he's had a subpar game for him, he has shown up because he has gotten better. So I think to say that he's inconsistent, you're not really watching the game, and you're taking away credit from the teams that have actually done a good job defending him one game out of seven, out of six.
Look at her posture, man. Yeah, look at this dog. Now,
a good job defending him one game.
Look at her, nodding her head, yes, turned around. Look at this dog. Ready to speak again.
Out of seven, out of six, 7 games before, 2 games
here.
Dude
average 30 points a game.
Series, you're allowed that because just like a team can have an off night, you can figure it out and figure out how to be aggressive moving forward.
Well, and part of that is because in a 7-game series, there are so many adjustments that are made. So still to come on NBA Today, we're going to talk about those.
Let's go ahead and head on to the back.
All right, here we go. Check this out. Now, this is a better argument. Watch this.
What would you do if you were stuck in the middle here? What would you do?
Also, she disregards everyone's claims. If you say something she doesn't agree with, she's just gonna disregard it and or change the subject of the show.
Now, by the way, when she cut Stephen A. Smith off, I didn't understand. She called in on the show, disrespecting him. But when Perkins went, watch when her and Perkins start talking. Perkins was on her show, and once he disagreed with her, she kicked the nigga off. She kicked him off the show. But she didn't expect to get kicked off Stephen A. Smith's show. She was going to talk reckless, and Perkins was respectful. Check it.
Malika Andrews needs to be fired from ESPN. Recently, Malika Andrews has been doing a lot of things to piss off a lot of people, and I feel like now
No. We get she's the host of the show. Okay? There's no confusion there, but she's disrespectful as a host. She's not respectful. Okay? Stephen A. Smith is the host of his show, but when Jay Will come on there and he disagrees, he often disagrees with Stephen A. Smith. He defended Kyrie with that pandemic stuff, and it was all good. He let Jay Will, go all the way in, and it was, and Jason really disagreed with him. Like, nah, nigga, nah. He has the right to stand up for what he believes in, and it was respect. You don't abuse your power as a host. And I think, first of all, I don't even know how she became a host because she came out of nowhere. But you'll see, when y'all see this history, it'll make more sense.
Kind of all coming out together. In this video, I'm going to be showing you why I think Malika Andrews can be fired, and disclaimer, don't even try to call me racist. About 2 years ago, when I made my transition to NBA content, one of the first topics I talked about was the whole Rachel Nichols and Mariah Taylor situation, which is actually kind of funny because this has something to do with what we're talking about today. Anyways, the point is that I don't care if you're white, black, Mexican, Asian, whatever, I'm going to talk about you if you did something dumb. Alright, let's talk about what actually inspired me to talk about this. So for those of you that don't know, Joe Mazzulla is now the interim head coach of the Boston Celtics because
now y'all heard what she said. Now the interim coach, man, I ain't gonna spoil it. Just listen, please listen.
Ime Doku got caught in a scandal that I'm gonna have to bring up later. Anyways, yesterday on Malika Andrews' show, she talked about him for a second and had to bring up something that reminds me of something Rachel Nichols would do.
His youngest head coach at 34 years old. And we'd be remiss not to also mention that Mazzulla was arrested twice at West Virginia, once in 2008 for underage drinking and aggravated assault. He pled guilty, paid a fine, and then again in 2009 for domestic battery after an incident at Morgantown Bar. The domestic battery case never went to trial. It was settled in August of 2009. He paid a $100 fine and court costs, plus had to do 40 hours of community service. Now, that was 13 years ago.
So couldn't that be blaming men? Because when Stephen A. and Perkins and those guys just wanted to know who were the 2 women who was also broke company policy, who were they? Who were not being held responsible, and those, and their names is being hidden, right? She said, "Oh, we're not going to blame women." Now she said, "Blame women." She didn't say, "Oh, we're not going to blame those 2 women." She said, "We're not going to blame women, like everybody, all the women in the country." But she could sit here, and they got an interim head coach and she sit here and domestic aggravated law. So are you blaming men? Are you blaming men? Like, why is all that mentioned? This dog, man.
Settled and paid both fines. So, Woj, why are the Celtics choosing him as their next head coach?
Now Woj is the guy who brought her on, from what I know. Woj is the guy who brought her on. So this is how she got in those positions of power. Okay, it was Woj.
What the fuck was the reason for that? There was nothing that prompted you to talk about that. You didn't need to inform anyone on some dumb mistakes he made 13 years ago. Look, I could get it if it was something really bad, like he did some like SA to a woman, but he did drunk driving and got charged for aggravated assault. I'm not justifying what he did, but it was just fucking stupid.
Let me read the comment. She looked stressed. If you notice, the women who was with the Boston coach, she's not talking about her at all. She quiet. She not even holding. Yeah, exactly. But all these shows have turned to gossip networks.
There's no reason.
That's what they are, Gary. They just talk.
To bring this up, it was not relevant. No one needs to know it. No one cares
all
about.
Sports shows, including horse racing, and dog, even dog, beauty contests with dogs, right? Or whatever it's called. What they do with dogs. Oh, this furry. Oh my God, this dog's so beautiful. All those shows are opinion based, right? There's some facts there, but largely opinion based. So it's going to be a gossip show with all sports things, like the entertainment and sports things. Wolves don't even have her back half the time. Yeah, he brought her on, but that's why some say she's a token. Like, he brought her on to spew the points that he wants to spew, but he will be called a racist. So, and he's a male, and he's supposed to be straight too. So there's no protection from him. There's no protection for a straight white male. You dig? So when it comes to black and white issues, so the talk was, that's why she's there. She's the puppet. She's black, sort of. So she checks that off. She's a woman. She checks that off. So now she just can talk crazy. And she's not really popular, so she won't really lose anything. This was a hell of a promotion. So she ain't really come from the bottom, and she ain't really work hard to that point to lose it all. Like, she was really just gifted. She was like, trampoline sprang up there.
It's not like it's this breaking news info that no one knew about. I'm sure it's been in the public for the past 13 years. Now, I started to think, why is she doing this? Because when Rachel Nichols did it, it's because she's kind of a closet racist. Allegedly, of course.
Exactly, so man.
Be told, I don't think Malika Andrews is a closet racist. However, I do think she's a feminist trying to push an agenda on the NBA. Look, if you're a feminist, some people have different opinions about it, or I guess what is considered a feminist, and I really don't care if you are one. Whatever you want to believe in is your own opinion, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Even if I don't agree with something, you can agree with whatever you want.
Yeah,
However,
so the players don't rock with her because they believe she's bringing her political angles to the NBA. She's always starting up this women versus man stuff.
Do not come on a show.
I never
that
watch
is
ESPN, bro. Like, the only person who I'll give a chance, because he's pretty smart and knowledgeable, is Stephen A. Smith. Like, that's just hands down. Like, he's the best in the business. So he's the only one I will listen to it sometimes. But I don't even listen to him half the time. But if I'm going to listen to anybody from ESPN, it's going to be Stephen A. And if ESPN is going to talk about boxing, I might check out Max Kellerman. I said might. But so Stephen A. Smith on every sport except for boxing, because he don't know shit about boxing. And when it comes to boxing, I can respect Max Kellerman's opinion.
The NBA, just for you to try to say that men aren't shit. And maybe by this one clip, I'm just reaching for stuff. Maybe I'm trying to make a video where I'm trying to get her fired because of whatever reason. Maybe I'm trying to say she's a feminist because I'm a dumb man, right? Well, let's look at something that happened a couple days ago that, again, made me very pissed off, and a lot of people too. I'm not alone on this.
This is not about pointing the finger. Stop.
This is not about pointing the finger. Stop. So she's going to blame Stephen A. Smith for pointing the finger. Now, pointing the finger at who, Malika Andrews?
Not here, Stephen A., to further blame women.
Women. He says she said, well, there's no gender, right? But she said Stephen A. Smith is further blaming women. Are they going to take out the man and men and women and women You dig? That's gonna be interesting. You know, why are we called woman and woman? We want to be called one. They're gonna change that next. But she says Stephen A. Smith is blaming women. They're talking about Ime Udoka and the two women involved only. They're the only three people. She gives an opinion, and it's supposed to be looked at as she's talking about the three that's involved. Stephen A. Smith gives his opinion, and he's blaming all women by talking about two and one man. But she gets to talk about the interim coach who's a man, but she's not talking about all men. She's just talking about that one man. Sure. So it looks like she said women because she's the one who's actually talking about all men in the form of one man.
That is not why we are here.
When I
That's
tell you,
on the Super Box. I think that's the reason why Skip Bayless left, because he would not allow any of activist group rhetoric disrupt his sports show interview yet.
I saw this clip, I had no idea how I wanted to deal with this. First of all, I don't like Stephen A. Smith as much as the next guy. I don't hate him, but he's not exactly my favorite guy. First of all, there are very few men in the world that could actually check Stephen A. Smith on his show, and I can think of one example on the top of my head. Second, you saying Stephen A. Smith was trying to blame women is absolute blasphemy. No one was trying to do that. I don't know if that's all you saw of the situation, that everyone and their mom was just trying to blame whoever this Boston person is, but I can promise you that's not what's going on over here. In fact, wait, if you're a feminist, don't you want equal rights, which means men have the same rights and women have the same rights / opportunities? So in this case, wouldn't you want not only Ime Udoka to face the repercussions, or wouldn't you want the
equality stops, okay? Equality stops with the man. From what I've been listening to and experiencing and being exposed to, equality stops with the man. Again, we could talk about many different inequalities. You call the cops on your girlfriend, fiance, wife, domestic violence, that get treated way more different than the woman calling the cops on her man, fiance, or husband. Okay, so that's there. Everybody knows. Any police officer tell you, any man who ever called the cops or had to call the cops called on him will tell you, or experienced the cops being called on somebody, or they could tell you that that's a different way they handle. Okay, that one. Even at the job, if you sexual harassment, women, always give you comments, all the time, and you report her, shit, you mess around and get fired. But let her just. He looked at me for 20 seconds. And by sports, yeah, we got it. I'm sorry, man. It's just the way it is, man. We gotta just, you gotta find work somewhere else, man.
The woman, whoever was doing the cheating with them, to also face repercussions. And look, Ime Udoka is
so some in the business are speculating that she thrives on these moments where it's woman and man, or it's just a man getting something handed to him, something he violated or done. Like, they're saying she thrives on that. Like, that's when she come alive, because she don't know shit about the sport, so she needs to find her way another way. So I'm going to become the person who highlights the woman versus man stuff.
A public figure. He's the head coach of one of the biggest market teams in basketball. Now I get it, whoever this person is on the member organization, it could be a trainer, it could be, I don't know, an office worker, we don't know. And honestly, you didn't have to say her name. I'm not saying you had to do that. But first of all, no one was clear about the entire situation. If you want to see a timeline about the whole Ime Udoka situation, which I will be referencing in this video, my boy 2for1 made a video about it, link in the description. And second of all, the Boston Celtics themselves said that the woman did not get in trouble, or she wasn't going to face repercussions. And the fact of the matter is, we don't even know if it's a fully consensual relationship, because some details are being hidden right now. And
imagine owning all the possibilities of a new car without any responsibilities. Now you can with a 12-month car subscription from Finn. Just go to Fin.auto, choose your make, model, color, and miles per month. That's it.
1 second.
Fin manages the maintenance.
It has Matt Barnes looking like he just done seen a ghost, which is then why hours later Malika Andrews went on her own show, I think it's called NBA Today or something like that, and she tried to check Kendrick Perkins for basically the same thing. However, you can't check Stephen A. Smith on your own show, you can't kick him off, but she did that to Perk.
That's the problem that I have right now. Everybody got to be held accountable.
Kendrick, it's her show, so I get to cut you off, and this is her voice when I put her on. Kendrick. But now she just gave a complete thought again. Because she couldn't bully Stephen A. Smith on his show. So, okay, I'm going to do my show. I can't wait to my show. And I'm going to invite Perkins because I know he probably believes like Stephen A. You know those men. And watch how I do him. Kendrick. She said she like 4 or 5 times.
That's a Perk.
That's the problem that I have right now.
Gary, when is she, Gary? And that, but he ain't going to call him. So let me just ignore him.
Everybody got to be held accountable.
I think that we need to circle.
I think it's called NBA Today or something like that, and she tried to check Kendrick Perkins for basically the same thing. However,
Gary, do you know how she got into the NBA, my boy? Since you know this stuff, and this what happens. Like people talk until you challenge them, and then they don't come with no answers. Dude, do you know how she got exposed to the NBA? Because she actually tell it herself. Do you know, by the way? Because you said she didn't just pop up out of nowhere. She has been reporting for the NBA for a while. Dude, how long is a while? You know, everybody got a beginning. How long was her while? And do you know what team she's reporting for? Do you know?
You can't check Stephen A. Smith on your own show. You can't kick him off, but she did that to Perk.
That's the problem that I have right now. Everybody got to be held accountable.
I think that we need to circle back to what Shanae said, is that there was a investigation that was conducted by an independent law firm here, and to speculate on that, because what we have to...
Well, I'm not speculating. Sure. I have the information.
What we have to go with here is the fact that an independent law firm came in, did this investigation. We have to come to the conclusion that whatever rule, the conduct that was broken on one side, it is not the same on the other side. I thank you for your perspective.
And the difference here, though, is we know Stephen A. Smith has his connects, but we know Kendrick Perkins has connects to Boston. So he undoubtedly probably knows a very big chunk of the story that me and you don't know about, including Malika Andrews. The problem is that she's only listening to her side, and she's not willing to listen to Perk and maybe understand what he's trying to say. And the same with Stephen A. And that sentence of, "We're not here to blame women," will forever piss me off. I agree with Stephen A. Why were you trying to go there and insinuate he was just trying to put down women? Is that even a fucking word? I don't know. Hold, let me say this in my Malika Andrews voice. What we're not gonna do is...
Wait, I didn't see that.
With Stephen A. And that sentence of, "We're not here to blame women," will forever understand what he's trying to say. And the same with Stephen A. And that sentence of, "We're not here to blame women," will forever piss me off. I agree with Stephen A. Why were you trying to go there and insinuate he was just trying to put down women? Is that even a fucking word? I don't know. Hold, let me say this in my Malika Andrews voice.
That's that killer instinct niggas be talking about. Yo, Tatum like, fuck you talking about? My man dunked on LeBron James. And look at LeBron's face. Look at LeBron's face. Oh my God, LeBron want to elbow him like he did my boy from the Pistons. Look at LeBron's face, yo. He is, he looked like Deontay Wilder after Tyson Fury beat him up. Hey, yo, look at this dude's face, yo. Look at this dude's face, yo. Yeah, I knew Brown dunked on LeBron. I don't remember this one. God damn, look at his face, yo. That nigga is mad. And then again, the chest bump afterwards.
What we're not gonna do is try to say that Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins are just hating on women. We're also not gonna act like you didn't get your job because of a drama that involved Rachel Nichols and Mariah Taylor. If Mariah Taylor didn't get that bag from NBC and Rachel Nichols wasn't a closet racist, allegedly, there's like a 60% chance you wouldn't even have this job that you have. And I'm not the only one that thinks this, so don't even try to get pissed at me for this. Now, usually I don't get pissed off at these types of things. I really try not to. It's just...
You do. What team did you notice her 4 years ago? Gary Hart. What team was she reporting on? A simple question. What team was that 4 years ago? And that's fairly new. That's popped out of nowhere. That's 4 years. To get your own show on ESPN, there's people in the business for a long, long time. Like Max Kellerman, these guys been a long, 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 long time. And like Max Kellerman been on that goofy ass show. Remember that show they had that was like goofy? It was like supposed to be kind of funny. It was corny as shit. And that's why I always hated. That's why I really like Max Kellerman, because he was on a goofy show that was not taken serious. So like you could see, but I'm saying, Gary Hart, is that you could see people how they got to where they are. You could see them on bullshit shows where they had like 10 other people there, and then they become Gary Hart. Then they become the best analysts on that show. They stick out. Like Skip, all those guys' beginnings were the same way, and they stuck out. They stuck out. Skip and them stuck out. Their opinions stuck out. Their everything about them, their swag, the way they argue, it stuck out. And they said, hey, we might got a gem. Okay, let's pair this person up with this person. And that's how that usually go. Now I'm just saying that's how it goes. Like you could see somebody's history and how they came to how they come to where they are. Like you don't just see somebody here and then there. Like, oh shit. So she was reporting for, from what I know, the Portland Trail Blazers, and she wasn't even a big deal then. She was never a big deal. Okay, but we'll get to all that.
Just a dumb take, but what are
As a
the
matter of fact, since she want to bring up people's history, he was arrested and this and that. Okay, so hold on, Malika Andrew, come on. She shot on, yeah, and yeah, I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play that to watch it. Hey, yo, check this out. Do you know about this, Gary Hart? Malika Andrews fought painful demons before meteoric ESPN. Malika Andrews overcame a dark past before becoming. Malika Andrews' illness caused turmoil with her parent. You know about this right here? All his parent. Malika Andrews has experienced a meteoric rise up the ranks at ESPN. Okay. I'm trying to find something in particular. So she was working for a news reporter covering Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels. Malika Andrews delivers sideline reports for ESPN's NBA coverage. Like a seasoned veteran, quite impressive considering she's just 25. Made her ESPN television debut last season in Orlando at the NBA bubble, and is just a couple of years removed from working as a newspaper reporter covering. She just a couple years ago, Gary Hart. That sounds like popping out of nowhere, my boy. So some of us just want to just argue just to argue. Dude, just listen to the narrative and see if you agree or not. But just don't throw out smoke out there and just hope that stays around for a little while. She's just a couple of years removed from working as a news reporter covering Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels. Now we see where some of her talking points stem from. Okay? So she's just like, so, but why, if you can't remember, why would you doubt me when I said she popped out of nowhere? She literally popped out of nowhere. And now look. So now this is what, see, now people just want to be right. You know, now that's not cool, right? That's not cool. Listen to me, everybody. Read along here. Andrew's rapid ascent. Rapid ascent, Gary. What does that mean? Rapid ascent. What is rapid ascent? That means out of fucking nowhere. Andrew's rapid ascent to the top of the sports media world has happened almost overnight. Okay? However, don't mistake that for cutting corners or lack of hard work. It's just the opposite. She's devoted to her craft, focus. Yeah, right. Her early career success is remarkable, especially when you understand what she's overcome. Just a decade ago, Andrews was in a very dark place. Let's talk about that dark place. Let's talk about that very dark place. I want to know about that very dark place because she talked about the interim coach, very dark place. I want to know about Malika Andrews' very dark place. What about her very dark place? What about it? Okay. Malika Andrews quickly removes her, look, she quickly moves her way up in the sports media world. All right. I want to know about that dark past though. Told you, Portland University. So after growing up in Oakland, California, Malika Andrews attended the University of Portland to study communications. In Oregon, she befriended several people who worked for the school newspaper and wanted to join them. So she's trying to network. She's trying to build relationships. She want to join people who's already doing a fucking work. She's a Johnny come lately, a Jane come lately. Okay, they're already doing the work. She wants to join. With the only opening available in the sports department, she began her career as a sports journalist. So she just, come on, man. This is spontaneous bullshit or what? She want to join them. There's only one opening, it's sports. Okay, fuck it, I'll take that. Where's her sports background? She played any sports? Hell. All right, she wrote quality content in Excel. Over the next several years, she moved her way up, becoming the school's paper sport editor and then the editor-in-chief. She earned awards from the Society of Professional Journalists, the National Association of Black Journalists, and the Columbia Scholastic Press Association. All right. Malika Andrews earned a blah, 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 blah. Fuck all that. I'm trying to get to what I'm looking for. You dig? Okay, she rebels as a youth and battles an eating disorder. All right, whatever. Here we go. At 14 years old, since you want to dig up niggas past, at 14 years old, Andrews told the New York Post she was angry. Does that fit her personality today? Does she appear angry? She was angry, depressed, and anxious. She had turned away from her family and stopped studying. She got kicked out of school and she developed an eating order. She got kicked out of school. She got kicked out of school. I struggle with restricting and purging. It is not really anorexia or bulimia. It is more anorexia than bulimia. But it is difficult, but it doesn't fit super neatly into a box, which I learned through my years of treatment that more and more eating disorders don't fit neatly into a box. She was very angry and depressed and anxious at 14. She had turned away from her family. Fuck all y'all. Yeah, go to hell, mom. Fuck you, dad. And she left. She stopped studying and she was kicked out of school. With things quickly spiraling out of control, she turned to her parents for help. Mom, I'm sorry for that. They sent her they sent her to a year-round therapeutic boarding school in Utah. It was the best thing that could happen to her. All right. She had a mental issue. They sent her ass to a therapeutic boarding school in Utah. She turned her life around and graduated at age 17. After spending a year at her grandfather's civil rights law firm, she opted to go to Portland and began her career in journalism. Her career in journalism, being very angry and depressed and anxious. I don't see the opposite when she speaks, especially to men. So maybe her dad kicked her out the fucking house when she had turned away from her family. Maybe her dad said, you know what? Don't even come back. Get the fuck out. And she held that against him and probably all men from that point. Okay? So there you go. Anyway, well, we just read, or what, dude, my whole point was she popped out of nowhere. We just read it. They said she had overnight success. That's out of nowhere, my boy. That's not even worth arguing. All I said was she popped out of nowhere. You all know she did. And this article that bigged her up said she did also. She not well known as a reporter to me. She knew in my eyes. I've been watching NBA for years, like we all have. She's new to me. She's new to all of us, Mongo Slade, even Gary Hart. Okay, she's very new. Okay, so let me get out of that. Let's go back.
Reasons we watch sports is to try to get away from all the shit going on in the world. Even sports talk shows which try not to have as much politics as most shows do. But when you try to say that famous sports analysts are just hating on women and saying they're trying to denounce them and now you're just trying to make a whole big deal about it, it's shit like this that annoys me. Unfortunately for you people that don't like Malika Andrews, there's a chance she's not gonna get fired. And that's for probably two reasons. One, she's objectively pretty, and two, it's gonna be a hot mess ESPN that does not need another scandal. However, with the
Hold on. Oh, that's my boy Trae Young. Yo, get that ball, Trae Young. Get that ball, Trae Young. No, get that goddamn ball. You dig? All right. So that article hid something I want you guys to be able to read. Okay. Okay, check this out. Okay, so hopefully this covers it. As a middle schooler just 11 years ago, Andrews was, in her words, angry, depressed, and anxious. While she may have appeared unbothered, her pain grew inside, and an unseen enemy that warped her emotions, and caused a tremor in her family. She felt unseen. Nobody looking at me. Look, I'm pretty. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. She felt unseen, and it manifested itself in different forms. So it manifests itself in different forms. There's not one way to see it. It comes out many different ways, like on the damn sportscast. Okay, she fought with her parents. She's a fighter. She should have took on boxing. She fought with her parents. She fought with her parents. Okay. She's always fighting with people. She flunked out of middle school, so she didn't get kicked out. She flunked out, and she suffered from an eating disorder. This is New York Post. This New York Post. This got more stain than the other one. These issues perplex so many families, and Andrews were no different. It was so confusing for her family. Her dad, Mike, a personal trainer, and her mom, Karen, an art teacher, were supportive and loving. Blah, 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 blah. Malika, whose mom is Jewish, for you guys that's into this conspiracy, Malika, whose mom is Jewish, had a bat mitzvah. She was becoming a young woman. God damn, she even practices Jewish holidays. Are you serious? With her outer shell firmly in place, it all looked so perfect inside, though it was not adding up. I think I need some help. Okay. Yo, what the fuck? Did she even grow up as a Black woman? Did she grow up as a Jewish girl or a Black girl? By the time Malika was 14, it was about survival. I can't even describe how hard it was to get through, Mike said. It's the father. Malika shunned her family and stopped studying. She was kicked out of Oakland's Head Roy School in the 8th grade. The stress led to sickness. Blah 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 blah. I got this is quote Malika. I got to a point that I told my mother, I think I need some help. I don't think I'm going to be able to figure this out by myself, Malika said. So she went to a therapeutic boarding school. I gotta see what the hell that is. Okay. Let's see what a therapeutic boarding school is. All right. She went to therapy at age 14. Okay. Yeah, I gotta see what this boarding school shit is about. Is that a nice word? Is that a nice way to say mental hospital? Okay. Okay. What is the purpose of a therapeutic boarding school? A therapeutic boarding school is a tuition-based treatment center that combines education and therapy for troubled teenagers who may be dealing with behavioral. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted you to see. A therapeutic boarding school is a tuition-based treatment center that combines education and therapy for troubled teenagers who may be dealing with behavioral issues, emotional, or psychological disorders. Why is boarding school good for mental health? Boarding schools offer a number of critical support systems like to address mental health and well-being. While a boarding school is not for every teenager, most boarding schools offer a high level of emotional and social support through mentorship, counseling services, mindful workshops, and peer counseling. In my opinion, she's not in the right job. Like the criticism people get, the flack they get in that sports shit, and she dealing with mental issues, that's not the right thing for her, man. This is the Black Panthers. This is Black Panthers marching.
Get those lines tight.
Listen, get the lines tight. Y'all better do some running, all that walking shit, because in that crowd, it's too much eggs, ham, hog, mog, chitlins, collard greens, you name it.
You're a music creator and want to start making money off your music. So you sign up for a music.
She's a Mormon. Okay, she don't. I heard that. Yeah, you name it. Hog, mog, chitlin, green, cornbread, you name it. That's all going down right there. Oh my God. All right. Oh yeah, we're gonna get there.
The dumb things she's been saying lately, it's honestly getting to me that, wait, what the fuck? So as I'm recording this video, I get sent a tweet from Taylor Rooks saying, support women in journalism. Yo, if you don't shut the whole reason we're doing this isn't to... Did I not just make this point? No one is trying to hate on women for being a journalist or being involved in sports. This was never what we're talking about. We're talking about this because one, she's saying dumbass things that could honestly lead to really bad consequences like Joe Mazzulla. Also, she disregards everyone's claims. If you say something she doesn't agree with, she's just gonna disregard it and or change the subject of the show. It's not that we hate her, it's legit criticism that you could make about her. Now, some of you might find this really hard to believe, but I don't hate Malika Andrews. I'm trying to criticize her because I hate when shit goes unnoticed. So Malika Andrews is trending on Twitter, and the first tweet I says this Malika Andrews situation really just proves that most of these sports fans tolerate women in these spaces as long as they don't have actual opinion.
Yo, you give an inch and it's a mile taken, and you can't do anything about it. It's over, because all type of lawsuits, discrimination, woman hating, all of some shit, man. Now this becomes man versus women. Fuck all the what caused the controversy. That doesn't matter. It's just men. Well, wait. wait, what about the call for canceling Andrew Tate? So could we say that the Andrew Tate situation really just proves that most of these hateful people tolerate men in these spaces as long as they don't have actual opinions? Shut the fuck up.
Yo, I'm gonna throw my fucking shit. Look, I'm gonna have to say this once, and I'm more than likely gonna have to say this again. There are women in sports who are very smart at their job and that are very good and that I could actually watch. Doris Burke is one of my favorite analysts / reporters of all time. Joy Taylor is also one of my favorites. Hell, even Lisa Salters. I love Lisa Salters. So it's not about women not being appreciated in sports. It's us criticizing them. It's not at all about gender.
They are above rebuke. They are above critique. Fuck equality. Equality stops with men. Inequality then begins, right? For the other side. Can't criticize them. Men can have babies too. We start hearing shit like that.
And I honestly hate that half this video I'm having to explain to people that it's not about gender and that we respect women. It's just that you're allowed to criticize people for doing dumb things. Malika Andrews can be a great analyst. That's not the conversation we're talking about. We're just now bringing up the fact that she denounced former players' opinions and also the fact that she's done things similar to Rachel Nichols, who, yeah, I've already said the joke like 3 times. Look, this
like, hold on. Okay.
Something similar to Rachel Nichols, who, yeah, I've already said the joke like 3 times. Look, this video might have pissed off a lot of people, and I honestly don't care at this point. I'm telling you what I see, I'm telling you what I believe, and if you don't like that, then oh fucking well.
This is the Youth Beat Camp 3.
We're gonna do something a little different. This isn't a hate on Malika Andrews party. We're just gonna analyze and break down a member of the media, just like they do with athletes and players, and see how they can improve. Let's get started.
I think that Dylan Brooks should be suspended for game 3 and possibly game 4. Look, you have to clean this up. Look, we talking about people saying we don't know if he did it intentionally. He fouled him on purpose and he did it with intentions. Okay, let's get that out the way. Here's the thing that we have to. I mean, looking at the play,
you can't look at a person. Yeah, but you're making an assumption. You can't look at a person.
He stays quiet because that's his token. This guy right here. But look at the 3 former NBA players who shake their head yes. That means something. We're talking about basketball. We're talking about a violent play that is shunned in basketball, okay? Just like track runners have etiquette, right? And they got dirty ways to run and to like probably hinder somebody else that's on the side of them. Race car drivers got proper ways to race, and only they know what a car can't do and can do. So basketball, same thing. Like basketball players would be able to tell you a dirty play for a non-dirty play. Now, if anybody plays basketball, we all know the rule is if I beat you, let me go. Especially when I got 2-3 feet of distance on you. When I'm going because when you go for a layup, you got to slow down for the basket. So whoever's chasing after you, it could be your grandmother. She's going to eventually catch you. But when she catch you with her momentum, you stop. Remember, you got to do a layup. So you're going to stop your momentum. And a dunk is even worse because you really stop. Because layup, you can like lay the ball up and still run through somewhat. But if you dunk and ain't no run through, you stopping. So if anybody goes to try to block a dunk that chase you down, it's going to always look ugly. Even if you don't get hurt, it's going to look very ugly. That's a basketball rule. Yo, a lot of fights start on the court from being chased down. And look, somebody could like miss you, but the fact that they attempted to chase you down and block it, which you cannot do legally or cleanly, it's going to result in a fight. Yo, did you just chase me down? You don't do that shit again. Like, and that's how that's going to be. And if he got his friends there, you know, you're going to be welcome to the party. Right. So baseball got rules. Same thing. So what's up, the brothers? So everything, even I'm a chess teacher. With chess, there are rules. There's no talking on the board for the spectators. The person I'm playing can talk. The people watching don't say shit. So it'd be a lot of fights in chess. Trust me. Donnie Williams, peace, no man. It'd be a lot of fights in chess. It's probably, if chess was as big as basketball, I guarantee you there'd be more fights in chess than basketball. Because chess is a whole, when you lose in basketball, yeah, you feel like shit, but in chess, when you lose in chess, that's like almost admitting this nigga's smarter than you. This woman's smarter than you. You dig? And they be feeling like that too when they win. They look at you in the face, or during the game, they see it's out of hand, they look at you a certain way. No, it goes, yo, we got banned from mad places. McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, niggas in East Orange for fighting over chess. There be so many of us, we like really take up all the seats at McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts and all these places. And they tolerate us until niggas start fighting. There's a lot of shit talking too.
And know what their intent is.
I want you to look at all the former 3 NBA players' heads shake when Perkins say, nah, that shit was deliberate. Watch this. If you go up under, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, that bridge at Thursday, that bridge and shit too. You can't bridge somebody in basketball. That's another fight. And nobody on the court's gonna save you because that's an unwritten rule. Nobody's gonna save that ass kicking. They all gonna feel like you deserved it. They don't feel like, yo, you OD. Now there's some suspect calling where they'll break up the fight, you dig? But believe me, there's some things you do, like that's like a dude going to drive, and you swing with your hand, you slap him across his face. Yeah, or you elbow him. Yeah, those are going to be fights because those are unnecessary plays.
Play out.
You can't look at a person.
And look, so she said you can't look at a person. Now, how the fuck does she know? This ain't no goddamn, you know, what does it call? Philosophical debate. Socrates. You can't look. Yes, you can. Okay, and all 3 players said yes. This chick got no basketball, nothing behind her. Just a mental breakdown, dropped out of fucking middle school. Some polite shit.
The play out.
You can't look at a person. Yeah, but you're
making an assumption. Remember, she's depressed, she's angry, and she's anxious, right? She got treated for that shit.
You can't look at a person. Yeah, but you're making an assumption.
Now look, Matt Barnes, they all saying yes, you can. The white boy got his head turned. You dig? No, stop it. The white boy got his head turned.
Know what their intent was. It was a dangerous play regardless, but you can't. Okay. I didn't realize we had a moment.
And she keeps trying to put her little subtle jab. Oh, I ain't know we. Shut the fuck up. And won't you ask, the better question is this. The better question is this. Oh, all right. Look, guys, can you explain to me how can you tell? Right? Because at that point, you're being educated, bitch. You don't fucking know. So humble your goddamn self and say, because again, it's her show. NBA Today is her fucking show. So now she's not angry to me. All right, that's good enough. She's not angry to me. And that bitch admitted that she got a problem being angry. And she dropped out of middle school like polite. So them motherfuckers always being some shit. All right, so anyway, all the ex-NBA players shook their head. Yes, you can. Now, instead of her humbling her fucking self, saying, all right, fellas, why don't you tell me how that's possible? This bitch, no, you can. Look at this shit.
How old were you when you dunked the ball for
All
the
right,
first
now
time?
Bridget Jefferson gonna shut her fucking goofy ass up.
Dangerous play regardless, but you can't. Okay. I didn't realize we had a mind reader.
I'm gonna do a
Please
polite
continue.
prediction. That bitch ain't gonna be on radio for long. For this man sport, this male chauvinist, men ain't shit sport, she won't be here long. Because you gotta get views. What did Nicki Minaj say? You gotta sell records. You gotta get plaques. You gotta get views. Okay? Fuck angry ass woman. And don't forget, she said she can hide it. She said that she can appear. She said she can appear for people who came late. She said she was angry, depressed, and anxious, and she can appear unbothered at times. So she can hide her shit well.
You can't and no.
I'm
look
assuming
at a
with my eyes,
person.
yes.
Yeah, but
Ferguson, I'm assuming my eyes. Fuck out of here. Bitch don't know shit about basketball.
No, I mean, looking at the play.
Nah, we ain't about to do that. Nah.
You can't look at a person. Yeah, but you're making an assumption.
Yes, you can.
You can't look at a person and know what their intent was. It was a dangerous play regardless, but you can't. Okay.
I can. Oh, okay. Now look at her smart comment.
I didn't realize we had a mind reader.
You ain't have a mind reader. Shut the fuck up and let the experts talk.
Kirk, please continue.
Kirk, how old were you when you dunked the ball for the first time?
Now here's when he humbled her.
21.
12.
12. How old were you when you dunked the ball?
Her, get the fuck out of sports. That bitch, there's no way else she could survive, or her or that fucking nigga Woj, the white boy with the glasses. Neither one of them could survive in this fucking space without NBA experts, ex-player experts, like the ex. Her and Woj, they can't survive in this space without ex-black NBA experts and ex-players near their side. Fucking leeches. All right? So here we go.
Ball for the first
12.
time. I was about 13 years
So
old.
Perkins was 12 when he first dunked the ball. Watch this.
Okay. I didn't realize we had a mind reader. Kirk, please continue.
Kirk, how old were you when you dunked the ball for the first time?
Now here's when he humbled her.
21.
12.
12. How old were you when you dunked the ball for the first time?
12.
I was about 13.
Okay, so he said, Jefferson said 13, Barnes said 13, Perkins said 12. Same fucking age.
Years old when I dunked the ball for the first time. I know what a fast break looks like. I have 4 months out in the season because I had my wrist taken out on a dunk. I know not necessarily the intent to hurt, but I know the intent to foul extremely hard, and that's the repercussions.
Okay, so right away, she's getting upset she was wrong, being condescending, and not respecting her colleagues. The simple fact is, all three of those guys are former players, and they all said they can watch a play and get a conclusion from that. Woj didn't say that. Woj didn't play. He knew better. But all the players that watch game film and understand how the game works knew that that play was intentional.
Woj, you reported that Joe.
And this is how NBA refs and those in charge can do a replay and suspend a motherfucker. Okay? Because they felt like that play was ugly. My man got suspended. He got held accountable for that fucking play. Because you can go to the tape and say, yeah, that was unnecessary.
Will be the interim head coach here. You can see his resume on your screen.
Now look at this angry, depressed, anxious woman gonna say about him and his past. But meanwhile, hide her fucking past.
Celtics assistant coach the last 3 seasons after spending the previous 3 seasons at Fairmount State. And he played for West Virginia between 2006 and 2011, and now could become the NBA's youngest head coach at 34 years old. And we'd be remiss not to
also say this hateful shit I'm about to say.
Mentioned that Missoula was arrested twice at West Virginia, once in 2008 for underage drinking and aggravated assault. He pled guilty, paid a fine, and then again in 2009 for domestic.
This is why nobody fucks with her. Shit like this.
Battery after an incident at Morgantown.
You're in a sport where you're in a space, not a sport. You're in a space where you need good communications, right? with NBA players or ex NBA players, because you need the inside information. That's why Stephen A. Smith be having to drop a lot. Shannon Sharp, Perkins, Matt Barnes, because they fuck with certain active players or people who are in the organization. You want those healthy relationships.
Barr. The domestic battery case never went to trial. It was settled in August of 2009. He paid a $100 fine and court costs, plus had to do 40 hours of community service. Now, that was 13 years ago. He settled and paid both fines.
Bringing up someone's background to see how it could affect their future job is okay in itself. But going off what we know about Malika and her past behavior, do you think it would have been acceptable if someone else on the panel had brought those things up about a woman? I have a hard time seeing it because she won't even hold women accountable that are doing wrong right now, so why would she do it for their past? She would say, they're not here to defend themselves and we're not gonna blame women if we don't know all the facts. That's what she would say.
Women power, black girl magic.
I've seen him personally get in people's face and just cuss them out to their damn near in tears, and they're grown men. You know, Michael Jordan probably would have been fighting his teammates if he had to see some of the stuff that these guys do. So I feel like what
expression be killing me.
makes LeBron great, he's always been knocked, oh, he's not a killer, he'll make the right pass, and I've always loved that. But I also think sometimes that hurts him because, not saying I've never had him as a leader, and I'm sure he has his ways of particularly leading this team, but I know for a fact if the two guys that I mentioned before saw some of the effort and energy that he saw from his teammates this year, it would have been an issue.
I mean, when Kobe, Dwight, and Nash all had injuries, though, they didn't win a playoff game.
They got to the playoffs, though.
But they didn't win a game. Neither did this Lakers team. The year 19, when he was averaging 22 on 37% shooting, Kobe did.
Now you know basketball. Fuck out of here.
Lakers, they went 10 and 25 in the games that he played in. So I'm not sure it's. I understand what you're saying, Matt, but I'm not so sure it's say, well, Kobe Bryant would have been the white horse to
Kobe Bryant. Now look how she went. Now look how she goes to mimic Matt Barnes. I wouldn't say Kobe Bryant be this fucking goofball.
You're saying, Matt, but I'm not sure.
Her ego is there. It's present. But nobody fucks with her. Even the people who on the panel with her, they don't fuck with her. Okay, she won't be there long. Views gonna drop. She is trending all over social media. Okay, she is trending, and it's bad trending. It is negative trending. Ain't no positive shit. This is a male-driven sport. Most of the fans are males. Males buy most of the gear. Males play the fucking video games. They do everything. Most people commenting. They train at these guys' facilities. This is a man-driven sport. It's a man's space. Watch your mouth. Bitches is mad. Bitches is sad. Wait, what's it? Bitches is mad. Watch your mouth. Bitches is mad. Bitches is trash. Ooh, wait. Oscar the Grouch. Bitch, watch your mouth. Bitches is mad. Bitches is trash. Oscar the Grouch. Do anything for clout. Do anything for clout.
So sure it'd say, well, Kobe Bryant would have been the white horse to Kobe Bryant would have been the white horse.
Definitely not saying that, but what I'm saying is Kobe would get in, like he would not let the way some of his teammates.
Again, she start cutting in again. Her show, she can cut in.
It doesn't turn into wins, then you're just getting in somebody's face.
But it's going to be a problem the entire season, and it just didn't seem like a.
Believe me, we're not even near. We're not near anything. I'm just playing her shit from her mouth. Yeah, we're not even near done. You dig? Buckle your seat. Fan under your booty.
When it just seemed like everyone's just like, oh, well, forget it. It is what it is. And I just know, like I said, this is not even what LeBron has been able to do this season alone has been absolutely incredible. He continues to climb the historical ladder. But I'm just saying from a standpoint of just not having what he saw on a day in, day out basis sometimes, those guys wouldn't have had it like that.
Here again, she's not really respecting the experiences that Matt Barnes has gone through as a player. That's the unique thing that he brings to the panel that no one else has, other than the other players, of course. But on that panel, he's the player. He's been there. He's done that. He knows how Kobe leads, and he's seen how LeBron leads, and he knows it's different. And all he's doing is pointing out the difference. He wasn't being vulgar. He wasn't hating on LeBron. He was simply pointing out that Michael and Kobe lead differently than LeBron, and sometimes it works better that way, and sometimes it doesn't.
Stephen A., with all due respect.
Now she calls in Stephen A. show. Now she's not. This is not her show. Okay, she called in Stephen A. show.
This is not about pointing the finger. Stop.
This is not about pointing the finger. Stop. That's straight blaming this man. Putting words, putting an angle, putting a narrative in his mouth that he rebukes, that he resents. This is not about blaming who. Okay, hold on.
The fact that it was respect. This is not about pointing the finger.
Okay, pointing the finger at who? At whom? Malika? Who is Stephen A. pointing the finger at? Stop.
The fact that it was able to go on all
Now
day.
she charged my man with pointing fingers and blaming, and he didn't even cut her off. He let her finish still, and she's taking shots, shot. Everybody, she's taking shots, and he's still patient, cordial, professional. All right, go ahead and finish so I can bury you.
The fact that we are sitting here debating whether somebody else should have been suspended or not, we are not here, Stephen A., to further blame women.
Oh.
That is not why we are here.
Oh.
With this,
so the pointing fingers was blaming women. I recall reported 2 women were involved in a man. Okay, if Stephen A. Smith is blaming or pointing a finger at anybody, isn't it he's pointing his finger at the 2 women and the man, or at least the 2 women? The 2 women involved in the scandal? Isn't he pointing, so how's he pointing his finger at women? Do 2 women represent all women, nigga? Or nigga woman? Does 2 women represent all women? But she can go ahead and get on the interim coach and to act like he just a lone wolf, that she's not attacking all men. So we see what angle she's coming from. When you criticize a woman, you're criticizing all women. But if you criticize a man, you're just criticizing that man. Fuck out of here.
This one, we already know she falsely accused Stephen A. of blaming women, but what I'd like to add is if you're the guilty party that slept with Ime Udoka, why don't you come forward to stop the speculation? If you know your coworkers that are also women are being dragged on social media, why don't you take responsibility for your actions? Notice how she never called for that. Instead, she's blaming everybody else for wondering why the woman wasn't punished. And that's not fair. Especially when she's the one that just aired out the new coach's dirty laundry all over national television.
When they asked, is anybody else going to be punished? And they said no. And my whole thing is this, right? These are some of the facts that have been out. These are some facts that I know that, you know, this relationship, one of these relationships that was had with Ime Udoka and one of these women, it was consensual, meaning that this woman actually played a part in it too. So my thing is, yes, Ime Udoka was wrong. We get that. His punishment, he deserved that, and whatever else follows, I hate it for him, but he put himself in this position. But why are the other people getting left off the hook?
Well,
that's the
Kendrick,
problem that I have right now. Everybody got to be held accountable.
I think that we need to circle back to what Shanae said, is that there was an investigation that was
You're gonna
conducted
take
by
Kendrick
an
ass off the show.
independent law firm here. And without, I think that transparency is what will rule the day here. And so without having all of the information, it is unfair and irresponsible of us to go and to speculate on that. Because what we have to...
Well, I'm not speculating.
Kendrick, was that loving?
The information. I'm not speculating.
But what we have to
Okay,
go with...
I'm not speculating. I have some information because she knows that he's an ex-Celtic and he's connected with the Celtics organization still currently. So he got some information. Okay. So he like, yo, you talking to an insider. You talking to an insider. She knows that, and that hurts her. Oh shit, I forgot this nigga he's with the org. He got connections still.
Here is the fact that an independent law firm, they came to the conclusion warranted transparency while understanding that there is some things that they need to,
so he can't respond. He get the last word.
But knowing all of
that,
that, understanding all of that,
who has a history of arguing with his parents,
that whatever the conduct that was broken on one side, it is not the same on the other side. I thank you for your perspective.
The last thing I want to mention is notice how in every one of these clips, she's interrupting the speaker, but no one ever interrupts her once she's taken the floor,
Now, if a man, since people want to connect fucking dots, that's man hating. Okay? If a man has been shown a pattern of his where he talks to women and they allow him to talk clear, and when he's done, when the women go and talk, especially when it's tensions and they disagree, when the women go and talk and he cuts all of them off, a lot of women would give that man a bunch of funny titles about women, negative titles against women. But she can come on these shows and these spaces, and when it's a controversial topic where emotions are high, she cuts everybody off, and men, and she's not given crazy titles.
Her floor. That's what I don't like. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to have a different perspective, but why don't you ever let them finish their point? And in Perk's case, he never got to finish his point. She completely cut him off and took him off the air, and that was the end of it. If someone says something she doesn't like, she's allowed to interrupt and even cut them off completely, and I do not like that one bit. That's my biggest problem with all this. But that's just what I think about all this. Let me know in the comments what you guys think, and leave a like if you enjoyed this video, and subscribe for more.
So this is what happens when you burn bridges. When you burn bridges and you want to make it about you versus men. This is what happens to you. This is the NBA Finals. Okay. Eastern Finals. They just got beat by the Celtics. And he's, you know, they got to give their press conference. He's talking. All these different journalists, reporters are asking questions. He's answering them. But look who pops up with too many goddamn slices of pizza.
It was a tough guy to guard for our team.
Malika Andrews, ESPN. For both of you guys.
Malika Andrews, ESPN.
Our team.
Malika Andrews, ESPN. For both of you guys, I'm curious. You guys have talked a lot about how at this point, you know, sometimes it takes experience. I'm wondering if now that you have some of that experience, if you see more validity to that point.
Why talk about her flabby arms? Leave her alone. Let's not weight shame. Leave her alone.
Guys, I'm curious. You guys have talked a lot about how at this point, you know, sometimes it takes experience. I'm wondering if now that you have some of that experience, if you see more validity to that point, or what you think about that now that you've gone through it.
I ain't talking to her. I know who that is.
I mean,
now she got to talk to the sidekick.
probably sit
You want
back.
to talk to Giannis. You don't want to talk to the sidekick.
I'm wondering if now that you have.
That's what happens when you do the man bashing thing. You dig? And you're in a space where it's dominated by men, and they talk and they click up.
Some of that experience, if you see more validity to that point, or what you think about that now that you've gone through it.
Superstar? You want to talk to her?
Just about experience. I mean, probably sit back, let this series digest a little bit.
My man,
Watch the
hard
film.
ass.
Watch it.
Celebration continues in Toronto. Back inside, and Powell came off the bench and had 9.
So moments after the game, Malika Andrews went live with an article calling to question Giannis' long-term commitment to the Milwaukee Bucks, saying they would need to reach the finals in 2020 from the re-sign. When she asked him a question at the presser, he promptly walked off. He promptly walked out. Okay? That's what happens when you don't know the sport you're into. Okay? Okay, the NBA players are the prize. They are the prize. They're the ones you want to build good and healthy relationships with. You don't want to piss them off too much, especially when they're young and they're in their prime and they're superstars. There's no question there. That's what happens. Okay? And don't forget, the superstars and even the good players are all clicked up. When one don't rock with you and he's a superstar, usually everybody follows suit. You dig? All right. So let me go ahead and do this. You're in a space you know nothing about. Okay, here we are. Out.
Something that's highly illegal, whatever went on, and I hope it would be more than a suspension, right? And I can understand that you would keep those ladies anonymous. No, but that is not the case.
About this, and I also found that to be gross and unnecessary, that folks were bringing in the names and the images of women, that the fact that we are sitting here debating whether somebody else should have been suspended or not, we are not here, Stephen A., to further blame women. That is not why we are here.
We're not here to further blame women. No. We're here to blame people who should be held accountable. I don't care if you're a woman, don't care if you're a child, don't care if you're an adult, granny, trans, fucking leprechaun. Don't give a shit, bitch. If you did something wrong, you should be held accountable. Man or woman, don't give a fuck. I have zero sympathy for Ime Udoka. Don't care about him. For you to sit here like, we're not gonna blame, it ain't about you having a pussy or not. You should be held accountable because you engaged in fuckery. That's it. I'm so sick of being in workplaces that have all these policies to protect women. Fantastic. I'm not mad at them. But then when women engage in absolutely unethical behavior, all of a sudden the boss is like, it's bad PR. So what? How's that fair to anybody else in the workplace? Anybody? I gotta be held to the highest level of scrutiny? She can go scot-free? Why? Because she sees a gynecologist at one time a year? I don't care. Sorry, go ahead.
You can go to the website for our merch. There's Future is Accountability t-shirt there. You can get yours today. So cop that.
Listen, if you want to put her whole spiel, basically in vaginal terms, what she said was rules for thee, not for me. Okay? And I think that's what it really comes down to.
Rule for thee, not for
She didn't have any rebuttal to why Stephen A. may have said something wrong. She just said, that's not what we are going to do today. That's not what we are going to do today.
Excuse me, what?
That's not what we are.
This guy damn near 1 million views. This ain't a good look. Okay, this ain't a good look. That show, the NBA Today bullshit show. All right. I don't know, man. Pray for it. That shit gone. Peace, pure black. You dig. All right. Peace, pure black. All right, here we are.
We're gonna do today.
More head bobble.
Okay, that's not what we are gonna do today.
Head bobble.
We are not gonna further. When did we fucking start? Excuse me.
We didn't even get out.
When did we start?
We didn't even cross the line.
Bitch, you still at the line.
The process of putting together a film is really interesting because
you walk backwards. You're not even participating in the race. We don't even know your name. You're a shadowy locked character in a video game.
We don't know who the hell she is. Let's stop the damn cat, the fairy tale. We don't know who this woman is. Come out of fucking nowhere. And they got some strong ass opinions and bring her political viewpoint. This male bashing bullshit. Fuck out of here.
We don't even know who it is we're supposed to blame.
And why does it piss you off so much?
If you've ever been in professional settings and you've seen, and if you've seen some of the bullshit double standards, right? Especially in the military, when I was coming through, you wouldn't believe. Ladies could get away with murder. Murder.
Oh, no. I believe it. You know, you got women who are feminists. And they raging this bullshit sex war. All right, well, I guess I'm a masculinist.
Because at the time, from a PR standpoint, they didn't want no negative press, right? So a woman just breathes in your direction, and you got to see HR. It happened to me. It happened to other dudes. Now, of course, those are environments that are rampant with other issues, and I'm very sympathetic towards that. But I think it's unacceptable when they engage in fuckery themselves, put your whole career on the line, and nobody never held accountable. Murder. I'm talking about they get people removed from that murder. Yeah. And so when I see this, it just reminds me of that. It's just like, this is patently unfair, right? And so when dudes come out and say, you know what, I honestly don't feel like working with women in the workplace, and everyone's like, I'm like, I get it. It's less headache. It's less headache. You don't have to deal with no fucking.
All right. Well, since we telling anecdotals, I remember I was at one job and I was, it was with Vantage, actually. Vantage. Anyway, we was like technical support basically, but everything was through email. Like we didn't talk to anybody. It was email. And they'll have an issue with their phone shit and we'll try to go fix it. You dig? And hold on. Somebody poopy. Let me see. I don't trust you. Oh no. Okay. So anyway, this Muslim chick from Egypt, actually. That's funny. Funny enough, she's Egyptian, and she could easily be mistaken as Arabic because she wore the garment. She had the religion, but she was Egyptian. She was lighter than me, and she I ended up becoming cool with her at the job, whatever. Because at that time, I thought I was Muslim, so they was on bullshit. So I'm like, all right, okay, I'm cool. It's Muslim sis. All right, yeah. She was morbidly obese, so it wasn't nothing like that. Anyway, I ended up getting a second job that was paying a little more. And I had to be there exactly, kind of like once our job ended, I go straight there to the next job. And it was my first time working in the pharmaceutical industry. Although I didn't make any drugs, but we were responsible for largely holding doctors accountable who made pledges to come to certain meetings to review a product from our company. Companies get doctors to check out a product because we're trying to sell it, okay? And we would make sure we kept it, like one of our parts that we kept attendance for those doctors. We did other shit too, which I completely forgot about. Who knows? But I was on the computer a lot. Anyway, that job's paying more, like $4 more than the first one. So I used to be falling asleep during the first job with the Muslim chick. And they're like, I'm by sports. Mercy's looking at you, you're asleep. So I'm waking up like, word, but I don't really give a fuck because I'm trying to find a way to get out there. You got to quit the job anyway. Okay, you're gonna get down. So I'm like, so when they see my nonchalant behavior, like, yo, Mercy's looking at you. She caught you sleeping. I'm like, okay. And like, they're like, oh, I'm by is crazy. Of course, that wasn't my name at the time, but I'm by is crazy. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. Now I wake up and just continue working. I used to doze off a lot. And finally, I told the Muslim chick, I said, you know what? I got another job that pays more. She said, oh, really? Where is that? You think you get me in there? I'm like, I kind of like hesitate at first. I'm like, I was like, yeah, all right, let me see what I can do. Let me see if they need anybody else, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, I passed the name around. They were looking for another person. So they end up hiring her. No, you can't grab the laptop. They end up hiring her and she became my worst nightmare. Oh my God, my worst night. Listen, she became my worst nightmare so much, I left that job. I couldn't deal with her ass. I mean, she was just, oh God, like she became my boss. You did, like, not she wasn't my real boss, but she, in her mind, she comes after me and in her mind, she's my boss. Listen, did you do so-and-so? You got nothing to do with her ass. Like, listen, work on your project, do my project. You know what I mean? Like, I do my shit a certain way before you got here. Let me finish doing it my way. Oh my God. Just cause me a fucking headache every day. Yeah, so I understand why some guys are like, nah, I'm good. I'm cool with that. Let me just do what I do. And I ain't trying to. Hey, you want some of this? You want some of this right here? Don't start trying to laugh now. Here. You want some of that? Oh, hey, do you want some of that? Make a big mess. Okay, good. There you go. See? Get hungry.
random. You don't have to deal with no nonsense. You don't have to deal with no fraternization. Listen, niggas is gay, and then you can just be like, no LGBT too if you want to avoid that shit. So
what's your solution? You want like a segregated workplace?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm sympathetic to the emotion. Listen, we have ladies who work for us. I have no problem. I can maintain that workplace. You know, I'm very strict guidelines in that regards, right? But I can maintain that. But I understand when people say they don't want to.
Yeah.
Because look at this. 2 people engaged in a consensual relationship, only the man gets blamed. How does that make sense? Do the math for
It
me.
doesn't make sense.
I'm very charitable. If he was the one in power of you, if he held whatever, I understand. That's not fair. If you're his secretary, like you want to keep your job and pay your bills, you got to suck some dick. Yeah, sorry, that's a problem. That's a big problem. But if you guys are just in the workplace, you catch each other while walking to the bathroom and y'all decide to fuck, it's not because the dude got a penis that all of a sudden he deserves more time. That doesn't make sense.
Because that's exactly what they're saying right now.
Stop, son. How did that feel doing the first off-camera talk to me?
Goddamn,
Yeah? Now you know my role, right? Yeah, no worries. I see you. I see you.
I was like, this shit is. This is all you right now. I was like, I can't.
I'm not mad at it.
I can't follow
I'm
this.
proud of you for taking that role. Sometimes going off camera is not so bad, right?
It's not so bad.
Yeah. You feel like a porn director for some reason. Yeah.
Without the jizz and shit.
I mean, hey, if I'm just masturbating, it's what it is. It's me by myself.
No.
We are not here, Stephen A., to further blame women. That is not why we
made up a
are
fucking
here.
narrative.
First of all,
Made some shit up.
let me be very clear. I don't appreciate where you're going with that. I'm not blaming anybody but Ime Udoka.
Yo, Stephen A. Sometimes I love him, sometimes I hate him, but nigga, you need to learn how to spell some names, bro.
Let's talk about plant protein. Most of them don't taste very good and they have a whole bunch of extra carbs and fat that you just don't need.
This man be adding syllables, R's, letters, numbers, and syntaxes that don't exist in the fucking name. Who is Ime Udoka? He's been saying that since the NBA Finals, bro.
Bring it back.
But Ime Udoka. But Ime Udoka.
Okafor.
You see? Where did the ER come from?
Steven. You can't say Udoka with an R to har. R to har. You doker. You can't say that with the R har, man. It's an A. God damn it, Steven. Shit.
He deserves, the fact of the matter is, I've said he deserved to be fired if they were going to fire him. If you're not going to fire him, then don't fire him. My issue is all of this being publicized. The point that I'm trying to make is just like you're not mentioning. Excuse me. I listened to you. You're the one telling me to stop on my show. It ain't happening.
That's right.
All right, go back to
That's
your
right. That's right.
show, okay?
Yes, I approve.
Okay, that's number
You're talking
one.
to the face
Number
of
two,
ESPN.
I've already said he deserves to be fired, or he deserves to be there and handle it internally and privately. If you're not going to handle it privately, if you're going to publicize it in that fashion, then obviously it provokes everybody wanting to know, okay, well, who are the parties involved?
I love the fact that she was like, what we're not going to do is, and then he said, what we're not going to do is stop me on my show. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, listen.
Yeah, no,
he can hold the big L. Ime Udoka fucked up his bag, fucked up his potential career. I'm sure I'll get a job at some point in the future. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, the whole double standard here involved is like ridiculous. And watching all these companies virtue signal talking about we want to protect them. If you also want to protect women, you need to make them accountable for the fact that they're engaging in these consensual behaviors. You do, so that they know it's a deterrent in the workplace. Shouldn't be that complicated. It shouldn't. And then the last point I'll make, and this is the final one. We at some point are going to have a real conversation about the fact that even though we put all these policies in place, people naturally are going to be fucking at work. I don't like it. I don't think it's great. But I also think, if you're being honest with yourself, it's very natural. You're at work most of the day. You spend most of my time around these people. And if you know anything about the sports world, journalists will admit to this. Most people, athletes, all this stuff, they fuck reporters. They fuck each other. Reporters fuck each other. Heads of basketball. It's not good. it's a problem.
It's not good, but it's
But
happening.
we can't just say it's banned because at the end of the day, even though you ban it, the behavior doesn't seem to really stop.
It's not because you ban something and
Here.
No.
It's not because you ban something that you remove it. Okay, you just deemed it
Big mess,
illegal.
man.
There's a lot of places that drugs are illegal. There's a ban on drugs. Motherfuckers still use them.
Yep.
There was a whole prohibition in the States. Motherfuckers still use that.
Yep.
It's not because you ban something that there is okay, we banned it, people. It is no longer. That's not how it works.
Nope.
That's not how it works.
I'll take it a step further.
No.
Guys in the comments, leave a 1 if you guys have been in a relationship or had a consensual thing going on with somebody from work. Leave a 2 in the chat if it was unconsensual. You're going to jail. Leave a 3 in the chat if you've never done that. If I see any 2s, you better unsubscribe.
But the rest of y'all can subscribe.
Yes. But that's pretty much it, man.
Yeah, no, great.
Let us know if you agree or disagree.
I agree. All right, so hold on. Let me just wipe him. He just ate me a big mess. Wipe your stomach off. Here. Here, go. 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 Hey, over here. Come. Where's my drink? Where's my soda? I'm the worst when it comes to soda. I don't know how you maintain soda because I got like 1 day. I got 2 days, a day and a half to drink this shit. It's completely flat. All right, here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Last one. Last one. Last one. Last one. Last one.
We're gonna get into this situation here. You're gonna find it out, especially what's going on. What's up, Bear Outlaw? Yeah, I'm getting ready to get out of here myself. You know, got the games and stuff going on. What's up, HD? I don't know if HD finna do his 24 hours of power. He do his 24 hours of football. That is crazy. I don't know how he do it. I'll be exhausted and passed out. I was like, man, he got a lot of energy.
So she got a Jewish parent and I guess a black parent. I guess I don't even know if the black parent is American black, Jamaican, Haitian. I don't know, but that does matter because you can't be like totally non-American, but then relate to American issues. Okay, especially as a black person, you know, to understand the American plight, the black American plight needs to be black American or lived in America pretty much all your life. Okay, so you weren't done eating here. You gonna make another mess. Let go. Why you gotta grab the spoon? Why you just can't open your mouth? Okay, so she had but mitzvah growing up. Okay, so am I fair to ask, was she raised as a black little girl or a Jewish little girl? I mean, that to some degree is important.
They continuously do that. And don't forget to follow him too. Follow Ticket TV, Kwame Brown Bus Life. Definitely here, Carcino for life. The chefs all day, huh? Okay. I don't think I got.
So many people charged. Okay, the reason why she's trending, because she's not just a woman giving an opinion about male athletes, and it's harsh. You did, because there's other women who have done that and they wasn't blackballed or canceled in the sports, right? That they cover in that space. People are charging her colleagues, ex-NBA players, current NBA players, they are charging this woman with bringing her political angle to all of the talking points. When we're supposed to be talking about basketball, she always finds a way to be adding in her angle, which some of them believes is this feminist bullshit. A lot of them believe she's any chance she gets, she's poking at, she's inserting that in the mix. Every chance she gets. So she spoke about the interim coach of the Celtics. She brought up his background. But then she tells you that the two women who were acting in that consensual behavior, we don't need to know anything about them. But we need to know all about the interim head coach, right? They got nothing to do with nothing's going on. But you know, so it's consistent. I don't know what word to use. It's consistent shit. Let me just use curse. It's consistent shit. She's saying shit consistently against like males and men. Rarely do she say much about. Yeah, I would love to look up her shit with Oh, here. I would love to look up her opinion on Griner. What's that Griner? Whatever her name is. That's in Russia. I would love to see if she at least holding her accountable, or she's blaming Joe Biden for the reason why that woman is doing like 15 years in Russia. Stop. Really? Baby, do that? You just smack me? All right.
I got the chefs this week. I got the Colts covering the spread. But let's get to it. Now,
because I'm familiar with the codes, you know, in groups, racist, sexist. I'm familiar with the code where it's like never blame each other, never hold each other accountable, always blame the ops and hold them accountable. Like I'm familiar with that, whether it's gangs, whatever it is, feminist movement, blackologist, I'm familiar with that. That's why I like to be unbiased. Like say, let me be fair on both sides. But when I see people, when I see the pattern, like hold up, I never really see them criticize. And there be moments where it's justifiable to criticize the other side. And it's always played down. Like, interesting. Interesting. You know, I just keep a note. Like, interesting. Anyway, let's get into it.
Here's why the players don't like her. Malika Andrews came into this game different. She was a hack. She came in, grew up in the Bay. Then
this for Gary Hart.
She got shipped out to Utah.
You bet on those generic discount chips. Now try betting on the game.
To go to a mental health facility because she couldn't deal with all the stuff that was going on in her.
Hey, Tim, there's some people not even mad about the identity of the two women. They're not mad about that. People are mad that they're not being held accountable as well. That's the double standard. That's the inequality. So people don't even need to know the names of the two women. They just want to know, okay, is this man just being railroaded or the women also being held accountable and there's some type of penalty for them as well? You dig? So the identity of the two women is irrelevant. It wouldn't even matter. Like, okay, let's say if one woman named Lisa Smith. Who the fuck is that? Like, say it wouldn't even matter to us. Like, they're nobodies. So yes, the coach, the person who's known, we got to know who that is, right? Even when Fannie Willis said there's other rappers that are involved in that they're going to crack down that RICO case. Yeah, we give a fuck now. We want to know who the other rappers are. But as she said, yes, there are other people involved in the RICO. We don't give a fuck about regular street niggas. Like, okay, whatever. So the names I get, right? If they're known, high profile, we should know the names. That's the life that they chose. But Workers, no. Yeah, so the name's not that important. People just want to make sure that everybody is held accountable. It has nothing to do with names. That's a false narrative. Nobody gives a fuck about the names. People want to know, are they being held accountable as well? That's it. We're not gonna switch the narrative, no rabbit hole, none of that shit. We want to know, is everybody being held accountable or just the man? Okay.
Her life at home and everything else, she started freaking out, having these panic attacks going on in her life health facility. She got shipped, came in, grew up in the Bay. Then she got shipped out to Utah to go to a mental health facility.
Right, that bitch crazy.
Because she couldn't deal with all the stuff that was going on in her life at home and everything else. She started.
Don't forget to say she was arguing with her parents, very belligerent, combative at home. Damn near was a mass shooter. You know what I mean? She almost, if they ain't sent her ass away, who knows what she'd have did to her family. Then she got kicked. Well, during that time, she got kicked out of middle school. She flunked out. She got kicked out of middle school. God damn. How bad are you? You got kicked out of fucking middle school.
Freaking out, having these panic attacks and these mood swings. This is what they don't want you to know about Malika.
And what I read from her own mouth, quotes from her, she said that she always felt like she was unseen. Nobody's looking at me. Look, I'm pretty. Why don't you notice that? Nobody pays her any fucking mind. So that's what caused the panic, some of the stress, depression, and anger. Okay, because nobody paid her any fucking mind, she thought. So now she's in a space where, again, it's going to be worse now. Nobody's going to pay her any mind again in this space. How will she handle it now? She didn't handle it well. She got kicked out of fucking middle school. And now let's see how she handled it well, because nobody's paying her. Giannis walked out on her ass. No NBA stars don't want to answer none of her fucking questions. Okay? So she's losing in her space. You want to have great relationships with the superstars. You don't want to have, as in her space and what she does, you don't want to have piss poor relationships with superstars because your career is on the line. If superstars don't fuck with you, you're going to always be reading shit from AP, Associated Press. You ain't gonna never have an inside scoop or anything.
So she used to have these weird attacks where she screamed and was attacking her family and everything and was depressed. So they sent her to a facility all the way out in Utah to get her brain back.
She's in LA and they shipped her ass way to Utah somewhere.
Right. Very vital key piece here. She come back. She said it was the best thing that ever happened in her life and fixed her whole life. Right. Again, none of this has anything to do with sports. So she wanted to go into the field of just creative writing and talk about the world, but that's too broad. It's too far and it's too broad, and she's not as skilled as everyone else in that field. It's too many people competing. She couldn't compete. So what was out there that she could get into? Sports. Now, of course, she would write and report on the games. She would do the Portland Trailblazers. She would go on any little thing that they had on the Beacon or all of these different things. So Malika Andrews would seek out to do these little pop-ups every here and now. Here and now. Here's another pop-up. You know, Malika Andrews pop-up. And she was doing, basically with YouTube shorts, she was doing little short pieces. And those little short pieces are documented work. And she was saying, we spoke on Brett Favre. We did a whole live on Brett Favre. What are you talking about?
It's hard to imagine that I only been painting 3 years, but art has allowed me to slow down and really.
Brett was one of my favorite players playing the game, but what he did was sleazy. We talked about Brett. So you can go in the timeline, you'll see it. So
Nah, Tim, speaking out isn't the problem. It's cutting people off, disrespecting people, and kicking people off your show without a rebuttal from them simply because they disagree with you and they might be more in tune in the space than you are. Okay? That's the problem. You on your show kicking motherfuckers off, and then you go to other people's shows and you overtalk them and you try to enforce your will and then give them a dangerous narrative. Some shit that get a person canceled. You telling him he's blaming all women. That's what she should have never done, not just speaking out. Okay. Okay, so let's check that. Is what she said and her behavior is what got her in the hot seat. Look at her goofy ass. Look.
So when Malika Andrews started to come on with sports, she was doing basically little bit work. And then she was working for Yahoo and doing a little writing for the Portland Trailblazers. They needed somebody to write something.
Make sure y'all catch the rewind. You know, when it comes to the history, nobody wants to hear how she got to where she was at. I understand.
On the game, she'll do some intern work. And this is what happened. This is what happened. You see, when you have someone like Malika Andrews that come up and not from the sports world, they said, oh, wow, she's easy on the eyes. Who is this Malika Andrews? And they look at her profile, and she really realizes the way to get up there was to network. No, she's Dave McMenamin. And Dave McMenamin is signed with LeBron James. She knew and how to get in and get in good. She told you this is how she got on. People didn't
The eyebrows, though, is that real?
listen and didn't pay attention. People tell you who they are and what you need to do to get on. And she'll tell you, you gotta balance both of your hands. And she's trying to teach her sister, who's also a journalist now, but she's out there in the Bay at NBC, teaching her sister how to get on. This is how she got on. She hustled. She wanted to be more than just a pretty face. She is like, I'm gonna go out here and get my groove on. Watch.
Yeah, and beauty is definitely in the beholder, the eyes of the beholder. Because I hate this narrative that if you're a woman, you're light skin, you're just automatically always pretty. Like you're just always pretty, 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 pretty. Like, yeah, everybody not into that Caucasian type look with the crazy hair. Like everybody not into that. So maybe you might be thinking that's how she feel about herself, but Yeah, not everybody into the very light toilet paper type skin with the crazy hair. Yeah, everybody not into that.
Told me early on, clips aren't your journal. Clips aren't your poetry. Clips aren't your schoolwork. Clips are published work. And so I was on a mission to get that work. But I think my secret sauce, if you will, was at the same time, I think you have to be, and I told Kendra this, while you have to be working on your craft on your right hand, in your left hand, you have making sure you're networking with people. So you can't just have one or the other. You can't just know everybody but not have the substance. You can't just have the substance but not know anyone, because the dirty secret of this industry is that people gravitate towards who they know. And so I wanted to make sure that I was getting to know folks around this industry so that when it came time for me to be looking for a job, it was, oh, I recognize this name on this resume. But that also involved, you know, my partying days in college were freshman year, because after that there was just a steep decline in my Jungle Juice days. So that was kind of the trade-off.
So that's her sister. That's the little baby sister. That's her.
So it looks like they're on a Zoom call. So she's giving them game. She's giving her sister a game how to get into the space and pretty much get where she's at, I guess. You know, all the hard work you're supposed to put in. Nah, it's about knowing the right people and getting your face out there and then applying for a job. And they're like, oh, wait, ain't that so-and-so? Yeah, hire her. She ain't the most qualified. We just know who she is. She said it herself.
So she told you. It's all about who you know. She told you that coming through the doors about who you know. Yep, I'm exhausted, B. But she's telling you it's all about who you know. Now, for her, she got picked up by Wojo. Wojo brought her to the table. Wojo said, hey, who is that? And brought her around. So Adrian Wojnarowski got some information from her because she had some insight on what was going on because she was in the town covering some event that happened in Portland. So Portland was in the news that week. So she had the first drop on it because she was there, she was reporting on it, so she knew what was going on. So Woj got his breaking news. Woj got a report. And it came from Malika Andrews. So he said, you know what? You did all right for me here. I'm going to bring you under my wing. So he brings up Malika Andrews. And Malika Andrews, what people don't realize, and this is why the players don't like her, a lot of them are just disgusted with her, is the fact that she really doesn't know anything about basketball. And that is why a lot of the NBA basketball players can't stand her, because she comes in on the agenda and she's basically hitting angles. She promotes and push her.
Just stop him when he's lying.
Her direction into sports about race on women. It's always about race, women, equality. She's on that trope. She's not talking about the game. She's not talking about the players. She's talking about women, race, equality, and that's it. Yeah. So that's how she got to where she was. But it caused a lot of problem. Richard Jefferson didn't even want to work with her and come into the studio. Long as they were doing the camera shots, it was fine. She never knew she would be promoted this fast. It was never intended for her to be there this fast. She was never supposed to be promoted this fast at all. The Rachel Nichols situation propelled her up to the top. She came in during the pandemic. Nobody knew about this chick until 2020. And they was like, man, where's this? Yeah, who this chick is? Where'd she come from? Nobody knew about anything. And with the Maria Taylor situation going on, Maria Taylor was the face. She was the one that was finna run the whole ship and do everything. And the negotiations, because she knew her worth, ESPN was like, I don't think we could do that. You know, you're you're black. Like, you have black husbands, black kids. There's just no white in here. It's just too white for me. So it's too black for them. So they weren't going for that. Now here's this half Jewish girl, half white, half black, half Jewish, dating a white guy. They like, oh, wait a minute, who is this? And Wojnarowski's like, oh, this is this is Malika Andrews. She was, I brought her in. Oh, well, yeah, we could do something with her. Yeah, we'll let her do a couple of segments for us. And that's all she used to do. She used to come in, do some sideline reporting here and there, and that was it. She started out in the pandemic. Then after the pandemic, she went over to start, and she wasn't sleeping with none of the players. And they were like, hey, wait a minute. This girl doesn't sleep with the players? She's got a boyfriend who's another writer? Oh, this is great. She dated him because she knew she wanted to get on.
Did you know you can receive free cell phone service? That's right. Thanks to the government's Affordable Connectivity Program, you can enjoy unlimited data talk.
Yeah, she's more in line with her Jewish side than her black side. Now, and hit the like button for this. This is where it gets interesting. This is why she's always on these topics. Because LeBron James and his people, and they're all in line with Malika Andrews. So they like her. Because Dave McMilliman knows that she's going to do exactly what they want her to do. She's woke. She's liberal. She's all of these things, except for, what do she know about sports? She's headlining a show called entitled NBA Today. That stands for the National Basketball Association Today on ESPN. And she's not talking about basketball. She's always bringing up.
So Google said that she calls herself Jewish, not black.
Up some political angle, some women rights crap, and some other crap. So she comes out as, I'm going to defend women's rights and all of these things when no one asked her to. And she's coming in here, that's like not what her job is. And she's deliberately doing this stuff. And she's been put in charge, as Maria Andrews has went on to NBC, got her money, and she's doing quite well. She's paid over there. Meanwhile, Rachel Nichols had to go, and while Rachel's was gone, who else would they promote? Malika Andrews, who's only been there 1 year. Less than a year, and now she's running the whole ship. What the hell is going on here?
It's called Jewish. You're not.
Because they knew we are going to say, oh, right, a sister. All right, they're giving the sisters a
I
chance.
I don't think she called herself a black woman. I think she called herself a Jewish woman.
But this is a reason why the players really don't
Jewish
like
descent through her mother.
Malika Andrews, because they feel she doesn't know enough
I
about
think she's a black woman.
sports.
This is not a black woman. This is a Jewish woman. Okay. Andrews worked at her maternal grandfather's civil rights law firm, for studying for communications, blah, blah, blah. Jewish descent through her mother. Okay. Haskell, peace.
Yep, they don't think she knows enough about sports to be efficient, or what they would say in the proper frame of mind to have a debate show. So you see people like Richard Jefferson completely lose it when she makes asinine statements week after week after week. But what makes it bad is like, okay, we understand that you don't know sports like everyone else knows sport, but you try to check and correct those who've actually played it. So that's what really irritates them, is when they're telling you something, you don't listen. Malika Andrews act as if she don't have to know. And that's what pisses them off. Is like, you don't respect what we do, but want us to bow down to you. We're telling you from a frame of, we know what we're talking about. You don't. But she, instead of just going on or saying she's wrong, she just tries to act like she's the woman and she's being attacked. And she's the victim. This has happened so many times, and this is what pisses off people. Like, all of the NBA players that had to go up there and do a panel with her, most NBA players just say, I don't want to go on there because I don't want to feel like talking about race issues. You know, like if we want to talk about the game, let's talk about the game. I don't want to do a race issue thing. And a lot of players has told her, no, I don't want to interview with you because of that. Because she's going to ask me about what do I think about this or women right. I just don't want to get into that. I just want to talk basketball.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't know basketball.
So
go too far with her.
A lot of situations.
This $40 filtration device is the last air purifier you'll ever buy.
The average American home collects 40 pounds of dust.
Has went in different directions. Well, true to it. You have to think back to you got to think back to when Perk came on there, and they just wouldn't back down. They would have other guests on there, and Matt Barnes was trying to mediate the situation, was trying to like talk to her off the air and tell her to, you got to like relax a little bit. You're too overbearing, like this is my show, my reputation's on the line, everyone's looking at me. You guys have already made it. You guys had a career and went through there. You're retired. So you don't have to be good at this. I have to be good at this. My show has to be good. It's me. Everyone's looking at me and I can't fail. So I have to do this, or the next person's in line waiting to take my position. So I have to be good and I have to be on point, so you don't know the pressures. So, and they're like, yes, we do. And yeah, we want to be good at what we do too. We're going to have more scrutiny than you. And that's what he's like, look, you want to talk to me about pressures and what I had to go through? So Matt Barnes is trying to tell her what's what. When Richard Jefferson loses it completely, Oh yeah, other players have come on the show and they agree with the guys, and she thinks it's toxic masculinity. And then they start doing takes, and the guys are making their points, and then she just out of nowhere would bring up something that's not even related to try to promote an agenda, to try to promote LeBron James. And that's what her normal take is. She just tried to tear Kobe Bryant down and his Laker teams that he played on to try to highlight LeBron James. And this is the take what people do when they don't know sports. They just try to go with the popular opinion of let me just defend LeBron James. And people who were there was like, oh my God, what is she doing? Like, we cannot even let you do that. You sound like somebody on Twitter. And you get exactly, she gets paid for this. So that's why a lot of people were disturbed when she said that. Oh yeah, of course they're making her do that. You got Wojnarowski, you have Dave McMenamin, and all of these people are linked to Clutch Sports, and this is what they do at Clutch. She's not loved there. And it's because her attitude is very combative. She don't know how to take constructive criticism. It's a shame, but Big Perk don't really like her too much. This whole set of NBA Today is gonna have to flip around.
Nah. No. I watched the exchange between her and Stephen A. Smith, and it wasn't really all that. So Miss Tiff, you don't think there's nothing wrong with her trying to put a narrative in Stephen A.'s mouth, and the narrative is that he's blaming all women? You don't think that's dangerous for a man's career? To blame, if a man has a career on a network, a national network, and it's popular, like ESPN, and you sit there and blame all women, you don't think that's dangerous for your career? That's a huge problem. Yeah, women might miss that, but that's a huge problem for a man or any network that's huge, any network period, but really that's a huge one. To blame all women, that's unfair to blame anybody, to blame all of anybody. But to sit there and blame all women for something of acts of two women, that's cancellation in today's time. That's all that. That's very, very bad. And he never said that. Okay. And then it's his show, and she overtalks him, one, and then put a false narrative, a dangerous narrative in his mouth. So he corrects her quickly, and she cuts the nigga off again. Well, the first time, she talks freely on his show. She called it as his show. She got her own show. He's the most popular face in the business in sports, as far as analyzing and giving commentary. He's the most popular man in America on that. You're on his show now. You got your own show. You're on his show. You're going to put a dangerous false narrative in his mouth. And then when he goes to defend himself against that false narrative, you cut him off and try to stick it to him. No, yes. As a man, that's very, very dangerous to be accused of something, especially when it's when the victims are women. For a man to be accused of something and the victim is women, that's very dangerous for men. So that was heavy. Then she goes on her show and she invites Kendrick Perkins, who share a similar viewpoint as Stephen A. and most men in the business. Hey man, it should be a penalty for all parties involved. That's the own thing. So she speaks her speech on her show. Kendrick Perkins pretty much mirrored the same thing that Stephen A. Smith said, and she cut him off. I mean, he never got a chance to finish his thoughts. She cut him off on her show, and then she gave a counter rebuttal and then kicked the nigga off her show. So he was never allowed to speak a complete thought, let alone defend himself. That's very dangerous. Yeah, that's very dangerous. You know, you don't want to put something in somebody's mouth that can cause them to lose their career. You dig? You don't want to do that. You know, people are trying to hold all three parties accountable for the violation at work. They don't care about the names of the two women because they're irrelevant. Only high profile people get named. We all know that. You know, that's how it works. You know, the no name people we don't know. We don't care about them. You know, it's the high profile people which those names draw the story, draw the interest from the public. So yeah, so that was very, very dangerous and disrespectful. It was dangerous and disrespectful. I mean, let the brother talk. You was able to speak eloquently, articulately, precisely, without interruption. And then you put words in the mouth of a man who never said, that did not take that stance. And that stance was dangerous in this climate. So when he goes to defend himself very professionally, you cut him off. And look, he had the right to cut her off as soon as she put those words in his mouth. He had on his show or anybody, it could be her show. He had the right to set her straight right there. He let her finish entirely. Very patient. He had more patience than me. It's his time to talk. He gets cut off right away because she see that he never said that. So instead of owning up to that, okay, my bad. She never apologized, by the way, for putting that in his mouth. She never, oh, okay, my bad. I misinterpreted you. None of that shit. She let it just stick right there. Okay, so once I play the rest of the video, I'm gonna put the link in the Swazi. You guys can take it away. Okay.
Oh, she doesn't like Richard Jefferson. Richard Jefferson don't like her. They do not. It's like oil and water, and they got to work together on this show. Look how they weren't even in the same location, and they were ready to kill each other. Like, she was combative with Richard Jefferson, and he was only trying to make her understand or get her to understand what it is that was going on the scene. $100%. Now, the person who discovered her.
The Yankees are live only on Prime Video tonight. See ya! Watch as the Bronx Bombers make their playoff.
Is right there.
Now, I like lentil soup. I like bean soup that the Nation of Islam make. And I love clam chowder, but I like the Manhattan style. Okay, better. But I tried this new, I don't want the regular clam chowder white sauce. So I don't find that appetizing to make with crackers. So I tried this I couldn't find Manhattan. Like, niggas bought that up, right? So I got the, and I like the chunky style. So I got the, some type of regular white sauce clam chowder, but a little different. Still white. A little different, and they added Old Bay, but it was a little better. I can't find myself buying cans of it. You dig? I'll just try again and find a different store and get the clam chowder. But yeah, not the clam chowder, Manhattan style. But yeah, it is clam chowder, but it's New England and it's Manhattan style. I like the Manhattan style clam chowder better. The red sauce versus white sauce. I guess you could say that. I like the red sauce clam chowder better than the white sauce. But the red sauce is always sold out in most of these stores. So I tried a different type of white sauce. It's okay. I had crackers in it. Tastes kind of all right. Female superiors. Oh my God. Yo, my God. Yeah. Haskell said, so thankful I don't have to work a regular job anymore. Female superiors are the worst. I ain't gonna tell you how many times. Yo, listen. Oh my God. They just love to pick with me. Haskell. I think it just me. I think they just love to pick with me. They see that I'm not a punk on the job. I'm not gonna bow down, and that crazy shit. I'm just gonna do my job. I ain't kissing your ass, your feet, your hand, nothing. I'm not doing no extra favors. I'm not staying for overtime if I don't have to. You dig? No, I'm not covering anybody. No, they need to come in or you gotta deal with them. You dig? Simple as that. That's how I am at the job. That's all my jobs, no matter who's the supervisor. No, I'm not covering for nobody unless it's somebody I consider my friend at the job. And that's not even a guarantee. You know, you gotta fit my schedule. But yeah, so I'm one of those guys. I'm not rebellious. I just want to do my job and go home. I'm not trying to do private conversations. Don't ask my opinion about politics. Donald Trump, Obama, ask me shit. No, I don't really follow that stuff. I just play chess all day. Yeah, I don't really watch TV. I just play chess. Me and my crews go to. I'd be lying. Like we just play chess all day long. That's what I say. So ask me my opinion about nothing on the job. You dig? Don't care. So man, whew. I had some male assholes, but I had some women. Oh my God. There's one woman at my first pharmaceutical company used to just always fuck with me. I'm working, she come behind me, just saying this most stupidest shit. Now I don't know if she was just playing, but I don't know. But it seemed like she was serious. But she used to always fuck with me. Hey, are you on a computer? Cause we're on a computer. Hey, are you working? Are you online? Like, bitch, with you as my supervisor, I will never be online goofing around. You fuck with me anyways. I damn sure ain't fucking with you like that. I'm gonna do my damn work. Hey, Boogie. Okay, yeah, man, my God.
Wojnarowski. He brought her on and saw her working at the Beacon and wanted to bring her on in. Now, you got 3 NBA players here who played in the league. They'll tell you from their perspective what is going on, and she could not let it go. She could not let it go. She had to be right.
Yeah, you might have missed her upbringing, Miss Tiffany. So maybe you heard already. Maybe Haskell missed her upbringing. So apparently she got kicked out of middle school because of her goddamn mouth. She argued with her parents, Haskell, Miss Tiff. Her parents they lived in LA. Her parents sent her to a school in Utah at 14 years old to further, her get her mind right and her education right. She, at her own words, was suffering from depression, being angry all the fucking time, and anxious. And then she had an eating disorder. And she said one of her biggest problems to add to her depression is she felt unseen. Nobody's noticing her. Nobody's looking at me. Look at me. I'm supposed to be pretty, but nobody's looking at me. You dig? Why ain't nobody looking at me? So that caused some of her depression, always angry, and got thrown out of middle school like Brother Polite. And got the nerve to bring up the interim head coach. So Ms. Tiff Haskell, the coach who's taking the place of Ime Udoka, she reads off his past. Oh, he was charged with, why would you, what was the point of that? But she would tell us that we don't need to know the identity of the 2 women or anything about them, where they work at, but she gives up this guy's goods for free, for nothing. He has nothing to do with anything. Oh, he had an aggravated assault charge. He was drunk driving and got caught, DUI. Yeah. So, but anyway, that's the coach. Wait, what the fuck was that? But okay.
Why? Because she was going to protect the Golden State Warriors.
And I'm going to play this part again later on. Again. All right? Because people trying to run from her dark past, not going to work. It's not going to work. We're going to all know about this woman.
She was going to
And don't
protect.
forget, she's considered Jewish. She's not a black woman for her own mouth. She's Jewish. Andrew is of Jewish descent through her mother and had a bat mitzvah. Okay, let me type it one more time for you. Your eyes can see. Malika. Ethnicity. Okay, for you, Jewish. She's Jewish. She's not a black woman. Andrew is of the Jewish descent through her mother and had a bat mitzvah in 2008. Okay. Of course, you know, she's not Haskell. Did you know she didn't consider herself black? She considered herself Jewish. Did you know that?
Protect the players, and
That's
she
the
was
problem,
going to
black
say,
people. We see somebody who we think is black, and we just all on a board with all their talking points, whether they're right or wrong.
well, you know, they're talking about the Gary Payton.
And early in her writing career, she used to Ms. Tiff, early in her writing career, she used to cover Donald Trump, by the way. Out of all people, she used to no, her significant other is white as well. But she used to, before she entered to where she's at, the space she's in now, she used to cover Donald Trump.
The incident where Brooks hit him, and as them being players, the play was dirty to them because they've cleaned that up out of basketball because guys could get hurt from doing those type of moves. So they were saying they might send a message by suspending him 2 games, just even though he didn't intended to for be the end result of him breaking his arm. The fact that he went and made that move, he went to foul him hard. So him doing that was the end result of it. But still, those type of plays could end up ending someone's career. And, you know, and it's just an unspoken code like, oh, we don't do that.
I don't know I don't know about her dad. Let me see. I don't know. But I got images. Oh yeah, so her father looked like, I don't know what type of black this is. I don't know. So he's definitely dark. I don't know where he's from, but he's black from color.
You know, we don't.
It doesn't matter. It matters by what you go by. And she goes by Jewish.
Don't go after players like that, you know, because we all respect that could end someone's career. And she doesn't understand or get what they're trying to say because she only cares about what she wants to say. And this leads to why guys in the locker room normally have a problem with Malika Andrews.
Yeah, Hebrew's like, she's not married, by the way, if anybody's asking. She's listed as single. Yeah, look how small they were in her personal life. Wow, where's all the drama in her personal life?
What do you think about all this? Like, I hear mention in itself because he was out.
See, they don't like Wojnarowski and Malika Andrews. And when you see that come through, when he started
about what Steve Kerr said about
the
play.
Now, see, here's the thing. This shows it all. You see that? Wojnarowski is finna echo everything she's saying. And they're gonna just be opposed to every bit that's going on. Watch this.
You see what I'm saying? So if you're gonna refer to something like that, that means you have no feel of what these NBA players even talking about. So that means you're
Now watch this. He's gonna roll his head. Oh no. RJ and her are like oil and water. They don't get along at all.
In itself, because he was out, missed 3.5 quarters.
Look at them. They all shaking their head.
From being 2 games, but I think he's probably going to at least miss a game, especially given that there was a significant injury.
Now look, she's ready.
You're shaking your head. Richard, what are you thinking about all this?
Like, I hear what Woj is saying. I don't care if it was 1 second in the game or 1 second left to go in the game. Right. It, like, that type of stuff is inexcusable, mainly because his season is potentially over. So I just, for me personally, as a player, you don't want to see that happen. But this, you know, for people that have said, it's like, oh, well, that was basically like, you know, I feel like it was. He was already out. But I just feel like that is too much. And when you look at any player, it doesn't matter, an important player, if it's an all-star.
maybe you explain it to the team.
Any player you put in that
Any
position,
player.
that type of injury, 1 second to go in the game. Any player, it doesn't matter, an important player, if it's an all-star.
Maybe you explain it to the team.
Any player you put in that position,
Any player.
that type of injury, 1 second to go in the game.
Watch this.
Starting that game, it doesn't matter.
Frankly, it's hard to keep watching that video over and over.
All right, here with a question right here. Listen to this.
Those who didn't play in the league, can you just explain briefly the code that Kerr is referring to and whether or not you believe it was broken?
I think it was broken.
Okay, she asked their question, their opinion right now. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Haskell, you and Tim's might have came late about they're mad about. They're not mad about. But even Carcino just gave the whole story why they're mad. They're not mad at what you think they're mad at. They're mad at the disrespect that or the irregard that she's all about when it comes to male athletes' opinions and ex-NBA experts' opinions. She disregards their opinions as though it's just a regular opinion and hers is just as equal or just as good. Okay, so that's one thing. Giannis, the Eastern Finals, Giannis did not want to talk to her. We're talking about the NBA superstars of the game. He was answering. You got to just rewind it. You got to rewind back my live. Giannis was doing a press conference. He answered everybody's question. Here she comes. Malika Andrews with ESPN. I just want to know about blah, blah, blah. And when she got done, Giannis got up and walked off the stage. Okay? So the NBA players seem to be on cold with this woman. And that's why I'm saying her career is dim. You cannot be successful in a space where your success is built on your relationship or how the active superstars acknowledge you. They don't respect her because of her antics. Okay, she cuts people off. You know, just a whole, again, like, just watch the beginning of my live. I'm sure I show so many different occasions. She don't know shit about basketball, but she's very opinionated and she's ready to debate the experts and the ex-professionals. So they're like, so that's anybody, bro. If you try to debate LL Cool J about hip hop or the origins or anything about hip hop, and you are proven to him to not even know the basic shit about hip hop, he's not gonna respect your opinion after that. And you damn sure can't be on a panel with him discussing hip hop. Be like, no. That's horse racing. If I'm buying sports, try to get on a panel with other, commentators about or ex-journalists on horse racing, and I'm off, it's just a job to me. I'm not gonna be respected in that pace with my colleagues, other panelists, and definitely not the racers themselves. So like they don't respect, her, like the way she covers basketball. They think she has a lot more to learn. There's a lot more out there. She refused to learn. It's her opinion versus yours, and her opinion is good enough. She ain't played 1 second of basketball. Yeah, she's bored and extremely, you was asking Tim. Oh, you didn't tag him. Because when you asked Tiff, you had You mentioned Tip's name. You didn't. So Tim, that question is for you. He said, "What are they mad about? Are they mad that the women didn't get punished?" Well, I kind of like answer that question.
I'm saying for those who play in the league, so that means you're asking 3 guys that play in the league with a ton of experience. Like these guys, they know what they got. In between all these guys, them 3, what's that? Over 30 years of experience. So you asking them about the situation and they're giving their opinion about it. Check this out. On the matter of fact, they give their opinion about it. Now I'm gonna go into the meat and potatoes part. Because Kendrick Perkins.
Tim, like we're guessing you're a man. We really don't know. But he said Haskell, basically a lot of men feel women are privileged and all that resentment comes out in stories like these. So Haskell, he's saying men like you and I, if we feel that women are privileged, it's because stories like these influence our opinions. I don't think these stories influence our opinions. I think Haskell had typed earlier in the chat that it was personal experiences. It wasn't stories like this. Miles knowing and knowledgeable, so was reaching. And I had no problem with the women in the space. I would like them to know about the sport. You dig? And the dark-skinned tall woman that was with Malika seems like she knows about the sport. Yeah, let me drop the link because I gotta. Oh, I almost pressed the wrong button. Let me drop the link. I gotta get the baby dressed so you guys can take over. So there won't be no dead air. So I'm gonna stop this right here because the video. I guess he's just gonna be rambling the same points. The shit we already heard. He's just giving his commentary, but we heard enough. So the link is in the chat. Everybody click the link. Let me add the phone number. They got a Zoom phone. It ain't that deep. It ain't that deep for Malika to be the center of the story. I mean, when you put yourself in the center, you become the center of the story. But don't forget, growing up, she had a problem with being unseen.
Big up.
So, Fupi, did you know that she had those trouble issues as a middle schooler?
No, I didn't.
Yes, as a middle schooler, she was kicked out of the 8th grade. The school kicked her out. Her mom sent her to a school. It was from LA. Her mom sent her to a school away in Utah for like her behavioral issues, which was she out of her own words said she was anxious, angry, and depressed. She was a bulimic. She was bulimic. She's weight conscious, she's bulimic, and she felt like nobody notices her, and she was belligerent. This last part, she argued tooth and nail with her parents. She as an 8th grader, bro, she's arguing with her goddamn parents all the time, but it just couldn't take it. Yo, you gotta get the hell out.
She have self-esteem issues.
Click that link, Haskell, Tim's, if I can.
Yeah, she have self-esteem issues. But as men, we can't discuss that, you know. That is not our place. You're going to sound like a woman bashing or you're bashing.
Right. But she could speak on, but women, some women could speak on men in the same manner. Nah, see, to me, it's, when I'm trying to be fair as possible, it looked like it has. It's almost like, stupid. It's almost like walking into a room with a bunch of blackologists and a white supremacists, right? They're on both sides of the table, holding it down. And you got to pick a side. It's like, you don't want to be on either side, but shit, if I got to pick one, I guess I'll fit better with the blackologist. And it seems like openly, like there's this gender war. Like nobody's sincere. You dig? Everybody has a real position when you think they're fair, but in their mind, they have a political position and they're going to hold on to it no matter what. And like I said, when we start saying men can have babies, shit like that to me is like, all right, come on. But anyway, go ahead, Stu.
Yeah, but if you look on the greater picture, nowadays, there is indeed a gender war. There is a gender war.
Right.
And everybody feeling that they can only win when they're on top. They're on top, right?
Right.
Because, and especially now, the goalpost has been changed. If you're talking to a young lady and not college educated, it's almost you want to look down on you. And so there's certain criteria that must be met before you can engage in a conversation. Very listen to anybody now because they have common sense. Common sense now is underrated. And you and I know that common sense is the greatest sense anybody can have.
Yeah.
Simple logic. But that is underrated now. Right? It's that back in the day. If it didn't come from a white person, it wasn't real. Right? If it didn't come from a white person. If a white person tell you that the earth is round, the earth is round. If a white person tell you that the earth is flat, it is flat. And no, if it don't come from a college educated guy who working $500,000 a year, why should I listen to you when this basketball player is telling me about it?
Right.
What does he know about it? Yeah. Why should I listen to you when this rapper who's making 10 million a year is telling me about it? He raps. What makes him a specialist? Right? Or why should I listen to you when this lady have a PhD in social sciences telling me about it? So that is it. But yeah. So what's your view on her?
What's my view on what?
What's your view on the situation?
Okay, I mean, let's just be open with everything. So she's mixed, because she goes into people's backgrounds. Like so the interim coach of the Celtics is taking the place of Ime Udoka, and she felt like she needed to be on her channel, her station, and say that he had a past. He got DUI charges in college, underage drinking, some shit like that, and she, he was arrested for aggravated assault. All the dirt out. Like, damn, and that's not even like serious dirt. But she felt like she had to say all that about the new coach, the new male coach. Now, I highly doubt if the woman was taking the place of Ime Udoka and he had those same issues, I highly doubt she'd have pointed that shit out. Now, I just want to be open that she is biracial. Her dad looks like he's some type of black. Her mother is Jewish, and she goes by Jewish. Okay, so yeah, she doesn't go by black. She goes by, she's a Jewish girl.
Well, my problem is that the original coach, I can't pronounce his name, should never have been suspended. It was 2 consenting adults. Is it that sex in the workplace is wrong, or is it that fornication in the workplace is wrong, or is it that because he was married to an actress?
Right.
People have fornicated for years. But why this man was suspended for that? Is all of a sudden now, because you have sex with somebody who's not your wife, you should lose your job? Is that the argument now?
That's how I took it when I heard about the suspension.
Is that the punishment, Ms. Tiffany? That a young man now, because he went in front of the pastor, he's supposed to lose his job?
But I heard some of the women were married too.
But she's married. Look here, it's adults. Huh?
So Ms. Tiff said it was unethical.
Did he use his position? Did he use his position of power?
No, most likely that the coach had no pull on anything they can do. The coach is not directly. He only can hire and fire players like that. He can't really, or his staff. He can't really.
No. The only problem I would have with it, Ms. Tiffany, this is the problem. I understand why it is unethical. Know the history is that he was in a position of power. If both of them was fry cooks on the line at McDonald's, and both of them was married, it wouldn't be a problem. But if he was the manager of the McDonald's and she was a fry cook, it can be seen as a issue because then, yeah.
Wait. Wait. Okay. Ms. Tiff said he is a coach and he was in a sexual relationship with the CEO's wife. Stu Peas, wouldn't that make sense why he's the only one being punished? If he's having sex with the CEO's wife, of course he's the problem.
She was the CEO wife?
Yeah, that was what Ms. Tiff just said. If he's the CEO's wife, Ms. Tiff, then that's injustice now. That means that he's being targeted. Like he's being punished for sleeping with the CEO's wife. If that's true what you said, then he's being punished for sleeping with the CEO's wife. That's why she's not being punished.
No. Then no. What happened now is that she is in the position of power. Being the CEO wife was the one in the position of power. Suppose he decided that he did not want to sleep with her. She could have made his life miserable. She could have got to her husband and argued the point that listen, this coach is not a winner. Let's get rid of him.
Right.
Because she was in the position of power.
Yep. So it's reversed now.
Yeah. Yes. Think about it, Mr. Funny. She was in the position of power. She manipulated this man who was our employee. He was our employee.
Okay, so Ms. Tiff, she said that's not what I'm saying, but go ahead and put my words around. Okay, so I'm gonna read your words. Your words was he's a coach.
Right.
And in a sexual relationship with CEO's wife.
Right.
What was flipped there? Yeah, because of that, if that's the CEO's wife thing, then now she was in the position of power. He said, "Nah, the CEO wife was the initial rumor. I don't know if that's true." Yeah, I think that was the rumor. Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't the CEO wife.
But it's a stupid. But since we don't know, okay, how about this? Since we don't know who and stupid, that would make more sense to me. Why they don't want to release the woman's name because she is possibly the wife of a big dog. And that makes sense to me why he is getting in trouble, nobody else. It's like retaliation.
I'm at the gym trying to work out, y'all. Just destroying my words.
I read it verbatim.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that a lot of workplaces have no fraternizing policies. So why would people not take that an institution like, sports institutions are going to have those same policies? Now, the exchange that Stephen A. had with Malika, his issue was that they brought it to the attention of the media, and other people are doing it and they're not bringing it to the attention. I don't know, that may be a problem there. The fact that they brought it to the attention of the media when other people are doing it too. But a lot of jobs have those policies. Not getting involved in relationships. People have people with their jobs so they can be in relationships with people they work with so they don't get in trouble. So let's not act like that's not happening. But what I'm saying is was it the CEO's wife? I know it was like a
it was like a CEO wife.
Okay, well let's look it up. It was somebody important. It was his wife. It wasn't just like some woman. It definitely wasn't just some woman.
No,
whoever her husband is has a high-ranking position in the organization.
No, they're not saying that either. I'm looking it up. They're not saying that it was a high-ranking. They just say it was a member of staff.
Nah, they gave more details. I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up right now as we speak. I'm trying to find his name. How do you spell that name? UMB. He's Nigerian. I'm gonna look up Neil Lyons.
Imeudouka. But the problem is that he's been with Neil Long from 2010. And he's still a boyfriend? No, man, that's a bullshit relationship. Yeah, that's a waste of time relationship. If you're with a dude for nearly 12 years and you're not talking wife.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna find out who it was exactly. She was an employee of the organization.
Yeah, she's an employee.
And so, if she's not the wife of the CEO, then it's just, that's still problematic because he would have been in a position of power over her.
Yeah, I understand. That's what I'm saying. If you're in management, it is not in your best interest to be in a relationship with anybody in the organization, because it open the organization to be liable for sexual harassment.
Right, and
That's what,
to be sued, yeah.
so years later, this person can say they feel pressure for the sake of the job. That's why they have to sleep with you, right?
Yeah.
But the mere fact that Neil Long and him has been together from 2010, and she's not wife, that don't even make. They just don't talk about that. That's a. Him and Neil Long had a relationship, yes.
Yeah, but I don't think every
Boyfriend relationship.
But they have a child together.
The baby mama and baby daddy relationship. No. 12 years? It's different. Who in your life for 12 years?
Every couple is different, Suki. Maybe they don't, everybody's different. I'm not judging them because they ain't married. I'm not gonna do that.
But there's no dude hanging on for you for 12 years.
Well, apparently they were still together. She's with him at almost every game. Maybe she just left to move to Boston to find a home, to move into a home with him. So they've been together. They've been together. What are you talking about? They're just not married. There's a lot of people like that. They don't get married.
Yeah, Kirk Douglas, I know what's his name. And what's her name? Wasn't married.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find out who this woman was.
It's not Kirk Douglas.
Female staff member. They're not. I know that once they said it was a lengthy official legal wife, and she's apparently married. I don't know. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to clear up my words. I don't know why both of them. I mean, I don't know what's going on with her. I can't imagine she's not facing some disciplinary action, but maybe because she's not the public figure, they're not going to blast her face off, her situation all over the media. Even though I did see a picture of her.
All right. Kirk Douglas and Goldie Hawn, they're not married and they've been together for years. I understand that. Oprah Winfrey and Stedman not married. They've been together for years.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. What happened? I don't even see this woman anymore. That's crazy. I saw one picture of her, and I don't see it. I'm Googling it, but that's interesting. Yeah, I don't see the picture no more. It's out there somewhere, though. I don't know. So, did I make myself clear? Like, because I'm about to go finish my work.
Yeah, when you finish your workout and you can have the conversation, because we have a good family conversation. But I understand why. So what's the name of the girl again? I want to look her up. Who on ESPN was criticizing?
Malika Andrews.
What's her name? Marita?
Malika Andrews. And I just found out about her today. I don't know about her history, but apparently a lot of guys don't like her. Nice, Sophie. I'm biased. Are you there? I'm about to jump off.
All right, yeah.
I gotta do
this young lady.
So you're gonna have to carry it until he comes back. Doing something. Taking care of the baby. Baby, I'm biased. I'm gonna get off here. Y'all later.
All right, so let's can't have a dead air. So let's play a little more. All right. Let's play a little more.
really triggered it a little bit when he said that Dylan Brooks knew what he was doing. He didn't agree with that.
I'm with RJ. I'm with everybody on the panel. I think that Dylan Brooks should be suspended for game 3 and possibly game 4. Look, you have to clean this up. Look, we're talking about that. People saying we don't know if he did it intentionally. He fouled him on purpose.
Here you go. Here you go.
Okay, let's get that out.
Now he's saying with intentions. Like I said, this guy don't want a ring, don't want a champion.
Hey, would you please help us resave the Dodos? We're really counting on your support.
Championship. You as a basketball player, you know. First of all, if you go back and look at the replay, when he was going up, he didn't even jump that high.
Yeah. Well, the thing is he's right. They're trying to get Malika Andrews to understand this is what we mean by breaking the code. It's nothing that's written on paper. It's nothing that they had a meeting about in the room. Hit the like button. This is something that was discussed clearly within the realms of basketball.
I mean, looking at the play,
Yeah, so if you play basketball, again, like I was saying earlier, that there is certain plays, certain physical plays in basketball that's seen as, all right, man, you playing too rough, like a football player. We got an inside joke where we say certain physicality, we would say you're playing like a football player, right? Because basketball players are supposed to move their feet, it's supposed to be less contact as possible. But contact here and there shouldn't be a problem. But there are certain type of physical contact that, I mean, I can't even say just the hoods, it's basketball period. White neighborhoods, Indian, there's certain type of contact that when that's initiated, that's almost a guaranteed fight. And it becomes so popularized because whether you're Indian, white, Chinese, we all play basketball and we all follow basketball players. We follow YouTubers who are very good at basketball. We follow NBA players who share their clips here and there, street ballparks, whatever. So we all see the certain physical act that is not appreciated by basketball players on any level. Recreational play to, school, AAU play, school play, college to professional basketball. So this is what men know, and some women go through the same thing. They know the same thing. Women basketball players, same thing, same role for themselves. Like they know certain fouls are disrespectful, mean-spirited, and can engage in a fight. So that's all they're speaking on. One last thing, that's all they're speaking on the type of contact that's seen as dirty and usually results in fights. Go ahead, Stu.
All right, I just want to say this. I used to be an avid fan of ESPN, Stephen A. Smith, and
yeah, me too.
I used to watch football, like commentaries and all of that. And then I really sit back and I look at it. And why I stopped watching ESPN and even all of these sports shows is because ESPN is not about the sport, really. Right. It is not about the sport. It's not about the NBA. It's not about the NFL. And it's not about the NBL, the National Baseball League. All right? It is a soap opera. It's the real housewife of, it's a real house slave of the sport. They spend more time discussing the personal lives of the player. It's almost like when you really look at it, this is not about the sport. And then when you look at it, ladies should feel disrespectful of what ESPN does. They get a pretty face,
right,
to sit between two men all the time.
Yep, all the time.
They get a pretty face. So this young lady, Malika Andrews, there's no denying it. She's a pretty girl. But is she there because of her knowledge of sports? Does she really? Can she really break down the sport that is basketball or baseball? Does she understand what it feels like to be a player? When I'm watching sports now, if I want to listen to sports players now, I used to listen to I Am Athlete or the Pivot. The Pivot is a good show. Right, we're here athletes talk and they talk about the personal journey. I don't listen to ESPN anymore because it's a travesty. You have this young lady sitting down. She has no idea of what she's talking about. Right? The thing about it, if they
always
went,
disagree with her.
yeah, no. This is my thing. You see, if they went and get Gail Devers, a track athlete, or a Sonia Richard Ross, a track athlete, or anybody who did any sport, and put them in the middle of these two guys that you can understand, as back in the day, ABC Wide World of Sport was the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. Remember that ABC Wide World of Sport?
Yeah.
Somebody who can relate to what it means to getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to train and to going home and going to bed at 8 o'clock so you get enough sleep. This girl know nothing about that kind of sports. And then, so ESPN is a joke.
Yeah.
Them hiring these people, you have too much different people who participated in track and field who are women. If you wanted to have a woman there, put somebody there with some sports history, right? Because what they happening, they got away with Skip Bayless and the same cool one, Stephen A. Smith, who never played their sports in their life, who talk a good talk, who don't know what it is like to get a medal, to talk about sports. And because the show took off, because of what they're doing, even this show, what you're showing now with these 4 people, Matt Barnes is an asshole. The one beside Matt Barnes, the bald one, what's his name?
Perkins?
No, Perkins is the only one on that show that have any sense. I'm talking about the one.
Richard Jefferson.
Yeah, just kick it out. Yeah. Jefferson has no clue when you listen to him talking, right? But what they actually trying to get is Jefferson appeal to the gay audience. Matt Barnes appealed to the simp audience. Wasn't Matt Barnes the one who Derek Fisher was sleeping with his wife and he ran home to fight Derek Fisher? And she...
No, about that, I'm not even sure.
Yeah, man. You can look it up. Matt Barnes and Derek Fisher. And she now is just a pretty face to appeal to the virgin audience. If you know, they don't know any stats. Perkins is a baller. Perkins understands what it means to win and what it means to lose. So I will not criticize Perkins. But and the white dude is a statistician. He knows all the stats.
Yeah.
Matt Barnes has no stats.
Right.
Jefferson has no stats. He has nothing. And she is just a pretty face. That's why I don't watch ESPN anymore. Because it's not for hardcore sports people.
Right. Nah, definitely not.
It's not. It's a real housewife. It's that the tribe of people failure. So as soon as somebody fail, they have 5 2-hour shows.
Yeah.
Because people like to hear when people failing or not doing well.
Right.
But you and I know what it is. This is garbage. ESPN is garbage. And she herself, she's just on the show to spark up so-called controversy. She don't know nothing about sports.
Right.
Not all. She get free tickets to the game. She don't know anything. And that's the issue. But until we get... When Oprah Winfrey came with the own network, OWN network, I was saying that, Oprah can give us a sports show now. Get serious people. Right? Get serious people who know about sports. Give us a sports show. That's what I think BT should have done. Diversified out of music video. Give us a sports, give us news, give us infotainment.
Yep.
Give us infotainment, not just rap music. Not just 24 hours worth of rap music. Diversify. You have shows for older folks, shows for younger folks. Diversify the thing.
They had one thing. What was that one show called? At the women? No, they didn't. They didn't even have that. Never mind. That's the wrong state. That's the wrong station. I was thinking Life Channel. Wrong station.
Right. Like, diversify the thing. No, there's no. Our thing's not diversified. If one person gets up and start dancing, everybody get up and start dancing. If we start shucking and driving, everybody shucking and driving. If we start rolling our ass, everybody rolling them ass. If we're taking pictures with the duck face, everybody take pictures with the duck face. If you take picture with that, you know that pose where you turn the side of your head and show your ass, right? If one man start wearing booty shorts, then you look Atlanta, grown ass men wearing booty shorts.
Yeah.
If one man wear a gray sweatpants without underwear, everybody know going out in a gray sweatpants without underwear. We don't have no diversification. It's like we're a monolith. We're just one thing. ESPN is a garbage show. This is a garbage show. And when you work for the white man, you can't do anything. The white man sold the Clippers. The racist old white man sold the Clippers because he didn't want the contention. Right. And he sold it for like $3 billion. So he made a ton load of money.
Oh yeah. He came up.
Right? He came up. So that is it. Right? Continue playing it.
Yeah, but you're making an assumption. You can't look at a person and know what their intent was. It was a dangerous play regardless, but you can't. Okay. I didn't realize you don't want Please continue.
Okay, so you see Richard Jefferson's face right there?
Oh yeah. She's nice and pissed. Like she's nice and pissed off. And that pissed Richard Jefferson off. Because he's an entitled individual too. So it's beige rage all over the damn page. So right now, when she tells him, oh, I didn't know you was a mind reader. When he said, oh, I could tell. She didn't like the fact he was challenging Woj because Woj.
Yeah, that's slick. That's slick talk. I didn't know he's a mind reader. Like that's slick talk. That's personal attacking. You know that's showing him up. Nobody's personally attacking her. They just disagreeing with her information and they gonna speak their own mind. Oh, you're a mind reader. Sarcastic bullshit.
Woj brought her into this.
She's so irrelevant, man.
No, it's because she's pretty. There's no.
So it's finna hit the fan.
Look. The other thing, Joe. Let's be honest. I want to do a show with Miss Tiffany and Amber on how black girls feel about mixed girls wearing cornrow and acting black.
Right.
This girl is a Jew when it is in beneficial to her, and she's a black girl when she come out in the public.
Yeah.
She have the black girl eyebrow and the black girl cornrows and the black girl earrings on. So she rocking the black girl, but she had a bar mitzvah. She's a Jew. Right. So are you a Jew or are you a black girl? Which one are you? You know, you're putting. It's like I tell people this. I used to have some Spanish friends, Spanish associates, and like one day they used the N-word around me because they came from New York. Right. And I said to him, say, listen, because you don't know me, no other people introducing me, because you don't know me, I'm going to make it fly. But the next time you refer to me as that, I'm not cool with it. And I'm going to show you that I'm not cool with it. I'm going to show you that I'm not cool with it. And like the other black dudes, I said, no, man, in New York, I said, fuck you about in New York. I said, this dude is like Superman or Batman. You see the thing about Superman or Batman? You see, in the day, Batman is Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
In the night, he's Batman. This bitch is going to go back to be a Jew in the day when she leaves the work.
Yeah.
Right? She's going to go back to be a Jew. I would prefer to take Rachel Dolezal over all of these, most of these mixed girls. And I'm going to tell you why I choose Rachel Dolezal over most of these rich girls. Rachel Dolezal put everything on the line. She's so broke now that she's on OnlyFans.
Wow.
But at no time she did ever say she's not what she pretend to be.
Right.
Right? Even though she could have go back and said, okay, I am now white, I apologize. She said, no, I still feel like a black woman. Even when I can't get any job, I still feel like a black woman.
Right.
I don't have any money to pay my bills, I still feel like a black woman. Well, she never regrets. I still feel that way. These mixed girls, when I'm around the black, dark skinned girl, I'm one of you. But when they're going to do their hair and your eyebrow and your makeup and your nose, when they're going out to in corporate, when they're in corporate working, they're passing. Miss Tiffany, am I lying? When they're in corporate, they're not passing. They have the exact look. They're not acting like how they're acting when they're in the club.
Straighten out, man. That hair straight as shit.
Right. When they're in corporate, they're straight as shit. Yeah. Anyway, continue.
As soon as she tries to correct him when he says, oh, I can tell intent. You cannot read his mind and tell intent.
You're a mind reader.
Oh, yeah, we can.
Okay,
So you see Richard Jefferson get pissed?
You can't look at a person. You can't look at a person and know what their intent was. It was a dangerous play, regardless. But you can't. Okay, I didn't realize Please continue.
Okay, so.
Friday night is Yankees night on Prime Video. Orioles Yankees, only on Prime Video.
Being a DIY landlord is not easy. And being a tenant can sometimes feel overwhelming.
That look he got, because it just, everybody, they're on a delay because they're all in different locations. They're all not in the same studio. So this was all doing like a Zoom call. So everybody's getting the audio later. You see Richard Jefferson's face when he got the message from her that she said.
Play, regardless, but you can't. Okay, I didn't realize Continue.
Once it comes to his audio and his mic, he wouldn't hear what she said and said, I didn't know you was a mind reader.
Okay.
That's what happened when it first came through. Once it came through, when she said, oh, I didn't know you was a mind reader. But okay, keep going. And coming with that attitude, Richard Jefferson is about to educate her ass. Yeah, because it just came through what she said. And she's got that, you ain't gonna tell me nothing and And now, that's why I said her buffer, Matt Barnes. He always try to buff it up with the players, like, you know, she's young, she'll figure it out and this and that. Richard Jefferson don't give a damn. You better get it together. Especially talking around me. And Woj is like, oh God. Malika, please chill out. He brought her in. And then Perk is just, man, I'm just trying to get my point across. So he's not really picking up on what's going on here. But yeah, she's got a lot of attitude, a lot of arrogance, but she knows very.
The dude who narrating, the dude who show you took up. What's his name?
Carcino. You pull it up so you can see it right there. Carcino for life.
Carcino for life. Carcino for life don't understand the bullshit that he's looking at. He thinks that it's a real show. He don't understand this. He's acting like he hasn't been watching ESPN for years. That show They put that pretty face on that show to boost the ratings. Richard Jefferson was on afternoon. This is an afternoon show. This is not a morning show. This is an afternoon show or an early morning show. But this looks like an afternoon show. This is not in Skip Bayless and the Coon time slot. Those shows get repeated like 2 times before these shows come on. It's an afternoon show. Richard Jefferson is saying to himself that, listen, this is another bullshit. This is bullshit. Because he knows that why she came on the show. She's on the show to boost ratings, to get more eyes on the show. His show is a stupid show. They tried Perkins with so many different people. Perkins have been on about 8 different versions of a different show. Right?
Yeah.
None of these people can carry a show. They like them because of their personalities. But Perkins can't carry a show. Jefferson can't carry a show. Matt Barnes can't carry a show. They cannot carry a show. So they put this pretty face on the show. They put this girl, she's a solid 8. They put her on the show to boost up ratings. But so when Matt Barnes looking at it now, Matt Barnes is going to side with her because the easiest course water run down the hill. That's what Matt Barnes is going to side with. Richard Perkins, if you look at Jefferson's face, it's like, oh Lord, this bullshit. But he cannot say anything too harsh to her.
Right.
Because she is the show, not him.
Right.
He's not the show.
Yeah.
She is the show. She's not Skip. She's not Skip Bayless and something on Fox. What's his name?
Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp. They don't need a female in them.
Right, at all.
You realize they don't need one.
There's no space for one when they start talking.
Right, so therefore, sometimes they have one on the show just to act as a little buffer for them to catch breath and drink little water.
Yeah. Like you said, no, but you said it perfectly. Like Skip and Shannon bring about a lot of views. Like they second to Stephen A. Smith. Like they could hold it they could hold it together by themselves. But anybody else is going to need, because everything is for views. They're going to cancel all these shows if there are no views.
Right.
They'll just do reruns, right? Or 30 for 30, some shit like that.
Right.
So to spike the views up, they got to get a pretty face in there. So men, it's a male dominant space. So they can watch the show.
They need a pretty face for the virgins to fall in love with. Right, for the virgins to fall. It's what it is. Because they can't carry a show. Skip and Shannon can put an ugly girl on their show.
Yeah.
Because they are the show. Right? Skip. What the next one? The Coon? I can't remember his name. Every time I try. The Coon. Stephen A. Smith. When Max Kellerman was on the show with Stephen A. Smith, Max Kellerman was.
You broke up. You on mute or something. We can't hear you still. You on mute or something. Give me that. Hey, still, we can't hear you. If you're talking, we cannot hear you. I'm biased on that dirty Sprite you did. I'm biased started cocktail.
Watching.
Now, hey, Stu Peas, just to let you know that we haven't heard one word that you said. Okay, you said who's that cool name? Stephen A. Smith. And let me just say,
Okay. Oh, yeah. Wait, my phone was ringing. Stephen A. Smith.
Wait. 1 second. I drunk yesterday, the day before, but I ain't drink today. Thanks, man. But ahead, Stu Peas.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith knew that when it was Skip and Stephen A. Smith on First Take, Stephen A. Smith knew that Skip Bayless was the man. Don't let him fool you. Right. You know that because even what it is, Skip Bayless brought in the white audience.
Oh yeah. Yes, he does. He got a huge fan base.
He brought in the white audience.
And he speaks to their opinions.
Right. And when you look at when you look at his show now with Shannon Sharp,
it's the best show.
Bring in the white audience. How is it that he went from ESPN to Fox, and his show exploded?
And it's a hell of a show. I love it.
It's a hell of a show. It explodes. And Shannon Sharp give him nothing but respect.
Right. Oh yeah.
Because Shannon understand that this dude is a good dude.
Yeah. And because Skip knows what intimidated Stephen A. is that Skip knows how to debate for real. So he even beat up Shannon Sharp a lot. Skip knows how to debate, and like Stephen A. just know how to talk good. But he's not a good debater. Stephen A. That's what he really does for real.
No, because remember Max Kellerman had Stephen A. running around in circles. And people don't understand this about Max Kellerman, you know. Max has been in the culture for a very long time.
He put in the work and Malika didn't, and that's my problem. Max, you seen Max Kellerman, Stephen A. You seen these guys starting and where they're at now. This woman, poof, out of nowhere.
You know, the reason why Max hasn't exploded is because Max has been getting shitty time slots. They have been giving Max the afternoon. Nobody not watching ESPN in the afternoon. Most people at work. Most people listen to it when they're driving to work. Max Kellerman, when him get it's in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Right? But Stephen A. Smith, no, but that is what they do. They put on a pretty face now. She comes on. All they do, these dudes acting like they're pushing back, but they can't push back too hard. Richard Jeffries cannot push back hard enough.
Right.
He might look like him pushing
and why
back.
is that? And why is that?
Because she is the show.
Okay.
She is the show, not him.
So why does she push hard on Stephen A? Because he's the show. She pushes hard on him then.
No, because she's a pretty face. And Stephen A needs a pretty face. Because Stephen is not as popular as he was with Skip Bayless. When it was him and Skip Bayless, the show was off the roof. There was no other show to watch. But now that Skip Bayless is gone, he has been trying for years to get a new host. He's been trying for years. It was Max. He and Max was good, but he didn't like Max because Max, every time Max opened his mouth and show up Stephen A as a coon.
Right.
Every time Max opened his mouth, Stephen A was exposed as more as a coon, more as a suit man, as a corporate bootlicker. Remember, when ESPN suspended Stephen A, a lot of people didn't know that, you know.
Oh, yeah.
They suspended Stephen A, you know.
I remember for that Ray Rice.
Right?
He said, but what did she do to get hit? Uh-oh, cancel.
Right? When they suspended him, he went back and groveled with his tail between his legs. Right? He has enough money that he could have said, F you, ESPN, I'm going to do my own shit on YouTube. But no, he didn't do that. He went right back to ESPN and groveled.
If Stephen A was to do his own live stream like everybody else, like all these big podcasts, Vlad and No Jumper and Noriega, if Stephen A did that, I would sign up because now he's unfiltered.
Right, but he cannot do it because guess what? He's a clown. He's like the fat dude. What's the fat dude name? The one that they fired from Fox? The one who was criticizing Colin Kaepernick?
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking?
That's Stephen A.
Right, this fat dude from Fox who always criticized Colin Kaepernick. Who knows?
Are you talking about Whitlock? You talking about Black?
Yeah, Whitlock. Yeah, Whitlock. Whitlock thought that he was a good old boy. He was one of the good plantation slaves. But what happened? Fox fired him. Nobody has picked him up. He's now on YouTube.
Yep.
Trying with his struggle show.
Yep.
Bashing black people.
Yep. Every chance he get. You know what's funny? I knew you was talking about. I checked him out today.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, I remember this guy. Shay Coon.
Yeah. He's struggling. So all of these dudes, all of these ballers, 168,000 subscribers, Jason Whitlock have. We're talking about a dude who was reaching millions of people every day. His show is on now for more than a year. and he barely has 200,000 subscribers. And he's supposed to be a big dog, right? So all of these people, even these ballers, even these ball players, how is it that you was playing in the league, Matt Barnes, playing in the league, and have to be kissing ESPN ask for a job?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, hey.
Yeah. How are you supposed? How did you go from playing in the league to kissing ESPN ask for a job? How much Matt Barnes worked over his entire career?
Got to be like 100 million at least.
Yeah. Yeah. Matt Barnes over the time that he played. It wasn't 100 million. Total earnings 35 million. No, 45 million. You went from earning 45 million to kissing ESPN ask for a job.
Wait, so all the money he made in NBA was only 45 million?
Yeah, but you can't call it only.
No. I'm saying, yeah, of course, that's a lot of money, millionaire.
Yeah. After taxes and everything, you're supposed to clear about 30 million. Because he was in certain states, 30 million. How is that you work 30 million and no kissing ESPN and ask for a job? No, that's not right. Continue.
Very little about the sport. She knows very little about the sport. No one notices this.
Is a woman? You said is a woman coach needed in the NBA? Yeah, that's a confusion on Facebook because there's a WNBA that's supposed to be just as professional as the NBA. You know, like that's the women's version of the NBA. So I would think that they are more in need of a coach that's a woman. I don't agree. The women in the NBA only because it's one thing. It's one thing if the boys have always. Well, I'm gonna be double disagreeing with it, but it's one thing if the boys always was familiar or had experience with a woman coach, like growing up. That's a soft, that's a good way to introduce it. But it's that scandal. It's that scandal door right there. Because NBA players are usually more high profile than the coach. And the stars make more money than the coach. So you can see like the coach really, could be a groupie, you dig, for the players. That's why I don't think that's a bad position to put her in. She's around, like, think about a team like the Lakers or the Nets, where they have so many stars, or the Clippers, so many stars on one team. Like one star alone could be overwhelming for woman coach. But you got 3 big stars facing the NBA, superstars at that, and all this money, and they probably cheating or single, like that's just a setup, for a scandal, in my opinion.
Except for the players. They can tell who knows the sport and who doesn't. So they okay, like, oh, all right, she doesn't know that much, but she knows basic, but she's easy on the eyes. So let's just help her out. We do our show, we all get paid, we go home. But to try to dictate to them what is what and try to like minimize people who had experience in this field, you got some nerve, Missy. And this is how Richard Jefferson is looking at it.
The Yankees are live only on Prime Video tonight. See ya! Watch as the Bronx Bombers make their playoff push.
The Yankees win! You gotta get Prime Video.
Orioles, Yankees, tonight at 7, only on Prime Video.
Number 1, compensation. Our starting contract is 90% and our top comp is 145%. Payment. How do you get paid? You get a point.
So he looking like, what? Are we serious right now? This is what we're on?
No, but these players don't know anything about the game either. Richard Jefferson was a journeyman. Richard Jefferson wasn't a top NBA player. He got drafted the 13th pick in the first round, the 13th pick. He played for teams like Golden State, and he played with LeBron and Tim Duncan and Dwayne Wayne. And Tim Duncan used to have him as a fool. Jefferson don't know anything about the game. So when this dude talking about those people know about the game, they don't really know about the game.
So now Richard Jefferson is hot. He's hot. It's not about the show, no.
He breaks it down and humbles her in a good ass way, you know, because she definitely needed it. She definitely needed it.
12. How old were you when you dunked the ball for the first time?
12. All right, let's go back. Let's go back all the way. So
Yep.
he's breaking it down, getting
He's
into
gonna,
her head.
yeah, he's gonna get in her head.
With Dylan Brooks flagrant fouling Gary Payton II.
Look at
He's now out probably for the majority of the postseason, which is unfortunate.
He's finna clarify her point. Him being a mind reader.
When you dunked the ball for the first time?
21. 12.
12. How old were you when you dunked the ball for the first time?
12.
I was about 13 years old when I dunked the ball for the first time. I know what a fast break looks like. I had 4 months out in a season because I had my wrist taken out on a dunk. I know not necessarily the intent to hurt, but I know the intent to foul extremely hard, and that's the repercussions that come from that. But he knew what he was doing.
Now you trying to say, yes, that's correct. He knew he was talking about in the beginning.
Then you know, as any player, if I hit a guy like that, do I know what's going to happen? No. Do I know bad things can happen severely? Yes. So the intent is you know the potential of what your act is going to do when you're doing it. And we see it all in real time, fast time. Matt pointed it out. If you're running full speed, you watch the play before. He's speeding up because you know he's going to try and take a ball. You do not swing and club like this trying to get a block shot from behind on a person that is in a vulnerable spot. So I love Dylan Brooks. I think he's a great player. I don't think he's a dirty player, but that, like Matt, or that like Steve Kerr said, that was a dirty play. There's nobody in the NBA in any era that says that it wasn't.
And that is it. Right there. You see how she was put in check? You see how she was put in check?
Bet you $100 that
You see how she was put in check?
If he does this one more time, we'll be off the show.
It was that quick.
Are you there, unbiased? I can bet good money that if Jefferson do this again, he'll be off the show. Jefferson is acting like he's Otis from the Manhattans. Anybody watch that show? 5 Heartbeats. So I'm Otis. No, bitch, you're not Otis.
Right.
He's acting like he's Otis. He's not Otis. He's not even David Ruffin. Although he had a solid NBA career and he made good money, he's not Otis. So I can bet that Jefferson don't try to check her again. She is the facade of the show, not him. Not him.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Right. He was signed to the Nets. I think the only time he won, and I'm not sure that he won with the Spurs either. Yeah, I don't think he won any shit. Right? He's an articulate black man, not bad looking. I think he's gay too. Wasn't he the guy who came out as gay? Hmm?
What was the question?
Wasn't he the NBA player that came out as gay?
They did what?
Richard Jefferson.
What about him?
Wasn't he? Is he the NBA player that retired and came out as being gay?
If he came out as being gay, I don't know nothing about that. Let's see.
Which NBA player after retirement came out as being gay? I don't know, but like,
The damn sure wasn't Tim Hardaway. But Jason
no,
Collins.
there was this retired gay NBA player.
They said Jason Collins was one.
Yeah. Oh, Jason. Yeah. But there's all these rumors about him being gay.
Cyril said I'm taking this guy's point of view. No, I already gave my point of view. Cyril, this is just called entertainment for those. So what happens is I already said what I had to say. You guys came late, so I'm playing this for you guys. You dig? So you can catch up and follow what's going on. Now, so now it's becoming an issue, like with this women and dominated male space. You know, it's becoming an issue now. You dig? For many reasons, and for one, it's the victim shit, and this is why, you know, some companies felt like they didn't want to hire black people. They felt like the racial, you know, discrimination thing comes out. So like they was kind of like protecting themselves, like, nah, you know what, let's not do it because, you know, our culture is a certain way and we do things a certain way, we speak a certain way. These black people are gonna say we're racially biased or whatever, and we're gonna find ourselves in a situation. So let's just find reasons not to hire. You dig? So that's kind of like what's gonna happen with some of these women, possibly. That they become it, they get into these spaces, they're actually a fucking nobody, but then they'll try to pull weight around like they are somebody to people who actually got the weight. And you know, they looking like, oh, who the fuck? Yo, nah. Yo, get her ass away from me. Put her in with Max Kellerman. Get her ass away from my ass. But that's what I would be saying. But like you're saying, like Perkins is relatively irrelevant. Matt Barnes and this guy. I bet you Jalen Rose wouldn't take her. I bet you Jalen Rose wouldn't take her.
No, because it's all of these people are irrelevant. This show not good. This show not good.
Yeah, I want to Google like their ratings today. You know, I want to see if they fell off because I would imagine they did. So I'm about to call in the show first, then I'm gonna check. Okay. Yeah, he said I'm tired of this shit. 193 516 pound. All right.
All right, hello? Okay, I'm in. All right, let me see. NBA today. Oh, ESPN today. NBA Fit today. It showed you an average audience of 342,000 viewers, the most since 2017, according to. That's why she talking her shit. You know, she feel like, look, I'm the reason why the rating's been up since the last 5 years. That's why she.
I tell you, this is Samurai. I knew it. She is Otis. She's Otis. Those fools aren't Otis. Nobody not coming to see them. Nobody not coming to see you. I'm Otis. We need to find that. I need to find that and use it. I'm Otis. Nobody not coming to see you. She's Otis. She's the one people coming to see. Mm.
Yeah, be funny as hell, dude. Like, nah. Well, since it got ratings, that's why they on there, clout chasing, Perkins and all them. Otherwise, they should be saying, nah, I don't want to go on that one. Yeah, so somebody said in the chat, Matt Barnes had to backpedal his statement.
Of course. Matt Barnes
RJ looks
need
can
the
kill.
job. Listen, Richard Jefferson made more money in the NBA than Matt Barnes. Perkins, what's Perkins' name?
Who?
What's Perkins' first name?
Kendrick. Kendrick Perkins. I always mix him up with Sam Perkins. Back in the day. I always mix the names up, I should say, not him.
Yeah. He made 57 million over 14 seasons. Right? Richard Jefferson's second contract was 61 million.
Okay.
So Richard Jefferson made about 100 million. He made more money than the other two together. Matt Barnes made 35 million.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy, I would think. Yeah, wow.
Because he was picked high in the draft. Higher than them.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah, Richard Jefferson made 116 million.
Yeah, because he was supposed to be the next guy.
Right. He was supposed to be the next
He
guy.
fell off. Yeah, he fell off big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a big contract. So he's
he's will be the guy.
He's in a better position than the other two. Matt Barnes, all over the place. Most of Matt Barnes' money went to his ex-wife and Derek Fisher.
Wow.
Of course.
Are you serious?
Yeah, she got a lot of his money in the settlement.
Wow. That shit crazy. Yeah, I don't know how people with that much money can even get married. I've been some Floyd Mayweather shit. I ain't marrying nobody. Well, if you cheated on me and you get that money.
Mm. Yeah. Mm.
The bag.
Mm.
Can't forget the bag. I'm about to ride to Walmart. Baby needs shoes. I messed around with the wrong size. As a man, I don't take shit back like that. I gotta get water, bottles of water. Yeah, it looks like black men could possibly be in a rough position. It looks like white supremacy waged a racial war against us. Looks like there's a possible gender war waged against us. You know, I guess we're the easiest target. Nobody protects us. And on top of that, it makes it easier that we're men. Like men, straight men don't get protection like that, or shouldn't, not supposed to, not in this day and age. And if you're a black man, you really don't got no protection. So everybody picks on the men, the weaker men, politically wise, and every weaker man, period. You know, status wise, everybody pick on black men because we're unprotected and we don't have an alliance with white men. So we are categorized as white men who dominated the world and did, I guess, horrible things to women, right? And then we get grouped up with them as well. Like, wait, what the fuck? We was targeted as well, worse than anybody else. Because we are men too. All of that's Cynthia's G argument. Because we're men too, we somehow have power women. Somehow. Because whatever the white man, your niggas be thirsty. Well, whoever it is, nigga, woman, whoever behind me, immigrant, somebody behind me. When I say somebody Spanish, because there's a lot of them in my town. They be driving ridiculous. Somebody, I'm backing out the driveway. Somebody damn near trying to go around me. Like, what the fuck? Oh, my God. Yeah, I don't know how it is everywhere else in black society, but I do know New York and New Jersey and possibly Philly. When we say immigrant, we think of Hispanics first or only. Like, I didn't even know, like, I forgot that Haitians, Jamaican, Africans are in the immigrant group. So when we be like, no immigration, blah, 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 like, in our minds, we talking about, like, favoritism towards Hispanics. But I forgot. Like, that's how much we just think black is black.
No. I mentioned something the other day when you talk about immigration that I did my swearing in. I'm no citizen. I preserve the right to vote. I have the right to vote. But when I went and did my swearing in, there was roughly 150 people, and only 11 were black. All of them was Hispanic. So it's not immigrants coming to replace ADOS. It's Spanish people coming to replace ADOS. And those I might not call them racist, but they are racially biased. I will not call them racist, but they are very racially biased.
Who's that?
The Spanish people are coming.
Okay, yeah, right. Oh yeah. And what causes a huge division is the fact that you don't speak Spanish. So that's really gonna be the first thing they notice.
Of course.
You don't speak Spanish, that's enough to say, okay, I'll stay over here. For them. Like, that's how they gonna think. I'll stay over here. I'm not gonna go that way. Guys.
Yeah, and unlike us, our language was taken away from us by the colonizer. And the Africans who came here to the United States, their language were taken away from them by the colonizers. These people still have them language, and they use it to separate themselves and to be calling themselves a minority. 70 million people is not a minority. 70 million people is not a minority. You can go with that bullshit. 70 million people is not a minority.
They're gonna say they only make up 18% of America. While black folks make up 13. And so, hey, man,
No. That's not true. There's 80 million Hispanics in America. There's 80 million Hispanics in America. You need to look at that. The Mexicans might only take up 18%. $62 million. 62 million in America. And that's the legal ones. We're not talking about the illegal.
Yeah.
Right? Right, that's 18.7%. That's the legal one. We're not talking about the illegals.
Yeah, that interesting shit right there. That illegal stuff kills me. Like, how the hell can you be legal in the country and get protections, benefits, all types of shit? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That is definitely complexion for protection.
And nobody's telling you the amount of illegal Hispanics that are here. Nobody.
Right.
They're not telling it because they don't want to scare the white people. But between the legal and the illegal, we're looking at roughly 100 million. Right? And guess what? The beautiful thing about them, is that their abuelas and aunties have no problem giving the cousins and the niece the social security number to go and work. So when abuela can't work anymore, the niece, the 62-year-old working, the 13-year-old needs to know a 70-year-old girl working in McDonald's.
Right.
Because she working with her grandmother social security number, or a grand cousin, or somebody. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, that's great.
So when you're there now, worrying about immigrants, black people come to the United States via airplane. Not cross the border. Well, some Haitians come across the border. But those are quickly sent back. When the Mexican come across the border, and it's not really Mexicans now. I will be lying to you if I said Mexicans. It's mostly Colombians and Nicaraguans. Those are the ones that are coming now. The Mexican economy is good. America sent all of the car production and the air conditioned production back to Mexico. So Carrier air condition, making the air conditioning in Mexico. You understand?
Yep.
One of Ford's biggest factories is in Mexico. Toyota have a factory in Mexico, of course. They don't assemble the car. What they do is that they don't assemble the cars there, What they do is produce the parts there. And then they ship them across. And the assembling is done here.
All right, got it.
But the production is almost as big as the assembly, if not bigger. So almost 60% of the car is produced in Mexico, transport via rail or trucks, and assembled here. So less Mexicans are now immigrating to the Americas because the American jobs have gone to Mexico.
Hey, Stu P, I read earlier that the only protected black man is somewhat gay black man. That's true? That's
Only
true?
product. Repeat.
I read earlier somewhere on Facebook that the only protected black man in this country is a gay black man.
No. A rich black man is protected too. A rich black man is protected. Like, when you're rich and you continue to be rich, you're protected. Right? Most of these ball players, basketball players, football players, while they're playing in the league, they're protected. Until they get broke, they're protected. Nobody not trouble in Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, so I guess I was speaking to like the everyday black man. That's what I meant.
Like the everyday black man? And I don't believe that either. Because I'm going to tell you something. Although millions, hundreds of thousands of black people are stopped regularly. But why is it that when the young man was shot in his house eating ice cream, that girl got to prison because he wasn't a black man who was supposed to get shot down in the street. He was a well-conforming black man. When you watch the news and look at who gets shot down in the street 90% of the time, which neighborhood they live in?
Oh yeah, they all was in some dirty shit. Yeah, damn near all of them.
What neighborhood they live in?
Yeah, it look like this fucking good.
Black people live in white neighborhoods, middle class, upper class white neighborhood, working class. Bill Cosby show black people. Mom's a lawyer, dad's a doctor. How much of them ever get shot down? How much of those people get shot down who live in certain neighborhoods? They might get stopped, they might get ticket. Look at Georgia. Look at Gwinnett County in Georgia. Gwinnett County have a large population of black people. Right? Those black people don't have any problem. But when you go to the other neighborhood now where you have the problem black people in another county, those Negroes get shot down every day and locked up and beat up by police. But the Negroes who live in the nice areas, do they have a problem? Go to Georgia if you don't believe me. The Negroes who live in a nice area in Georgia have no problem with the police. I don't say the police don't stop them and give them tickets unnecessarily, you know. But it is not as high as when they go over to the other side of the track. The well-conforming, well-behaving Negro don't have a problem with the police. You look at who gets shot down 90% of the time. The dude who the female officer drew the gun and thought it was a taser and shooting. He stopped in his car. He knew that he shouldn't be driving. And this dumb 18-year-old, you have to call him dumb. Where are you running? Yeah. Why are you running?
Right.
Look, why are you running? You're not only putting yourself at risk, you're putting other people at risk.
Huh?
I'm not saying that the police is not wrong, you know, but I needed to look at most of these cases.
No, she was clearly wrong in that case because she didn't even know a taser from her service pistol.
Well, but listen, she getting him out of the car, put him in his cuffs. He attempted to jump back in his car and drive off.
Right.
He attempted to jump back in his car and drive off.
Yep.
No. These people so dumb most of the time. A police stop you. A police stop you unbiased, right? I ask you for license and registration. You give the police officer your license. And then you attempt to run. It's not the stupidest thing in the world. You understand? You give the police your license and then you attempt to run. Why you running after you tell the police who you are? Why you running after you tell the police who you are? When they catch you, you're going to have 2 extra charges. Resisting arrest, evading the police. We're running to. But the police don't know who you is, everyone to understand that. I had a friend here. I had a friend in Miami. And he rents high-end cars. Like, you know, high-end cars like Rolls Royce, Maserati, the Benz, the Maybach. He rents high-end cars. He doesn't rent Ferrari and Lamborghini. I've never seen him with those. But he rents high-end cars that Negroes like us love. You know that people will be in Miami. And because they want to go out to down to South Beach and floss, they will come and they will rent one of the big cars. They will rent a Maserati. They will rent a Maybach. Just to go and floss. That is our people. You drive a Toyota Corolla. And because you're going down to South Beach for your birthday, you come to him to rent a car for like 6 hours. Many of them can't rent the car for all day, you know. They rent the car like for 6 hours. So they rent the car between like 8 in the night to like hours. Like it's like people go to a sex hotel where they rent the room by the hours. And he charge them like $1,000, some exorbitant bullshit amount of money to rent this car. To go down to South Beach to look like you're successful. It's not like to make a music video, you know. I said that to say this, is that we do silly things. We do silly things. But most black people not in any problem. Most black people, if police pull over, I'm going to call her name, if police pull over Tiffany, she might get a ticket, but she said that's unfair. But half of the time, from the police look at her and look in her face and say, this is a refined young lady.
Yeah.
She don't have any tattoo in her face or any gold tooth in her mouth. And she's not giving the police any exorbitant amount of attitude. She said, hello, officer, good day, how can I help you? License and insurance. She give it to him. Why did you stop me? And him tell her, and so, oh, Lord, I'm so sorry, I apologize. And him give her a ticket and she said, thank you, and go about her business. It's not like it. Listen, these people have power issues. And so there's no problem in just acting like you respect the authority. Brianna Williams, when she got shot through the window, that was a jumpy police officer. Him saw somebody pop up through the window and him fired.
Yeah.
You have many jumpy police officers who the adrenaline got to them and they fired. They don't even need to go to jail because they was in the wrong job. The one who shot the young man, the old man running away in the back, he deserves his 20 years in jail. But you are driving a Benz, you know your license fucked up.
Right.
You are fat like me and overweight and slow. You're fat and overweight. What possessed you now to jump out the car? The police already have your license and run.
Right.
What the fuck possessed you? Short, fat, and overweight. And if it was for somebody
And running.
videotaping it, you'd have given away your life without any recourse. You
Yep.
have to give thanks that
Yep.
that young man was behind the fence videotaping, or else you'd have given away your life. George Floyd gave away his life because he was a junkie.
Right.
I'm not saying that the police was right, but anybody who looked at that video realized that dude gave away his life.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the $20 was fake. It might have been real, and I think it was real. They tested it, and it was real. Right? So he was acting like a taxi because the people in the car didn't really know him. So he was giving them a ride. They probably promised him $10. He went in there to get the money changed to bring back the $10 to them or something like that for the ride. The person complained that this money is fake. He came up, sit your ass down and said, no, that money is real. Tell where you get it from.
Right.
But because he was fiending for some fentanyl, he was fiending for some drugs.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy sounds fucked up now, and I'm going to say one of the most fucked up thing, and people is going to hate me for saying this, but I'm going to say it. I shouldn't have said it. I'm biased. Tell me don't say it. So don't say it stupidly. I'm biased. I must say it.
Don't say it.
George Floyd in his death will do far more for his children than if the fucker was alive.
Oh yeah, that's right.
George Floyd in his death have done far more for his family than if the fucker was alive.
So he was Jesus.
Yeah?
He was Jesus.
Of course, George Floyd became Jesus. He went on the cross and was crucified, and he was the savior of his family. George Floyd's family don't have to worry about the bread and butter again for the rest of the days. How much money George Floyd made? 32 million? Plus other donations that was given to his daughter?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think the case was settled for 35 million.
Really? Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. He definitely, I know his children happy, like, yes, Daddy finally came through with some money.
For us. Daddy came through.
Yeah.
Daddy fucking came through. Daddy came through. George Floyd was a junkie. Okay? But he's always going to be remembered as a martyr.
Right.
He's going to be a martyr. But in truth and in fact, he was a fucking junkie.
Yes,
if George Floyd was our cousin, we wouldn't leave him in our house by himself. Anybody in here, anybody in this room listening to the sound of my voice, if George Floyd was your cousin and he came to your house and you had to go to the supermarket, that fucker coming with you. You are not leaving him. He's not being left in the house.
He's coming with you.
Would you be leaving George Floyd in your house?
Nah, not me. Hell no.
If George Floyd was your cousin,
my car. If my car, you got to come out. If I go to the store, you got to come out with me. Get out that car, man.
Yeah.
You have a pair of shades in his damn pocket.
If you go into the bathroom, you hold that shit. You hold that shit. If you want to go to the bathroom, you're going to hold that shit. Because you're not leaving George Floyd alone in your living room. You come back and the fucking stereo gone.
Yeah.
You come back and your laptop gone, the tablet gone.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I had a high school friend who moved away to Arizona. Tried to watch her fault. He moved away to Arizona. Then he came back to my city like some years later. Who knows, like 5, 6, 7 years later.
Yeah.
And And I'm like, yeah, what's up, man? I'm trying to like, act like things the same. I ain't really have a lot of money, but I had some change upstairs. Shit was gone. And then he told me later when I seen him, like, what the fuck you take my change for? He told me later, like, yeah, man, when I was in Arizona, I did every drug possible, man. I got a problem. And I ain't really tripped. Because he took like $1.50, something like that. But yeah, after he confessed that, I see him in front of the diner, like, begging for money ever since.
Right.
Like, so yeah, so if my own friend, so-called high school friend would do it, I know Floyd would do it.
Of course. Everybody in this room, nobody in this room can deny that. Everybody in this room has a crackhead relative. That crackhead relative cannot come to your house and stay overnight. Where? Because you know that when you wake up in the middle of the night and your front door is going to be open. You're going to wake up in the middle of the night and the front door is going to be wide fucking open. And that motherfucker gone with something of value. And those crackheads are the smoothest. You could be in your bed sleeping and they creep right in your room. And your wallet under your stomach. You're lying on your belly, or you're lying on your back and your wallet under your back. And that fucker find a way to get that wallet from out your back and steal every fucking thing you have. So when people say black people in America, I'm not saying that it's not biased towards white people, especially with sentencing law and all of that bullshit. But let us be honest and call most 99% of law-abiding black people never getting any fucking problem.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Never.
That's like at the very least, be some fighting shit.
Never get
assault. At the very least, be some assault charge.
Yeah. If the police come to your house and you have a nice lawn and some nice flowers in your front yard, they treat you different than even if you live in a fucked up neighborhood. Even if you live in a fucked up neighborhood, if your yard look different than your surroundings. I've been to some fucked up neighborhood where the front porch, 3 grown-ass men live in the house, and the front porch is dropping off. What fucking purpose you serve? You live in Jersey. You need to go over to Philly and see some of the fucking houses that we live in as black people. 3 grown-ass men, and a hammer at Home Depot costs $7. You go online and you get some plans and you buy a saw and a hammer. You can't fix the front porch? You go to some black house, some have plastic bags on the roof. And when you look inside, a grown-ass man live inside here.
Yeah.
Grown-ass men live inside the house and grandma's house falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
Grown-ass man live in the house and inside the house dirty. How much for a can of paint? How much for 2 cans of paint?
Nah, it's affordable. It costs the same much that he spent on those 3 bags of weed.
On those 3 bags of weed. Grown-ass men live in the house and the yard want to cut. How much for a lawnmower? How much for a mower? How much for a cheap-ass electric mower? $199? That paid for itself in 6 months, in 8 months. I used to follow the black colleges, say, oh, black people have a warmth. And then I start looking at the statistic and really looking good. And I said, Why is it that poor white neighborhoods, I'm not talking about the trailer park trashes now.
Right.
Why is it that working class white neighborhoods don't look like our neighborhood? Why is it that they don't look like our neighborhoods?
Well, they'll tell you some slavery shit. So slavery, see what happened was 400 years ago, slavery.
No, but at the end of the day, because the other day you were playing some videos, and I started looking at it and I said, unbiased getting very biased. And I said, let me look at it really. Let me take a really open eye approach. And I said, unbiased, not biased. Half of this, what these people talking about, is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, my man X told me to look at the arguments over and fact check them. You start looking at it like, oh, ain't no problem over here. Look at that. Oh, ain't no. And then people in this community, they always believed it. What they always heard, they always believed it. So it's the truth. If you challenge it, you ain't black because this appears to be a black issue.
One day, right? A friend of mine said he met a girl on Badu. That's his dating site. So he said, drop me by her house. So I dropped me by her house. She came out and said, you know, why you guys don't come in? And I went in. And when I look at it, I said, this girl fucking nasty. Right? This girl fucking nasty. It's like you can't go in the bathroom. The bathroom fucking nasty. No. Mm-mm. How many times have you been to a girl house? Are you afraid to sit down on the sofa? Or a dude house? Are you afraid to sit down on the sofa?
Yeah, right.
Roaches running all over the place. Look at all these roaches. Can't get no
Oh, yeah.
more. My best friend. Roaches. Remember that song? Look at all these roaches.
Look at all these roaches.
Yeah.
How that's all go. Look at all these rumors.
Yeah. Yeah, that song, look at all these roaches. Same,
Yeah.
that look at all these rumors.
Yeah.
Hmm? So when people say, the only safe black man is a gay black man, that's a lie. That's a lie. We're not being gunned down like we think we are.
Right. And as I showed you, how many times they put down the gun and give them every warning possible and still don't shoot them. Like I showed y'all multiple videos when officers giving them the pass, not shooting them. I showed you the one with the white officer who let the black girl beat his ass before he ended up shooting. Like she whooped his ass.
Right.
And then hopped back in the car, pulled off, and then he hopped in the car, and then he went to go get her. She busted the gun at him, missed him, and he popped her. He got beat up. Everything possible not to shoot her. The dude said, he seen the gun and said, drop the gun, man. He could have shot her right there. But instead, he said, drop the gun, man.
I used to go to the gun range. I used to conceal carry. I don't conceal carry anymore. Because of the news, and I'm not going anywhere that requires me to conceal carry. Going to dinner with the wife, going to dinner with the wife, I don't have to carry it. Going to work, I don't have to carry it.
Yeah.
Right? It's when I used to go over to Overton. I used to be carrying it. And I said to myself, why the fuck am I coming over to Overton if I need to carry?
Right.
Why am I going over here?
Yeah.
Huh? If somebody come, what's I going to pull it out and shoot them? When the easiest way to avoid that bullshit is not being there in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hold on.
See, the kid said, if it's all love, homie, why you bringing your gun? Something like that. Oh, shit, I gotta... Fuck. Hurry up. God damn it. Look, man, I gotta I agree with that. Definitely not as bad as people think, but that's why I say black identity extremists. We make the simplest shit extreme. Oh, okay. Oh, looking for frozen vegetables. Frozen vegetables at this Walmart, which is not a super Walmart. Oh, I think I see. Is this it? Sort of. Yeah, this is it. I guess. Way more money than I thought. Dragon fruit chunks. Dragon fruit chunks. Oh, there we go. Sliced strawberry. Got it. Don't eat it. Get. I heard about the store because I got two phones and Apple lost my ATM and then I lost my debit card at ATM and I'm using Apple Pay on one of my phones and that shit damn about to die. I got a basket full of stuff and I don't want to phone to die while I'm in line. Then I can't pay for shit. Walmart don't support Apple Pay. That shit pissed me off now when I was in there with a cart full of items. I'm in line and nothing. I'm in line. I'm like, yo, can I take Apple Pay? Like, nope. And like they had stuff that I was not able to get, like the deals that I liked that was there, I was not able to get in the supermarket. It really pissed me off. Like, oh shit, I have to go to Walmart for this stuff, man. And I ain't get that thing yet. I've been like compromising, getting similar things. I didn't want it at Walmart. I ain't get it yet. Leaving? Oh. Hi, Googie. Wait, Googie. Yeah, I got a little juice to this. Okay. All right, thank you. It's crazy because I got to charge it. I should have brought both chargers out. But I got to charge up. Got to charge up both phones really. But the phone I'm on for this live call, charge that one up for it's going to drop. But the other one will be more important because it's how I pay for things. So you kind of asked out. Two P's fell off. I don't have my old phone. My old phone, the Android, I'll be able to charge both at the same time. Baby broke the iPhone. He broke the Android, so now I'm just stuck with. These are perfect. I got these little fruit things. The keys on. He want to look at it first. And normally he let me put stuff in his mouth. Man, he ain't let this one go in his mouth without observing it first. Here, he's like, this is too cold. Why all y'all say you're supposed to be good for their teething, frozen stuff? Hey, Goody. So he put it in his mouth. I want to put these new shoes on, these new sneakers on. I bought them soft bottoms last time. I bought them actually in line. When I went to Walmart, Target the last time. This is Target. I went to Target the last time I bought them shoes. I bought them too small. Okay. So I went back another time and bought them the right size, but they were soft bottoms. You just told me I gotta buy them hard bottoms. I'm like, oh shit. Now we're here with the hard bottoms. All right, Gibby. So we got to get out of here. These are supposed to help you walk better. Oh yeah, I have it. Here. That's too cold. Here. All right. Well, you're about to be headed for some dead air because I'm about to hang up on this phone before this dies, so I can charge it, so I can talk, save this battery. But I got to charge my Apple Pay phone, so but the computer's still on, so I'm still gonna be live just until CPs get activated. It's gonna be dead air.
Peace, y'all. I really ain't I can't really do much talking, but I figured something better than nothing. Horrible at multitasking. So there's that. What's up? I'm not sure if you was
What's
able to
up,
read
Amber?
that. You said, huh?
What's up?
What's
Do you
up?
disagree with me? You disagree with me that most black people are not under threat?
Are not on what?
Are not under threat. They say the safest black man is a gay black man. Do you believe that?
No. But I don't believe that they're not under threat. I mean, I think it depends on what type of threat you're talking about. Hold on.
I am of the belief that although it is unfair, it is balanced mostly in white people favor. The average black person who go to work, come home, look after them kids, loving mother, operate in peace. He might get some unfair traffic ticket every now and then, yes, but him operate in peace. That's my belief.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my son, so I missed most of what you said. You said it's your belief that what? It's Friday and everybody trying to multitask. I'm not sure if Unbiased can hear me. I heard him mention something about Walmart not accepting Apple Pay. I'm not sure if he was reading the chat, but I think if needed, you might be able to pay via Apple Pay online. So do like place the order online and do a curbside pickup. But I'm not sure if they have the capability in store, but I do believe that you can do it online. If I'm not mistaken. Just a little back door if you need it. 1-800. I think that's Miss the Nasty hotline you're talking about. Let me see. What y'all doing in the chat? How has your week been? I see Watcher active. I'm not sure if anybody else is. Who else we got in here? Peace Saru. I'm not sure if he's still in here. Peace Haskell. Peace Paul. Peace Thirsty Uno. Who else up in here? Peace PB, if you're still in here. It looked like only 3 people in here, child. How y'all week been coming along? Yeah, so I did wanna, I wasn't here the whole live, so I'm not gonna act like I seen the whole live. But I am a little confused about the anger towards the young lady that commentates, I guess, regarding basketball or men's sports. You know, it just kind of feels like I don't think that there will be any woman that will be respected in this particular space as it relates to men's sports and athletics because, you know, men are territorial. They feel like women can't have the same knowledge or understanding that men have when it comes to certain things. They think that they are the authority in that area. So I don't think that there's anyone that would be able to, any woman that would be able to command the respect of the men in that industry if they're not deferring. So for me, I just think that this is only her behavior and her tone is only an issue because she's a woman, but men can raise these same issues, claims, points, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal because they're men and they have the perceived authority, even if they have a difference or a unconventional opinion, an unpopular opinion. So that's my little tidbit about that. He said, my week was great. Saru said, my week was great, health and wealth, a little storm, but nothing much. I'm glad to hear that, Saru.
Amber, my problem with her is that all she is a pretty face. All she is a pretty face. That's my problem with her. If we look at it, if they chose a woman like Alison Felix, Jackie Joyner Kersey, Jessica Ennis, well, Marion Jones can't choose because she get clapped with drugs. Right, Carmelita Jeter. There are so many athletes, so many persons, so many women that aspire in sports. Right? So many women, black and white, in gymnastics, in track and field. Sonia Richard Ross, Gail Devers, who knows what it is like to compete at the highest level and is not given that opportunity. And she's given that opportunity because of her pretty face. That's my problem with it. It's not that she's a woman.
But Stupies, you do realize like there's plenty of men commentators, be it when it's like the live games or shows, like men have been able to speak on sports and not be actual competitors for the longest. A lot of the commentators aren't actual competitors and they've never competed. They just commentate on the sport. Like, and nobody has the requirement that they had to compete at the highest level to be worthy of speaking on it or commentating on the sport. You see what I'm saying? Like, how many boxing commentators are actual former boxers? How many of them? Or former athletes, period?
No, most are. They didn't even compete professionally, compete at the amateur level or at some level. Most men participated at some level.
Yeah, I don't agree there. I don't think men are required to have the same history of being a competitor, even if they competed at an amateur level. I mean, do we know that she's never competed or played at an amateur level? I mean, in any sport.
No, she has not. She has not. You look at her, she has no history of any sport.
He said Stuppies, Saru said, the Stuppies YouTube hop to Garfield? And then he said, Stuppies, you are being biased. You can't say she got the job because of her pretty face. Watcher said, good question. I mean, I'm not going to act like I got the stats on it, but as far as I've heard and known, a lot of people made it a big deal when kind of Shaq and Charles Barkley started commentating because they actually were former athletes in the sport that they were commentating on, whereas that wasn't typically the norm. I mean, I thought that was the big deal, but I could be wrong.
Listen, my problem, as I said, when somebody is given the opportunity because of the pretty face, it is disrespectful to all of the hardworking women who would love an opportunity like that. All of the thousands of hardworking women, from the ones that played basketball, table tennis, track and field, ice hockey, figure skating, gymnastics, swimming, pole vault, hurdles, competitive dancing. All of these women who understand what it means to compete are brushed aside for someone with all they did is because they have a pretty face. She's 27 years old. How long has she been in sports? How long have she been really? The thing about it, males are fanatic when it comes to sport. That's where the word fan come from. Fanatic. So if basketball was your sport, from you were 10 years old, you almost know the stats by heart of your favorite player and your favorite team. You know the last time they won a championship from you're almost 10 years old. Some girls are like that, but most girls are not like that. So even sometimes when men don't compete on a professional level, they were fans, they were fanatics from an early age when it comes to the sport of choice. When it comes to playing NFL, NBA, when it comes to playing video games with this particular sport, we were fanatic. You know the stats of almost all the players. All she brought to the table, over time she'll get good, but most what she brings to the table is her pretty face. And it's a disrespect to all of those women who spend 10, 20 years from the age of 5 practicing to be great at what they are and what they become. The Alison Felix, the Jackie Joyner Curses, right? The figure skaters, the gymnasts, all of those women would, if they're on the table, if they're at the table with those gentlemen would have far more respect for them because they know that these ladies knows what it takes to win and knows what it feels like to lose on the biggest stage. She doesn't. That's my problem.
Are those women complaining about her position though, and that she didn't put in the work?
No, most women won't complain. Most women not going to complain because most women will tend to bite the lip and bear it, and you know that too. Most women tend to bite the lip and bear it.
But I think it's the same for men though. I don't think that men complain about the qualifications of whether or not somebody is qualified to speak on certain things or not, because they're perceived as haters if they do that. I mean, there may be some that'll complain, but I don't think that that's just a woman thing. I think humanistically,
yeah, most athletes are just because they don't want to be perceived as haters. They don't want to be perceived as haters. But how many times has a woman athlete has been given the opportunity to be showcased on such a stage as ESPN? And when they do, if they do choose one or two women, they're oftentimes hidden in the afternoon. They're not highlighted on the big show, on the night shows, or the morning shows. Right? What really happens now is that these women now become cheerleaders. They choose cheerleaders. ESPN choose cheerleaders on the morning show. The pretty face girl as cheerleaders. And is that the role model you want for your daughter? That all I need to be is a cheerleader? Yeah, I'm in the corner. Yes, Stephen A. Yes, Skip. I'm a cheerleader. When you have women who are out there who are actually competitors, who went through the blood, sweat, and tears. That's my thing with it. That's my thing with it. All right, give me a second, I'll be back.
Okay.
And all they're doing is perpetuating a cycle that the pretty girl don't have to wait in line. The pretty girl don't have to wait in line. She just go to the front of the door and the doors are open for her. She don't have to be able to dance, sing, or jump.
Yeah, I don't know that lady resume, so I'm not gonna speculate on whether or not it's a quote unquote pretty privilege as to why she's in the position she's in, or she's actually put in the work and study to be where she's at.
No, but how many times have we seen pretty privilege? How many times have we seen pretty privilege?
It's a thing, but we can't automatically assume that every woman that is pretty is in the position she's in because she's privileged and it's quote unquote pretty privilege. I mean, I'm not comfortable with doing that anyway, without any real background information or knowledge. I just see in general, I don't think that men would respect, even if it was a Allison Felix or, I just don't think that men would believe that she has the authority to speak on certain subject matters. Even if she's an athlete, the new argument would be, well, she's never played basketball. Track is different. It's a different level of commitment, et cetera, et cetera. I just think the goalposts would move at that point. I mean, it's easy to say now that she would be respected because it's speculative, but I just don't think that would be the case.
All right. You have a son in track and field, and I'm not making this personal. I'm just showing you, I'm just citing an example. You have a son in sports, and you see the blood, sweat, and tears that it takes for him to perform at a level, an elite level, right? You understand what it takes to get a scholarship, for him to perform at a scholarship level. Even you as a mom understand the commitment that you as a mom have to undergo for him to perform at that level. You make sacrifices. You have to get up out of your bed just as early as him to drop him to practice. And you have to come from work and to pick him up and wait on him to pick him up after practice. Right? You see the pain and the aches. And when you see somebody with pretty privilege, no man, I don't celebrate pretty privilege. I don't celebrate it. Too much pretty, and we have beautiful women who were in professional sports. Yeah, beautiful women who are in professional sports. So understand that.
I heard somebody in the chat mention something about Garfield. Let
What
me
about
see.
Garfield? So,
Let me see. Oh, Haskell said everybody watching Garfield talking about the Bible again.
no,
Where
I'm
they
not,
talking about the Bible at? Peace and
on this
Tava.
channel. On this channel. On this channel.
Oh,
On
okay.
this channel. Askel, I can't read it, but Askel, do you understand what I'm saying when I say pretty privilege? Mm. Mm. The other day I went on, and I was the best of guests. So I need to give it a break. I need to give it a break because sometimes when you're talking about Jesus and the Bible and the same thing over and over again, you talk about something that don't make any sense.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm tired of those conversations, quite frankly.
Yeah, I'm sick of but and I'm tired of Egypt now. I'm tired of hearing about Egypt and all this bullshit.
Yeah, I'm really tired of hearing about all of it. I mean, to each their own, but I mean, I don't think that there's nothing that could be said. People gonna feel how they feel one way or the other. Like it ain't even no need to keep going back and forth. I think every argument has been made, every perspective has been presented, and it's just a matter of people's personal preference. And you're not gonna change that, nor should you aim to. I don't even think that it's a point of understanding at this point. It's just argument for argument's sake. And I don't see that as being very productive. So
All it is, I just put it just argument for argument's sake. No, it's like, really? We're going through this again? We're going through Egypt again? We're going through black people saying that they are Hebrew Israelite. Where are you, Hebrew? We reach a point where some people even now denying the slave trade, that the slave trade didn't exist. When you reach that point, I say, I have enough. I have had enough.
yeah, it's kind of become a breeding ground for extremists. So, for Black extremists, so I'm a little over it.
Yeah. They said, no, this is enough now. We as a people, it's almost like black people telling other black people, say, don't vote. Don't vote. Don't vote.
It's a lot of don'ts. Don't vote, don't go to the doctor, don't go to the hospital.
Don't go to the hospital. Don't believe in the immunization. Although Askell don't believe in it. Don't believe in the immunization. Don't vote. Don't go to the hospital. Don't don't believe anybody. Look up in the sky. I've only heard black people say that the earth is flat.
Yes. I know some people personally that make that argument, and I'm just like, this where we at? Like we that hurt and broken that this where we at? Like It's tough.
Yeah, that is where we're at. That is where we're at. Where black people telling other black people that the earth flat. And you say to them, so seriously? Right? Black people telling other black people that we are the original indigenous Indians. Right? But the grandmother tell them that they was the Indians. And they say, okay.
Yeah, it's disheartening, but it is what it is. I realize people gonna believe what they want to because they want to.
Yeah, some fight you can't win. There's no winning some fight.
I totally agree, Centavo. It's totally a hustle.
Yeah.
I mean, but to me, it's so contradictory. You know, it's supposed to be centered around, allegedly, centered around Black unification, but the main people they can't be who they are unless they kind of endorse some form of division and otherism, you know. So it's kind of crazy. You know, I mean, I can identify you don't really want unity. You're really trying to make a distinction between you and whoever else that don't agree with you. But you know, I mean, some people I guess that's what unity look like for them.
No, it is about, you see, the more people you fool, the more likely you are to make $1. And that is it. Is that everybody wants to make $1 now. So everybody know I am Princess Ozazi of the clan Ozazi, and I am goddess. I am goddess Mother Divine. And you say, seriously? I'm not saying that you're not supposed to have a good outlook on yourself, you know. Don't sell with children bullshit, man.
Yeah. And I agree, Centavo. People do just want to belong somewhere. I don't know. I guess I kind of take for granted where the tribe that I belong to, the family I belong to, like, that's my first place to belong. I can't see myself wanting to belong somewhere so bad that I'm willing to just pick up anything, even if it means at the expense of isolating myself from the people I've known my whole life. You know, I guess everybody don't have that experience or they can't relate to that, but a lot of these things, they kind of get you to a point of isolation, you know?
How many people in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that you are you are the original inhabitants of the Americas. That you are the Native Americans.
I don't think you're gonna get a whole lot of people. Not over here anyway.
Yeah. And if you are, hit the link and come and tell us about your history. I'd love to hear about it. No criticism. Stupid to shut him mouth up. Right?
We only got 3 people in the chat. I think that's myself, Centavo, and maybe Thirsty Uno still here, or maybe Haskell, but now it's only 2. But people hokey pokey and in and out, you know, the live. So you ain't gonna find that. I ain't. Centavo ain't. So I think that's that on that. What else did y'all cover today? Now, I don't know if you can hear me, Stu, but I'm about to hop off because ain't nobody in the chat. So I'm about to hop off so I can focus on work. And if y'all still live, I'm listening. Peace, y'all.
You love your stuff because your stuff is amazing. But what if bad stuff happens to...
Check, please. How you gonna tell them they can't gauge intent? Because you don't know the sport. They're telling you they know for a reason. Instead of asking them to elaborate, you're trying to take center stage and grandstand. And that's what she does a lot on the show. And saying, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a mind reader. And that just pissed Richard Jefferson off. He was so pissed off. He's been pissed off with her. She's done this plenty of times on the show. And it was like, who is she? Who are you? You don't have the ground. And then when she did that with Stephen A., now it blew up in her face. And people are starting to go, hey, what's wrong with Malika Andrews? And people are starting to see now. All of her garbage is coming up now. All she wants to do is promote women and play the Black Lives Matter angle. That's all she is. She wants to talk about, I want to talk about Roe versus Wade. I want to talk about, that's all she's there for. She's there for all controversial topics. Yes. She wants to do all those pieces. She's not about sports. Sports was the only lane she could see to get into.
Emails and questions about getting into the industry, to be a reporter, to be a host, to be on television, to be a writer. And I think that my number one advice when it comes to pursuing this career path, I think no matter what you do, you cannot go wrong if your basis lies in facts, in questions, and then in putting all of that pen to paper. So you have to work on your craft over here. But I often say that you could be the most talented writer, the most polished on television, the best at asking questions, but if no one knows you exist, this industry, they want to hear about you from people they respect. And so there's something that's very special here with me today. It's one Mr. Mark Spears, who, when I was in college, Mark, he would take me to breakfast. Remember that little spot in Portland we used to go to? And he would go over all of my work, my articles. He would text me. He would tell editors about me. He championed me. Is he under the most pressure in the NBA this year, or is there someone else you're looking at?
Yep. But all the credit goes to Woj, because Woj is the one that brought you in. Nobody listened to Mark Spears. Then you start following this guy around. Why? Because LeBron James has this guy, Bryant Warthog, a guy who was on the couch over in Cleveland, wasn't even picked to write about any sports in Cleveland, even though Cleveland was the home of the losers. He was doing high school sports and then just started writing about LeBron James, and LeBron loved him, so he got him a job in the Cleveland newspaper. Got him down there with his connections, and then took him all the way to ESPN. So he's always been indebted with Clutch Sports and ESPN. Now she's interviewing him. Right, they groomed her for the job. So that's what she said. It's all about who you know. She's never going to change that in a million years. Richard Jefferson, as long as he's not in the room with her, Richard Jefferson will do his job, but he does not like this woman. They do not like each other whatsoever. Nobody really likes her. They both slapped each other with pie to try to cover up. You remember they did that? How many of y'all know they did this to try to make it look light? Like, no, they really friends. And they both slapped each other with a pie and all that stuff. To try to make it look like they were all best of friends. That's called the politicking. Now, let's see some behind the scenes stuff. Now they're live outside. Look at Richard Jefferson. Jefferson is trying to get, this is before they start shooting, right? Look at this. Richard Jefferson is like, I got a migraine. I really just want to get through this. Perk looking like, it stank over here. What's going on? So they all getting ready for the show. The ladies are going. This is her show. She's ready to go. Richard Jefferson just like, look, let's get this over with so I can go home. And what does she want to do? She's, come on, Richard. Let's go. He's, oh my God.
Ew, that was disgusting.
Ready to go. Richard Jefferson just like, look, let's get this over with so I can go home. And what does she want to do? She's, come on, Richard. Let's go. He's, oh my God.
Ew. Yeah, get her hair right.
Richard Jefferson's like,
oh my God.
Right. I'm here to do a job.
Now I told y'all where I was. I was at Walmart, and I was on the phone, and the phone was going to die.
I don't know what she's here to do.
I just hung up. I knew I was live, still at the house.
So. And yeah, who can forget the infamous clip of them continuously talking about the Lakers coaching job, which they've already covered on like 2 segments. And Woj can't help himself but to keep going back there talking about the Lakers coaching job.
Okay.
Woj yesterday regarding the Lakers vacant head coaching position. What is the latest that you can tell us out of that?
Yeah. Come on, Googie. His nickname Googie. That's one of his nicknames. I got Googie and I got Googie.
This is they tried to make light of it, but it's the funniest thing ever because they were so pissed off they went right back to talking about the Lakers coaching job again. They already injected, okay, we've talked enough about the Lakers coaching job on 3 different segments. Why don't we move on and talk about something else? It was agreed that they were going to do some other stuff, and she went right back to it on the first segment. They just, here we go again, man. She brought this up again. Richard Jefferson turns and looks at Perk. He's so disgusted that she just went and did this again.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well as exposing the truth behind all of these food processing plants that have been catching on fire and burning to the ground. The Dutch farmers in the Netherlands
Y'all just don't know, but this is Woj thing. So Woj wanted to bring it up. This is why he wasn't on the show for that segment. So he wanted to be able to go out there and put the Woj to it. Like what I'm hearing in the pics and all this. Like people don't know how off Woj is all the time. Like he be off a lot. But people still believe in Woj. Of course she blew things out of proportion because she always do. This is the problem. She's in there looking for that angle because that's the only thing she has. She can't talk about the game of basketball.
Controversy.
You know, she's like, look, I'm not that educated on the game. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit here and talk about, you know, what that shot, you know, and the way he pumped his fist. You know, it was like, okay, I get it. We're playing a game today, but my heart is out with all those people that's fighting and picketing in the streets. You know, it's like no, he was happy. You know, they just went up 2 and the shot went in. You know, that's what I thought. You know, but I guess it was political too. I don't know. Her interviews are like that. With all the struggles that's going on out there in the world, you know, how do you find peace and balance to keep yourself? Well, you know, when I came in today, you know, I just went in and talked to coach, you know, and you know, was just zoned in. I mean, you know, but it's got to be extra hard with all that's going on in our society and the world today. Yeah, man, you know, shit's crazy. But yeah, I came in, we focused, we did all.
That's the athlete's response to her want to take it to another place question.
Homework. We played this team on Tuesday, and now you know we're back and back to back, so we're ready to go, and it's like unbelievable.
All right, let's get rid of that.
Yesterday, the sports world celebrated the 50th anniversary of Title IX, which bans discrimination based on gender in education, including sports. But today, the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, declaring that the constitutional right to abortion, upheld for nearly a half century.
She's clearly reading. Matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? Let me stop this live and go live again. Let me stop this live now, and I'm gonna go live again, right? So that people don't miss this right here. She's clearly reading something. All right, so I'm gonna stop this live. God damn it.